Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started. Hitmonchan was now in a tight spot. He couldn't get close to Bellissum. The moment he approached within 10 meters, he had to divert part of his focus to keep an eye on the ground, avoiding another close encounter with the terrain. However, splitting his attention made closing the distance even harder. Meanwhile, Bellissum continued her elegant dance, steadily controlling a flurry of magical leaf to harass Hitmonchan. For every step Hitmonchan advanced, Bellissum took one back, maintaining a safe distance. This left Hitmonchan increasingly frustrated, his strength unable to find an outlet. If you can't land a hit, no matter how strong or fast your attacks are, it's useless. Hitmonchan lacks ranged attacks. If we exploit this weakness, Bellissum can win this match with ease, Sato thought, arms crossed, watching the battle unfold. He nodded slightly in satisfaction, seeing Bellissum flawlessly execute the strategy he had outlined before the match. Eventually, under Heiji's gritted teeth and despite his strong will, Hitmonchan's body gave out. His determination was still intact, but his exhausted form betrayed him, causing him to collapse. Hitmonchan is unable to battle. The winner is Bellissum. After silently counting to 10 and seeing that Hitmonchan couldn't respond to his trainer's calls, the referee raised his flag to declare the match's outcome. As the referee's announcement echoed, the spectators around the battlefield burst into applause, cheering for the victor while also offering consolation and respect to the defeated. This was the fourth round of the tournament, a 3-on-3 battle. While Bellissum had secured an almost flawless first victory for Sato, the match was far from over. Sato still had to face Heiji's two remaining Pokémon, whose identities and strategies were unknown. Come back, Hitmonchan. You've done great. Leave the rest to your teammates, Heiji said solemnly as he recalled Hitmonchan into his Pokeball. Speaking softly to the ball, he clipped it back onto his belt and retrieved another one, a great ball. Mr. Sato, it seems you've studied my Hitmonchan thoroughly. Bellissum, with her control and ranged combat capabilities, is indeed a nemesis for a strong offensive Pokémon like Hitmonchan, but the Pokémon I'm sending out next isn't of the same type. Be careful. Taking a deep breath, Heiji calmed himself and addressed Sato. Then, with a firm press of the button on the great ball, he released his second Pokémon. In a flash of white light, a robust Combusken appeared on the battlefield. Sato's system immediately analyzed the Pokémon. The details that surfaced on the screen shocked him, causing his pupils to contract slightly. Pokémon, Combusken. Level, 35. Type, Fire/Fighting. Ability, Speed Boost. Gender, Male. Known moves, Double Kick, Scratch, Growl, Ember, Sand Attack, Peck, Flame Charge, Quick Attack, Bulk Up, Reversal, Egg Move, Flamethrower, TM, Fire Punch, TM, Protect, TM, Rock Slide, TM. Impressive. He actually has a Combusken with the Speed Boost ability. That's extraordinary. Judging by its appearance, its potential is excellent. I didn't expect this guy to be a second-generation trainer, Sato thought, his initial shock turning into a twinge of envy. His estimation of Heiji rose further. There was no doubt this opponent would be a formidable rival in the future. Among all Pokémon abilities, Speed Boost is undoubtedly one of the most exceptional. Imagine facing an opponent that continuously accelerates in battle. Catching up with their movements becomes nearly impossible. Once you can't keep up, you're inevitably dragged along at their pace. Of course, the faster a Pokémon moves, the greater the energy consumption. Often, a Pokémon may tire out before managing to defeat its opponent. However, when paired with fighting-type Pokémon like Combusken, this ability's effectiveness becomes almost boundless. Fighting-type Pokémon are renowned for their robust physiques and superior stamina. Their athletic muscle fibers adapt well to the speed increases provided by Speed Boost, and they have the endurance to maintain it. Combining unparalleled speed with the powerful moves typical of fighting types creates a devastating synergy. Combuskin fits these criteria perfectly. Since Speed Boost is its hidden ability, Heiji's Combuskin doesn't even need to wait for its evolution to fully utilize this buffed ability. Understanding its value, Heiji clearly invested heavily in Combuskin's training. Its physique exceeded average standards, with its muscles carefully developed and no unnecessary bulk. Additionally, this Combuskin demonstrated a remarkable mastery over fire. Like a Growlithe, it kept its body cloaked in sustained flames without showing any signs of strain. While Growlithe relies on its flash fire ability for such control, Combuskin managed this feat unaided, showcasing exceptional fire handling skills. At this moment, Combuskin's 3 fiery red head feathers burned with orange flames, while its legs and claws were similarly wrapped in flickering fire. Its sharp light red eyes gleamed with intense fighting spirit. Bellissum, you did wonderfully. Take a well-deserved rest. The next battle will be entrusted to another partner, Sato said, recalling Bellissum into its Pokeball. Having a grass-type Bellissum face a fire-type Combuskin was clearly unwise. After a moment's thought, Sato retrieved another Pokeball containing Golbat. While Combuskin's speed boost gave it an edge, its inability to fly was a clear weakness. Against a flying Pokémon like Golbat, its advantage was significantly diminished. Furthermore, Golbat's type advantage over Combuskin made it the ideal counter. Let's go, Golbat. It's your time to shine, Sato declared, pressing the button on the Pokeball to release the bat-like Pokémon onto the battlefield. As soon as Golbat appeared, the powerful gusts generated by the wide flapping of its wings swept across the battlefield, causing many spectators near the arena to clutch their skirts and widen their eyes. Boom! At the same time, Combuskin grew visibly excited upon seeing an opponent that seemed to match its strength. The flames enveloping its body flared intensely, fueled by its surging battle spirit. Seeing both trainers ready, the referee immediately announced the start of the battle. In an instant, a scorching orange pillar of fire erupted from Combuskin's mouth, shooting straight at the airborne Golbat. Golbat, ever vigilant of its fiery opponent below, swiftly flapped its wings and shifted sideways to avoid the linear flamethrower attack with ease. Change tactics. Don't let it escape so easily. Heiji's commanding words made Sato's eyes narrow in concentration. The moment Heiji gave the order, Combuskin, exhibiting incredible synergy with its trainer, rapidly shook its head. The once linear flamethrower morphed into a spiraling vortex of fire, dramatically widening the attack range and trapping Golbat within the fiery circle. The flamethrower emitted by Combuskin was exceptionally powerful, raising the battlefield's temperature in mere seconds. If Golbat were struck by the flames, it would likely suffer severe burns. Faced with the sudden change in Combuskin's attack pattern, Sato remained calm, refraining from giving immediate commands. Golbat, however, did not disappoint. Displaying its exceptional flight skills, it used echolocation from supersonic to identify openings in the fiery spiral and deftly escaped the attack's range unscathed. Maintaining flamethrower clearly demanded significant energy, and Combuskin couldn't sustain it for long. Upon seeing Golbat evade the vortex, it promptly ceased the attack and began sprinting across the battlefield. Combuskin's speed was astonishing. The uneven, rocky terrain posed no challenge, and its movements left behind a series of fleeting afterimages. Judging by their frequency, it was evident that its speed was still increasing. Excellent. Keep it up, and Golbat won't even come close to touching Combuskin, Heiji said with a satisfied smile as he observed Combuskin's steadily climbing speed. In truth, Combuskin's aggressive opening and use of flamethrower had already bought it enough time to activate its speed boost ability twice. Whether it hit Golbat or not, Combuskin had already gained a significant advantage. Use Whirlwind Shield and trap it in a confined space, Sato commanded, orchestrating a counterattack. Sato was well aware of Heiji's strategy to exploit speed boost. However, with Golbat still at level 32, countering this tactic was challenging. A proper response would require Golbat to reach level 40 and learn Haze, which could neutralize the stat boosts. For now, Sato's only option was to confine Combuskin to a limited area, restricting its increasingly dangerous mobility. Responding to Sato's command, Golbut's expansive wings began glowing with dense flying-type energy. At the same time, its sharp eyes gleamed with a bright cyan light. In the next moment, 3 white cyclones, each a meter in diameter, formed rapidly across the rocky battlefield. The cyclones expanded outward in a triangular formation, encircling Combusken. The cyclones moved with remarkable speed, and within a second, the distance between them had narrowed to less than 5 meters. Powerful air currents swirled through the triangular formation of 3 white whirlwinds, extinguishing the flames on Combusken's body and significantly reducing its speed as the strong winds pressed against it. Use double kick combined with quick attack to break out. Don't let the 3 whirlwinds fully converge. The air cutter formation created by Golbut had given Heiji quite a shock. Though unsure of its intricacies, his sharp battle instincts told him it would be disastrous to allow the 3 whirlwinds to close in further. He quickly commanded Combusken to break through the encirclement with all its might. Hearing the command, Combusken's eyes flashed with determination. Flames erupted from its right leg as it forcefully kicked a nearby rock into the air. Simultaneously, its feet gleamed with brilliant white light, and with a powerful leap, it transformed into a blur, charging toward the flying rock. The rock served as a shield against the oncoming wind currents, helping Combusken push forward. As it caught up to the rock midair, it smashed the rock into pieces with its claws and used the fragments as stepping stones to propel itself forward with quick attack. Finally, through the combined efforts of the rock, the sudden burst of speed from double kick, and the explosive acceleration of quick attack, Combusken managed to escape the whirlwind vortex. However, the escape was not without cost. The fine wind blades within the whirlwinds inflicted numerous small, but sharp wounds across Combusken's body. Now's our turn. Use Rock Slide and hit it hard. Golbut, having expended significant energy to execute the whirlwind shield technique, was momentarily fatigued. Heiji seized this opportunity to launch a counterattack, instructing Combusken to unleash a rock-type move. Without hesitation, Combusken began gathering rock-type energy. Given the rocky terrain of the battlefield, the energy was abundant and easy to harness. In less than a second, several rocks, each roughly the size of a soccer ball, materialized around Combusken. Wasting no time, it began striking and kicking the rocks into the air, sending them hurtling toward Golbut with ear-piercing velocity. Dodge them. If you can't, use Protect to block. Faced with the barrage of rocks enhanced by Combusken's tremendous strength, Sato's expression turned grave as he commanded Golbut to react. Despite its exhaustion, Golbut flapped its wings with remarkable agility, using its exceptional flying skills to evade most of the rocks. However, for those it couldn't avoid, it followed Sato's orders and activated Protect to shield itself. It's time. Combusken, go play with Golbut. Use Flamethrower. By now, 3 minutes had elapsed since the battle began. A triumphant smile spread across Heiji's face as he gave his next command, confident in Combusken's fully charged speed boost. 3 minutes. That was the time Heiji had calculated for Combusken's speed boost to reach its maximum potential. At this point, even the skies would no longer limit it. Oh my goodness! To the astonishment of the spectators lining the battlefield, Combusken began running in midair. Its powerful legs moved with incredible speed, enabling it to step on the air itself, a feat that left everyone in awe. What terrifying combat talent! Is this the Pokémon version of Skywalk? Sato's eyes widened in shock as he observed the spectacle. Pokémon bodies were far superior to those of ordinary humans, capable of achieving feats others could barely comprehend, and with speed boost fully activated, Combusken achieving such a feat was no longer that surprising. However, it undeniably made the battle far more challenging. After Combusken gained its air-stepping ability from the 6th activation of Speed Boost, Golbut's advantage in the air was drastically diminished, and the momentum of the battle immediately shifted. Combusken left after images as it stepped through the air, appearing at one moment far below and in the next instant right before Golbut. Golbut's eyes could no longer keep up with Combusken's movements, a terrifying prospect. Bang! Combusken finally landed a hit, slamming into Golbat from behind with flame charge, sending it hurtling through the air. Without giving Golbat a moment to recover, Combusken appeared in front of it again at lightning speed and struck with another flame charge. For a while, Golbat was like a ball being batted back and forth in the air. Fortunately, Sato quickly commanded Golbat to use Steel Wing to protect itself, mitigating much of the damage from Combusken's relentless flame charge attacks. Otherwise, with such a ferocious combo, even a large and resilient Pokémon like Golbat would have succumbed to the assault. Still, the sustained attacks left Golbat badly injured, with numerous wounds on its body. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. However, during this period of relentless strikes, Golbat gradually adapted to Combusken's incredible speed by sensing the air currents generated during its movements. It began to evade some of the attacks. After continuously attacking for some time, Combusken began to feel the strain. The air-stepping technique was a short-lived burst ability that consumed tremendous energy. Even for a fighting-type Pokémon with exceptional stamina, the repeated use of air-stepping left Combusken fatigued, causing a slight decrease in its speed. Golbat, use Wing Attack. Sato's keen dynamic vision quickly picked up on Combusken's slowing movements. He immediately seized the opportunity and ordered Golbat, which had now partially adapted to Combusken's speed, to counterattack. As soon as Sato gave the command, Golbat's eyes gleamed. Its wings suddenly flapped with explosive force, propelling it forward at incredible speed. Using its 360-degree ultrasonic echolocation, it pinpointed Combusken's location in an instant. Empowered by flying-type energy, Golbat's wings struck Combusken squarely. Combusken, whose legs were already growing numb, was caught off guard. It hadn't expected the heavily injured Golbat to launch such a powerful attack. Before it could retreat using its ability, it was too late. Use Flamethrower. Heiji's voice snapped Combusken back into focus, and a searing column of flames erupted from its mouth. However, Golbat's wing attack had already landed solidly on Combusken, sending it hurtling to the ground. The next moment, Combusken crashed heavily into the rocky terrain, while Golbat also fell from the sky in pain, having been directly hit by Combusken's flamethrower. Dust and debris clouded the battlefield, obscuring everyone's view. Wow! The spectators around the battlefield erupted in excitement at the intense exchange. Cheers and applause resounded for both Pokémon, though the majority seemed to favor the impressive air-stepping Combusken. Whoosh! A figure broke through the dust and rose back into the air. The blue body and wide bat wings revealed the identity of the first Pokémon to recover. It was Golbat. Due to the hurried nature of Combusken's flamethrower, its power had been relatively weak. Moreover, Golbat minimized the impact of its fall by spreading its wings to reduce the damage. As a result, Golbat emerged from the collision with a significant advantage. Meanwhile, as Golbat returned to the sky, the dust settled, revealing Combusken lying unconscious in a crater. Its body was covered in injuries, and it had fainted. It was clear that Golbat's wing attack, a flying-type move, dealt devastating damage to the fighting-type Combusken. Combined with the injuries from its crash, it had completely overwhelmed the already weakened Pokémon. The outcome left most of the audience in disbelief. They couldn't understand how Combusken, which had dominated moments ago, had suddenly been reduced to such a state. Come on, Combusken. Get up. Don't lose. Heiji, unable to accept the result, shouted encouragement to the fainted Combusken lying in the crater. At this moment, the referee began silently counting down in their mind. If Combusken couldn't get back up within 10 seconds, the victory would go to Golbat. Just as the count reached 9, Combusken seemed to hear Heiji's shouts of encouragement. Suddenly, its crimson eyes snapped open, blazing with an unyielding fighting spirit and deep unwillingness to give up. With a burst of energy, it stood back up. Cha! The moment Combusken got to its feet, it let out a loud cry. Fiery red energy erupted from within, enveloping its body in blue flames. Almost immediately, a radiant yet gentle white light began to shine from its body. It's evolving. This thought crossed everyone's minds as they witnessed the spectacle. Heiji's face broke into an expression of overwhelming excitement. On the other hand, Sato wore a look of resignation as he observed the scene. Still, he had no intention of interrupting the evolution. With a wave of his hand, he signaled Galbut to stand down and not act recklessly. Sato's gesture didn't go unnoticed by Heiji and the other experienced trainers in the audience. Their respect for Sato grew even more. After all, it wasn't entirely unusual for some trainers to try and interrupt a Pokémon's evolution to maintain their advantage. For Sato to allow an opponent's Pokémon to evolve in the middle of a fight, forfeiting his certain victory, was a testament to his exceptional sportsmanship. Bathed in the light of evolution, Combusken's body began to transform. Its frame elongated, and its previously stocky legs grew longer and more muscular, granting it an impressive set of legs. Soon, the evolution was complete. When the light faded, standing tall on the battlefield was a Blaziken with a powerful and imposing figure. Blaziken opened its now clear eyes, clenching its fists as flames burst forth from them. Its aura surged rapidly, growing more intense with each passing moment. Sato immediately activated his system's detection ability to review Blaziken's updated data. Blaziken's data. Pokémon, Blaziken. Level, 36. Type, Fire/Fighting. Ability, Speed Boost. Gender, Male. Known moves, Blaze Kick, Double Kick, Flare Blitz, Fire Punch, High Jump Kick, Scratch, Growl, Ember, Sand Attack, Peck, Flame Charge, Quick Attack, Bulk Up, Reversal, Egg Move, Flamethrower, TM, Fire Punch, TM, Protect, TM, Rock Slide, TM. As expected, its strength has increased significantly after evolving. This just made things a lot tougher, Sato muttered, feeling the weight of the challenge intensify as he analyzed Blaziken's enhanced stats. As Combusken evolved into Blaziken, the crowd around the battlefield erupted into cheers and screams, their excitement palpable. Blaziken's indomitable spirit as a fire-type Pokémon resonated deeply with the audience, igniting their emotions to burn just as fiercely. Ugh, what a headache. They're making me and Galbut out to be villains here, Sato thought to himself as he observed the now fanatical support from the spectators for the newly evolved Blaziken. He sighed silently. But they might be in for disappointment. Even though Combusken evolved into Blaziken, it's already at its limit. Victory is far from guaranteed. With Blaziken's evolution complete, the battle resumed. Seizing the opportunity to strike first, Sato gave Galbut a small nod. Understanding the command, Galbut immediately unleashed an air cutter at Blaziken. A fierce gust of wind, comparable to a Category 9 gale, swept through the battlefield. The intensity even dampened the fiery enthusiasm of the crowd, snapping Blaziken's attention back to the battle. 12 razor-sharp air blades materialized, 7 of which, under Galbut's precise control, shifted angles mid-flight to converge on Blaziken. Seeing the incoming attack, Blaziken lightly pushed off the ground, launching itself into the air and dodging the air blades with ease. However, Galbut wasn't about to let Blaziken off so easily. A green glint appeared in Galbut's eyes, and the 7 air blades shimmered faintly before changing direction, homing in on Blaziken like a flock of pursuing birds. Noticing the relentless pursuit, Blaziken's feet ignited in roaring flames. With swift, powerful movements, it performed mid-air blaze steps, leaving behind fiery afterimages and glowing trails as it rapidly approached Galbut. The chasing blades, unable to keep up, lagged behind in futility. The dazzling display of Blaziken's mid-air agility drew a wave of ecstatic cheers from the crowd. Many now fully devoted fans shouted encouragements, urging Blaziken to land a decisive blow on Galbut. Blaziken, end this quickly. Use Flare Blitz. Heiji's familiarity with Blaziken's newly learned moves was evident. As Blaziken closed in on Galbut, he commanded it to unleash a powerful new attack. Heiji was well aware of Blaziken's condition. Despite its evolution, its injuries remained, and as Sato had anticipated, Blaziken was already at its breaking point. To win, it needed to strike decisively and swiftly. Any further delay would exhaust the burst of energy fueled by its sheer will to win, causing it to collapse again. In an instant, Blaziken's entire body became engulfed in scorching flames. The fire rapidly shifted from an orange-red hue to an intense blue, transforming Blaziken into a deadly, blazing blue streak as it charged at Golbat with unstoppable momentum. Counter with Whirlwind Shield. Keep your distance. Don't go head-to-head with it. Sato, reading his opponent's intent clearly, had no intention of engaging Blaziken in a direct clash. As the fiery figure approached, he immediately ordered Golbat to intercept with a move that could disrupt its path. Responding promptly, Golbat's eyes glowed brighter, and its broad wings, now enveloped in concentrated flying-type energy, beat powerfully. A massive white cyclone, nearly 4 meters in diameter, materialized in Blaziken's path. The cyclone spun furiously, pulling in air from all directions toward its center with incredible force. The suction effect around the vortex was astonishingly strong. However, Blaziken's Flare Blitz, executed at full strength, was equally formidable. The powerful flames enveloping Blaziken effortlessly tore through the cyclone's immense pulling force, shattering it in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Blaziken closed in on Golbat. At that moment, Golbat had just barely completed its powerful whirlwind attack. Under Sato's grim expression, Blaziken's Flare Blitz struck Golbat head-on. The force of the impact sent Golbat, engulfed in flames, plummeting to the ground, raising a thick cloud of dust as it hit. Blaziken, still cloaked in blue flames, landed gracefully on the battlefield. As the dust settled, it became clear that the Pokémon lying in the crater was none other than Golbat. Its body was scorched black from the attack, but it had not yet lost the ability to fight. Struggling, Golbat began to climb out of the crater, locking eyes with Blaziken, who stood on a nearby rock. Golbat's determination to win was no less than Blaziken's. Despite its body nearing its limit and the sensation of numbness spreading through it, Golbat's willpower remained unbroken, keeping it upright even as it wavered on the verge of collapse. "You can do it, Golbat." Sato's heart was filled with both awe and admiration as he saw Golbat's defiant gaze. Silently, he cheered for Golbat, willing it to persevere. The two Pokémon stared each other down, their intense rivalry plunging the battlefield into silence. In that moment, it felt as if only Golbat and Blaziken existed on the field. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. At the 9th second, the battle's outcome was finally decided. With a faint thud, the blue flames surrounding Blaziken's body flickered and disappeared. As the fire died out, Blaziken's body collapsed onto the ground, unmoving. The battle is over. Blaziken is unable to continue. The winner of this match is Golbat. The referee had silently counted to 10 once more, but this time, Blaziken could not rise again. Without hesitation, the referee declared the match's result. The battlefield erupted into cheers and applause. The crowd celebrated Golbat's victory with jubilant shouts. Only a few spectators expressed regret for Blaziken's defeat. Such is the harsh reality of battle. The victor claims the glory, while the defeated fade into obscurity. No matter how popular Blaziken had been moments ago, as the loser, it was destined to lose the spotlight. At this moment, Sato rushed onto the battlefield. He picked up Golbat, showering it with praise for its outstanding performance. Golbat, elated by the hard-earned victory, appeared in much better spirits. Thanks to its triumph over the formidable Blaziken, Golbat, originally at level 32, had risen to level 34, surpassing Belisum, which had reached level 33. Afterward, Sato returned Golbat to its Pokeball and made his way back to the battle platform. Now, Heiji Kuroya had lost 2 consecutive matches, leaving him with only 1 Pokémon to face the next battle. He had no room left for retreat. Having lost 2 consecutive matches, especially the second one, where his ace, Combusken, evolved into Blaziken only to suffer defeat, this was undoubtedly a significant blow to Heiji Kuroya, a proud and ambitious young trainer. Heiji Kuroya didn't come from a prestigious family, but he had a remarkable mentor, Bruno, one of the Elite Four of Kanto. Of course, Heiji was only a nominal disciple of Bruno, far from being a direct protege. Even so, his association with Bruno was enough to earn him widespread respect. The reason Bruno had taken Heiji as a nominal disciple was largely due to a favor owed to Heiji's father, Kojiro Kuroya. Everyone has moments of hardship, even Bruno was no exception. In his youth, Bruno's life had been particularly tough, and Kojiro had extended a helping hand. Because Heiji was merely a nominal disciple, Bruno never personally mentored him. However, Bruno did leave behind his notes on Pokémon training and went out of his way to procure a Torchic with the speed boost ability as Heiji's starter Pokémon. Heiji, for his part, was no ordinary talent. Using Bruno's training notes, the speed boost Torchic, and his identity as Bruno's disciple, Heiji had experienced smooth sailing ever since debuting as a trainer a year and 3 months ago. But today marked the first major setback of his career. 2 of the Pokémon he had meticulously raised using his mentor's training methods had been defeated back-to-back by an unknown opponent. I've really underestimated the world's talent. I'm not as special as I thought I was. What my mentor wrote in his notes is true. There are always people stronger than you out there. You just haven't met them yet. Today, I finally met one of them. With a grim expression, Heiji recalled Blaziken into its Pokeball. Then, lifting his head, he gazed at Sato, who stood silently across the field, expressionless. Since Heiji's Blaziken was the one to fall, the rules required him to send out his Pokémon first for the next battle. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Heiji reached for a great ball. It's all up to you now. Let's go, Hariyama. Pressing the button on the great ball, Heiji released his final Pokémon for the match. A robust Hariyama materialized on the battlefield. The moment Hariyama appeared, Sato quietly activated his system's scanning ability, immediately pulling up data on his opponent. Armed with this information, he quickly devised a strategy. Pokémon, Hariyama. Level, 25. Type, Fighting. Ability, Guts. Gender, Male. Known moves, Brine, Tackle, Focus Energy, Sand Attack, Strength, Fake Out, Vital Throw, Whirlwind, Knock Off, Seismic Toss, Aura Sphere, Egg Move, Thunder Punch, Tutor, Protect, TM, Rock Slide, TM. From the available information, it was clear that compared to Hitmonchan and Blaziken, Heiji Kuroya had not invested nearly as much effort into training his Hariyama. Sending it out now was evidently a last-ditch effort. For a Pokémon like Hariyama, high in attack and stamina, but extremely slow in movement, Sato already had strategies prepared. For instance, Bellossom could easily handle it using the same hit-and-run tactics employed against Hitmonchan earlier. However, there was no need to deploy Bellossom just yet. Hariyama was the perfect live target, an ideal training opportunity and experience boost for Sato's other Pokémon. It's your turn, Growlithe. Let's bring home the victory. After defeating Heracross earlier that morning, Growlithe's level had risen from 19 to 21, making it stronger. While it was still at a disadvantage compared to Hariyama's level 25, the previous battle against Heracross had honed Growlithe's hit-and-run tactics. Against Hariyama, with its poor mobility, these tactics would be particularly effective. The moment Growlithe entered the rocky battlefield, orange flames flared from its head and limbs. The stones beneath its feet began to glow red from the heat. Use Brine. Though Heiji Kuroya was well aware that his journey in this match was effectively over, he wasn't one to go down without a fight. With the referee's signal to start, Heiji quickly issued his command to Hariyama. Hariyama opened its mouth and fired a thick jet of water, but the attack speed was too slow. Before it could get within 5 meters of Growlithe, the nimble fire type easily dodged. Don't go head-to-head. Use your hit-and-run tactics, Sato instructed calmly. Hearing this, Growlithe's eyes lit up. It glanced at Hariyama before darting off across the rocky terrain, swiftly closing the gap between them. Under Heiji's direction, Hariyama attempted to intercept Growlithe with Rock Slide. However, like the Brine attack, Rock Slide was too slow, and Growlithe effortlessly evaded the falling rocks. In no time, Growlithe had closed the distance to within 5 meters. It stopped abruptly and began spewing small fireballs from its mouth. Within seconds, Grolive launched over a dozen ember attacks from different angles, sending them flying toward Hariyama. While Hariyama's massive hands swept through most of the small fireballs with ease, 2 or 3 managed to slip through and struck Hariyama, leaving faint scorch marks. From that point on, Grolive fully displayed its mastery of hit-and-run tactics, maintaining a safe distance while relentlessly peppering Hariyama with ember attacks. It executed Sato's strategy perfectly. When the enemy advances, retreat. When the enemy retreats, harass. Damn it. They've completely exploited Hariyama's fatal weakness, its slow speed. That Grolive may be at a lower level, but it's exceptionally skilled at hit-and-run tactics. Hariyama can't do anything against it, Heiji thought, gritting his teeth in frustration as Hariyama roared in anger, unable to retaliate effectively against the nimble fire type. Despite Heiji's repeated attempts to bait Sato and Grolive into overextending, they refused to take the bait. They stuck to the safest, most cautious strategy to secure victory, which only made Heiji even angrier. Finally, after nearly 20 minutes of relentless kiting, Hariyama could no longer withstand Grolive's constant barrage of small fireballs. Covered in burns, it let out a final, unwilling cry before collapsing to the ground, unable to battle. Although a bit distasteful, the advance and retreat tactics had been proved flawless once again. The moment the referee announced that Hariyama had lost the ability to battle, Heiji Kuroya's third Pokémon had also fallen, marking the end of this match. The victor was none other than Sato. Clap, clap, clap. The audience surrounding the battlefield erupted into spontaneous applause. They were eager to give their heartfelt recognition to the 2 powerful trainers who had delivered a spectacular performance. At the same time, several trainers who had quickly secured their 4th-round victories also witnessed the latter half of the match. For some reason, a few of them now wore grim expressions, their faces dark with displeasure. Heiji Kuroya recalled Hariyama into its Pokeball. The applause ringing in his ears felt unusually harsh for the first time. However, he didn't lose his composure. After clasping his hands in a gesture of respect toward Sato, he slowly left the battlefield. What formidable strength! His Blaziken has already become a fully fledged powerhouse. Unless my Golbat evolves into Crobat, it will be incredibly difficult to defeat him next time, Sato thought to himself as he returned the gesture, watching Heiji's slightly dejected figure leave. The reasons Blaziken had failed to defeat Golbat previously were numerous, with the primary ones being its lack of full adaptation to its evolved body and its weakened state from prior injuries. If it were in perfect condition and fully accustomed to its new form, Sato believed Golbat's chances of victory would drop to less than 20%. The path to becoming stronger is still a long one. No need to undermine my own confidence by exaggerating others' strengths, Sato muttered to himself with a wry smile. Afterward, he praised Grolive, who had bounded back to him, offering a piece of golden, crispy roasted meat as a reward before recalling it into its Pokeball. Sato then turned and left the battlefield as well. This match had taken quite a bit of time, and it had also consumed a significant amount of his energy and focus. Sato decided to return to his room to rest. With the conclusion of the battle between Sato and Heiji, the 4th round of the Pokémon competition aboard the St. Louis also came to an end. Only 13 trainers now remained in the tournament, advancing to the 5th round. The 5th round was scheduled for the following morning, and Sato's next opponent had already been announced, a female trainer named Miko. Even Heiji was defeated by him. This trainer named Sato is truly formidable, Miko thought with a heavy heart as she stared at the matchup display on the large screen. Although Miko hadn't been able to watch the entirety of Sato and Heiji's battle, the results spoke volumes. All 3 of Heiji's Pokémon had been defeated, while none of Sato's had lost their ability to battle. This clearly indicated that Sato's strength surpassed Heiji's. You seem troubled. It's no wonder, your opponent tomorrow is very strong. Based on your current exposed capabilities, there's no way you can defeat Sato. However, I can help you. Here, take this. It's some information on Sato. I hope it'll be useful. While Miko was deep in thought, another female trainer with an unrefined appearance approached her. Without warning, the trainer spoke and handed Miko a piece of paper filled with handwritten notes before walking away. With the day's Pokémon matches now concluded, most of the passengers had dispersed in small groups, leaving the competition area quiet and deserted, save for a few trainers still engaging in casual battles for fun. Inside Sato's cabin, he was lying on the sofa with his eyes closed, looking completely exhausted. Beside him were Bellossom, Golbat, and Growlithe, with the latter two receiving treatment from Bellossom. Under Bellossom's grassy terrain healing and the gem-quality poke block Sato had provided, the injuries, stamina, and energy of all three Pokémon were recovering rapidly. Before long, Growlithe was back to its lively, playful self, frolicking with Nidoran and the others. Golbat, however, required more time to recover due to its severe injuries. Nonetheless, its wounds healed quickly as well, and after enjoying the carefully prepared late-night meal Sato had provided, it resumed its usual habit of hanging upside down from the ceiling. Time crept into the early hours of the morning, the depth of night settling over the ship. In the captain's cabin, guarded by numerous ship security sailors, First Mate Rhodes, dressed in plain clothes and wearing sunglasses, stood respectfully before the elderly captain. He was reporting the day's events to the season leader. Is that so? These rats are surprisingly patient, aren't they? They still haven't made a move. Do you think they've caught wind of something? The old captain tugged at his white beard thoughtfully, then turned to Rhodes, his clouded yet sharp eyes fixed on him. Our men have been very cautious. It's unlikely they've been discovered. However, among the rats we've identified, a few have advanced to tomorrow's final round of the competition. It seems they're planning to act when you present the award to the champion. Rhodes dared not meet the captain's piercing gaze. Lowering his head further, he replied in an even more deferential tone. So they think I'm an easy target, huh? If that's the case, so be it. I've been itching for a little action lately. It'll be a good way to shake off the rust. Make the arrangements. I'll personally present the award to the champion tomorrow. Have someone else take the helm during that time. The old captain's eyes narrowed as he chuckled softly. Yes, Captain. With your strength, none of these rats will escape unscathed, Rhodes responded promptly, slipping in a well-crafted compliment. The flattery seemed to please the captain, as his smile grew even brighter. However, Rhodes failed to notice the trace of coldness hidden within the captain's cheerful expression. Meanwhile, in the cabin of the wealthy Weigel, the masked figures labeled Number 5 and Number 7 were meeting with Weigel alongside their subordinates. By around 5 p.m. tomorrow, the St. Louis will reach Slateport City in Hoenn. Your remaining time is running out. I've already provided you with more than enough support. Whether or not you succeed is up to you now. Weigel, still dressed in his flashy nouveau riche style, fiddled with the large gold ring on his finger, his face cold as he regarded the group of people he despised. Supporting them had cost him dearly this time. Mr. Weigel, no need to be so upset. This little bit of money is nothing to someone like you. Besides, we're all in this for mutual benefit. Once the mission is complete, I'll make sure to recommend you for commendation with the higher-ups, said the petite Number 7 in a magnetic voice, attempting to smooth things over. Everything is already in place. Just wait and watch the show. No matter what, we will complete this mission, replied the hulking Number 5, his tone icy and tinged with dissatisfaction at Number 7's words. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood abruptly. A Kadabra appeared silently at his side, and in an instant, he and several black-clad, faceless subordinates vanished from the room. The cabin now contained only Number 7, a few similarly petite black-clad subordinates, and Weigel, who continued their conversation. Another day had passed, and Sato woke up even earlier than the day before. Just after 5 a.m., with the sky only faintly lit, he was already on the deck. At the stern of the ship, he was chatting with a sailor who reeked of fish. Mr. Sato, here are the small fish you asked for. Look, they're fresh out of the sea and still wriggling. The sailor dragged over a large bucket covered with a layer of fishing net and spoke casually to Sato. To emphasize his point, He grabbed a lively little fish from the bucket and held it up in front of him. "Thank you, Mr. Max. I appreciate your effort. Here's a little token of gratitude. Please accept it." Feigning delight, Sato glanced at the crude sailor named Max, then pulled out 3 1,000 poke dollar bills with a smile. Sato discreetly handed over the money, and Max, being a seasoned hand, smoothly completed the transaction with a handshake. In truth, the bucket of small fish was worth only a few hundred poke dollars at most. However, since Sato was on someone else's territory and had a favor to ask, he had no choice but to accept the price set by the sailor. Of course, the extra money wasn't spent in vain. Sato's habit of feeding wild Pokemon like Wingull with small fish on the ship was technically against the rules. If a wild Pokemon attacked a passenger, the sailors would bear the responsibility. Thus, they only allowed Sato to carry out his seemingly foolish charity project early in the morning when no one else was around. "Mr. Sato, do you like Wingull?" Max's curiosity got the better of him after pocketing the money. "Yes, Mr. Max. I'm searching for a Wingull with potential, hoping it might become my partner," Sato replied with a smile, honestly revealing his intentions. "Oh, I see. Well, good luck to you, Mr. Sato. By the way, while my crew and I were fishing earlier, I thought I saw a Wingull with an unusual color. But maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me, I'm not entirely sure." Max's eyes lit up as he spoke, recalling the earlier sighting. "Really? Could you tell me where on the St. Louis you saw it, Mr. Max?" Sato's interest was immediately piqued, and he pulled out 2 more 1,000 poke dollar bills, placing them in Max's hand with a grin. "Ha ha, Mr. Sato. What are you doing?" "You're making me feel so embarrassed," Max laughed, though there was no hint of embarrassment as he pocketed the money. "I saw it while fishing on the left side deck. But it could have just been my imagination, and with the ship moving forward, it's possible it's long gone by now." After finishing his explanation, Max quickly left. Once he turned away, his stubbled face twisted into an expression of disdain, and he muttered under his breath, "Easy money from naive fools." With Max gone, Sato was left alone on the stern deck. At this point, he released Golbat to stand guard, then began his charity project. A Wingull with an unusual color. "I can't wait to see it." Sato glanced ahead, his eyes filled with anticipation as he watched several Wingull, drawn by the strong scent of fish, gradually fly closer. Sato was quite knowledgeable about shiny Pokemon. Due to their unique coloration, these Pokemon were often ostracized by their own kind. Typically solitary, they lived harsh lives without the protection of a group. Of course, any shiny Pokemon that managed to survive were clever by nature. The idea of following a ship to easily secure food wouldn't be lost on such a Pokemon. If what Max said was true, then that shiny Wingull might still be trailing the St. Louis. Sato began his charity project, and more Wingull were drawn by the smell. Perhaps his actions the previous day had spread his reputation among the flock, as these Wingull showed no fear, landing around him to wait patiently for food. Sato smiled faintly at the sight, but said nothing. Wearing plastic gloves, he quickly scooped fish from the bucket and tossed them towards the sea. The Wingull perched beside him, seeing this, reluctantly joined the scramble for food with their companions. Before long, the large bucket of fish was emptied. During the entire feeding session, Sato hadn't spotted any Wingull that caught his eye, nor did he see even a trace of the shiny Wingull Max had mentioned. With no fish left, the Wingull gathered at the stern began to disperse. In moments, the lively scene quieted, leaving Sato alone on the deck once again. However, just as he turned to leave with the empty bucket, a flicker of movement crossed his vision. A small figure suddenly flew past him, landing on the deck at the stern. Looking ahead, Sato saw a Wingull whose wing feathers were slightly different in color from the others. The Wingull was happily pecking at scraps of fish left behind by its companions. In the next instant, a faint blue glint flashed in Sato's eyes as the data of the Wingull appeared before him. Pokemon, Wingull, Shiny. Level, 18. Type, Water/Flying. Abilities, Hydration Rain Dish. Gender, Female. Known moves, Growl, Water Gun, Supersonic, Wing Attack, Mist, Water Pulse, Aqua Ring, Egg Move, Waterfall, Tutor. It seems these 2 days of charity work have boosted my luck. I've actually found one. Golbit. Use mean look on her so she can't escape. Seeing the information about the shiny Wingull, Sato's face lit up with delight. He immediately commanded Golbit to trap the Wingull. Golbit's sharp eyes glowed with a dark light, and in an instant, the shiny Wingull froze as her feathers stood on end. A black mark appeared on her body. The shiny Wingull, sensing danger, immediately identified Sato and Golbit as enemies. But instead of preparing for battle, her first instinct was to flee. However, an invisible force restrained her, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't fly more than 10 meters away from Golbit. A level 18 Wingull versus a level 34 Golbit. What kind of battle would this be? Without a doubt, it was a straightforward and overwhelming mismatch. However, the shiny Wingull didn't completely lose its fighting spirit. Realizing that escape was futile, it launched a quick waterfall attack, charging directly at Sato with surprising cunning, understanding the principle of strike the leader first. Unfortunately for the shiny Wingull, this small trick was child's play to Golbit. With a single steel wing, Golbit effortlessly intercepted the attack and knocked out the Wingull in one blow, rendering it incapable of continuing the fight. Sato then calmly used a great ball to capture the shiny Wingull without any difficulty. From the moment Sato spotted the shiny Wingull to the successful capture, the entire process took no more than 2 or 3 minutes. Coupled with the confirmation that no one was around, thanks to Golbit's vigilance, Sato's capture went entirely unnoticed. Let's hope it stays that way, Sato muttered as he looked at the great ball in his hand containing the shiny Wingull. He gave Golbit on his shoulder a light pat before glancing toward a shadowed area in the distance with a hint of suspicion. During the capture, Sato thought he'd seen a brief distortion in that shadow, but he wasn't certain. Maybe I'm just imagining things, he thought, shaking his head after thoroughly checking the area and finding nothing. Afterward, Sato didn't immediately leave. To avoid raising suspicion, he diligently returned the water bucket to the location Max had designated before heading back to his room. As Sato left, the stern of the ship remained deserted. But shortly after, the shadow he had been eyeing earlier began to stir. A figure slipped out, moving swiftly along the deck before vanishing into parts unknown. Once back in his room, Sato wasted no time releasing the shiny Wingull he had just captured, as well as his other Pokémon. The shiny Wingull had already regained consciousness, but was too severely injured to fly. Seeing this, Bellossom, ever kind-hearted, immediately approached to heal her. As Sato explained to the rest of his Pokémon that the shiny Wingull was their new companion, they gathered around her and Bellossom. Among them, Ditto was the most enthusiastic, transforming into a Wingull to break the ice. Wingull, I believe you've realized it by now. I defeated and captured you, so from now on, I'm your trainer. Don't worry, though, I'll train you well. You're part of our team now, Sato said with a smile as he prepared breakfast for all his Pokémon. Though the shiny Wingull had only known Sato for a few minutes, she seemed to accept her new reality. Since Sato had bested her fair and square, she gave him a small nod, signaling her submission. In truth, the shiny Wingull couldn't help but feel a significant amount of pressure from Golbit perched on Sato's shoulder. Recalling how she had been defeated in a single move, any lingering resentment she had towards Sato quickly dissipated. The shiny Wingull had been driven out of her flock shortly after hatching and had survived alone in the wild for a long time. Her cunning and adaptive nature made her well aware of the harsh survival of the fittest law of the natural world. As such, she had little resistance to the idea of submitting to a stronger individual. Moreover, the kind and graceful Bellossom left a strong impression on the shiny Wingull. As Bellossom tended to her injuries and spoke highly of Sato, the Wingull quickly got a sense of Sato's character. Her initial wariness began to fade, and her opinion of him improved significantly. What sealed the deal, however, was the delicious feast Sato provided, a gourmet meal of premium water-type Pokémon food and a generous offering of gem-grade Pokeblocks. The shiny Wingull swore she had never tasted anything so exquisite. Compared to this, the fish she usually worked so hard to catch were a far cry, like heaven and earth. Before long, yet another food-loving Pokemon from humble beginnings had fallen prey to Sato's culinary bribes, and judging by her behavior, she seemed on the verge of becoming one of his most loyal allies. All right, Wingull. I get it. Don't worry, I won't drive you away, Sato said with a twitch of his lips as the shiny Wingull clung to his leg with her wings, looking at him pitifully. Wing. Hearing Sato's reassuring response, the shiny Wingull eagerly chirped and quickly returned to her food bowl, happily devouring the contents with a blissful expression. To Sato's surprise, the shiny Wingull turned out to be quite the glutton. One standard portion of Pokemon food wasn't enough to satisfy her. After finishing her meal, she gazed longingly at Mudkip, who had claimed 5 food bowls for himself, leaving Mudkip visibly stressed. Naturally, Mudkip wasn't about to share. In a show of unmatched determination, he devoured the remaining 3 bowls of food at an astonishing speed, leaving the shiny Wingull stunned. In the end, Sato had no choice but to give her another portion of premium water-type Pokemon food, further earning her gratitude and affection. After breakfast, Sato turned his attention to an important task. Taking out a vial of blue dye, he called the shiny Wingull over to him. The value of a shiny Pokemon couldn't be overstated. Even a shiny Caterpie could fetch a staggering price on the black market, let alone one with such potential. To avoid any unnecessary trouble, Sato needed to use a bit of trickery to conceal her identity. In truth, the shiny Wingull was nearly identical to a normal Wingull, except for some parts of her feathers that differed in color. Sato only needed to dye those distinct feathers to make her indistinguishable from a regular Wingull. The shiny Wingull was all too happy to comply. Her unique feather coloration had always been a source of distress, leading to rejection by her own kind. When Sato offered to make her feathers look like those of a normal Wingull, she eagerly agreed. With her cooperation, it didn't take long for Sato to carefully apply the waterproof blue dye to the greenish feathers on her wings. Now, the shiny Wingull's true identity was perfectly concealed. As long as Sato reapplied the dye periodically, she would appear to everyone else as an ordinary Wingull. Sato and his Pokemon had breakfast and handled the matter of concealing the shiny Wingull. By the time everything was sorted, it was past 7 a.m. and the 5th round of the tournament was imminent. At 7:21 a.m., Sato arrived at the competition venue. By this stage, only 13 contestants remained in the St. Louis Pokemon Tournament, with just 3 rounds left to determine the champion. Naturally, as the tournament entered its final phase, the crowd was even larger than the previous day. The venue was packed with people, a sea of heads, and a cacophony of voices. As one of the remaining contestants in the 5th round, Sato's entrance immediately drew attention, and many spectators recognized him. Some, having become his fans, began cheering loudly. However, compared to the support Sato received, his opponent for the day, Miko, had an overwhelmingly larger fan base. This wasn't surprising. Not only was Miko a skilled trainer, but she was also stunningly beautiful. At around 20 years old, she was one of the only 2 female trainers left in the competition. Her youthful charm captivated many male spectators. When Miko entered the arena, it was as though a celebrity had arrived. The waves of cheers and applause for her filled the entire venue, drowning out the earlier reception for Sato. The difference was night and day. Looks like today's opponent is quite popular. Seems I'm playing the villain this time, Sato remarked with a faint smile as he watched Miko make her way through the throngs of fans. Standing calmly on the battlefield platform, his expression remained neutral as he silently waited for his opponent. Before long, Miko also ascended the platform and stood opposite Sato. The referee, who had been waiting in the wings, appeared on the large screen and immediately initiated the match by spinning the battlefield roulette. A few seconds later, the roulette stopped, displaying the results. Water Field, with Miko as the first to release her Pokemon. Just as the intel that woman gave me suggested, this guy has incredible composure. Even under so many watchful eyes, his expression hasn't changed. You've got this, Miko. You can't lose this match, otherwise, the boss will punish you again, Miko thought, frowning briefly as she looked at Sato's calm demeanor. Recalling the detailed information she had received the previous night, her confidence grew, and her frown disappeared. Sidra, prepare for battle. Once the ordinary battlefield transformed into the water field, the referee gave the signal to start the match. Miko immediately released her first Pokémon, one she had prepared in anticipation of drawing the water field. In a flash of white light, a well-developed Sidra emerged from the Pokeball, landing gracefully in the expansive water area of the battlefield. The Sidra stood nearly 1.5 meters tall, its fierce eyes reflecting its aggressive personality. Its elongated snout stretched forward, and its back was lined with numerous sharp spines, both long and short. The tips of these spines shimmered with a deep purple hue, giving the impression that the Sidra bore a pair of wings. As soon as Sidra appeared, a subtle blue glint flickered in Sato's eyes. Activating his systems analysis, he quickly assessed Sidra's stats. Pokémon, Sidra. Level, 33. Type, Water. Ability, Poison Point. Gender, Male. Known moves, Water Gun, Bubble, Smokescreen, Leer, Twister, Bubble Beam, Focus Energy, Brine, Outrage, Egg Move, Dragon Pulse, Tutor, Ice Beam, TM, Protect, TM, Waterfall, TM. Impressive. This Sidra actually inherited Outrage, a signature Dragon-type move. Its parents must be remarkable, likely high-level Dragon Pokémon. Yet another Pokémon with exceptional talent. Once it evolves into Kingdra, its strength will skyrocket, Sato thought, staring at Sidra's stats. He couldn't help but envy Miko upon seeing Outrage listed among its inherited moves. Without a doubt, this Sidra carried noble dragon blood, likely purebred. Its potential was limitless. Come on out, Golbat. I'll leave this match to you, Sato declared. After briefly formulating his strategy, Sato confidently sent out his Golbat. The Pokémon emerged from its Pokeball, flapping its broad wings with powerful intensity. As usual, it created a gust of wind as a warm-up, stirring excitement among the audience. Some spectators, witnessing Golbat in battle for the first time, let out screams of astonishment. Among them was Miko, dressed in a flowing white dress. Her startled reaction, accompanied by the sound of her fans swallowing nervously, made her supporters cheer even louder. Teach him a lesson, Sidra. Use Water Gun, Miko commanded. The referee had just signaled the start of the battle when a flustered Miko, cheeks flushed with anger, directed Sidra to attack. Sensing its trainer's frustration, Sidra, with its already surly demeanor, grew even more aggressive. From its long snout, it fired water gun blasts at rapid speed, each like a bullet cutting through the air. Golbat, baffled by Miko and Sidra's sudden hostility, nevertheless reacted swiftly. Its eyes glowed a faint green, and 3 small white whirlwinds appeared in front of it in a triangular formation, serving as a barrier. Though Sidra's water gun was fast, its power was limited. The projectiles were neutralized by Golbat's defensive whirlwinds, none managing to reach their target. As Sidra's barrage ended, Golbat flapped its wings powerfully again. The 3 smaller whirlwinds merged into a massive one, nearly 4 meters tall, driven by a gale akin to a Category 9 windstorm. The towering whirlwind surged downward, aiming directly at Sidra with a ferocious intensity. Faced with the large white whirlwind, Sidra hesitated to confront it head-on and quickly dove underwater to evade. When the whirlwind struck the water's surface, it absorbed large volumes of water, transforming into a swirling waterspout. However, Sidra managed to navigate the churning water with remarkable agility, avoiding being caught. The waterspout, laden with water, became increasingly unstable. Within moments, it began to collapse. Now's our chance. Use Waterfall through the waterspout. Seeing the waterspout destabilize, Miko's expression sharpened. Her tone was calm and calculated as she commanded Sidra to strike. The moment her words left her lips, Sidra, under the astonished gaze of the crowd, burst from the water. Its body was enveloped in a torrent of water as it surged up the collapsing waterspout, climbing to its peak in an instant. At the same time, an icy blue beam fired from Sidra's elongated snout, hurtling toward Golbat, who was hovering just 5 meters away. Sidra's combination of waterfall and ice beam was executed seamlessly, catching Golbat off guard. The short distance between them made it nearly impossible for Golbat to evade in time. Use Tailwind for defense. Stay calm, Sato instructed, his tone steady. Hearing this, the momentary panic in Golbat's eyes vanished, replaced by a calm determination. Its eyes glowed green once more as it summoned a white whirlwind in front of it for protection. Unfortunately, the whirlwind was hastily conjured, and despite Golbat's best efforts, its size was insufficient. Sidra's ice beam was already closing in. Due to the waterspout, the air was saturated with moisture, and the spinning white whirlwind contained large amounts of water vapor. As soon as the icy blue beam from Sidra's snout struck the whirlwind, it froze instantly, creating an ice sculpture resembling a funnel suspended in midair. The sudden appearance of the ice sculpture provided Golbat with a solid shield. Sidra's subsequent ice beam strikes merely thickened the icy surface of the sculpture without reaching Golbat hidden behind it. To think he could adapt so quickly, using the environment's changes to help Golbat escape danger. His improvisational skills are incredible, Miko thought in awe, her earlier confidence shaken. She had exploited Golbat's inability to sustain the waterspout, directing Sidra to combine waterfall and ice beam to catch it off guard. Yet, in a blink, Sato turned the situation around with composure and quick thinking. The fleeting opportunity was gone. With Sidra's attack thwarted, the collapsing waterspout crumbled entirely, dragging down the funnel-shaped ice sculpture along with it. At this moment, Golbat's aerial advantage over Sidra, who was now falling helplessly, became apparent. Air Cutter, six-fold combination, Sato commanded, seizing the opportunity to counter. Upon hearing the order, Golbat's wings gathered dense, white energy. It flapped its broad wings sharply, releasing a massive blade of air toward the falling Sidra. Battle experience truly accelerated a Pokémon's growth. Through continuous matches and its rising level, Golbat's mastery over Air Cutter had become almost flawless, achieving an exceptionally high level of control. Now, in the heat of battle, Golbat felt confident it could unleash a massive Air Cutter in one go. With this newfound confidence, it successfully executed the move, feeling a mix of relief and pride. The white blade of air, swift as lightning and brimming with momentum, targeted Sidra with pinpoint accuracy. In the air with no surface to push off from, Sidra had no chance to dodge. Counter it with Hydro Pump. In this critical moment, Miko stepped in, her voice calm but commanding, as she addressed the now fearful Sidra. Sidra, overwhelmed and panicked, clung to its trainer's command like a lifeline. A massive jet of water shot from its mouth, hurtling toward the incoming air blade. Sidra's Hydro Pump collided with Golbat's Air Cutter in a spectacular clash. Despite its immense power and broad area of attack, the massive air blade was swiftly split in two by the high-pressure water jet. Of course, the obstruction caused by the Hydro Pump inevitably slowed the air blade's advance. At the same time, the recoil from the Hydro Pump propelled Sidra further away from the attack. In the end, Sidra successfully evaded the Air Cutter and safely returned to the water. So Hydro Pump can be used like this. Impressive. But you still can't escape Golbat's pursuit, Sato remarked, a trace of admiration in his eyes as he watched Miko's clever strategy. Still, a sly smile formed on his lips as he devised a nasty countermeasure. Golbat, use supersonic on the water's surface. Force it out. Not giving Sidra any chance to recover, Sato ordered Golbat to press the attack immediately. Golbat responded by unleashing concentric sound waves from its enormous mouth, visibly rippling through the air before striking the water. Since water is an excellent conductor of sound, Sidra had no chance to evade the supersonic while submerged. The disorienting waves overwhelmed it, turning its vicious eyes bloodshot as it succumbed to confusion. Sidra, in its confused state, began madly ramming itself against one of the pool's walls as though holding a grudge against it. The wall soon developed a cracked indentation, while Sidra itself sustained significant injuries from the relentless impact. "Snap out of it, Sidra. The enemy's coming for you," Miko shouted desperately, trying to rouse her dazed Pokémon. But her cries were futile as Sidra continued its assault on the wall, oblivious to her commands. "Use Whirlwind Shield to pull it out of the water, then finish it off with Air Cutter," Sato instructed coldly, showing no mercy. Golbat created a rapidly spinning white whirlwind with a sharp flap of its wings. When the vortex touched the water, it transformed into a waterspout, immediately pulling the still confused Sidra into its spiraling current. With Sidra now trapped in the waterspout, Golbat abruptly ceased its control, causing the waterspout to collapse. The disoriented Sidra was flung into the open air, completely exposed. At that moment, Sidra, its eyes still glowing red, instinctively turned toward Golbat and unleashed an ice beam. The sudden attack struck one of Golbat's wings, catching it off guard. Screech! Golbat let out a sharp cry of pain, but it retaliated swiftly. Channeling its frustration, Golbat released an even larger air cutter than before. The massive blade of air slashed downward with devastating force, striking the unresponsive Sidra head-on. With a loud boom, Sidra was sent crashing back into the water, creating a towering splash. When Sidra finally resurfaced, it was unconscious, floating lifelessly on the water. The intense battle between the two was over. Sidra had fainted and could no longer fight. "Come back, Sidra. You did well." Miko's demeanor showed no signs of disappointment over Sidra's defeat. She glanced at Golbat, whose wings appeared stiff and labored as it panted heavily, then calmly retrieved Sidra into its pokeball. Last night, Miko had obtained detailed information from a plain-dressed female trainer. This data included in-depth records of all the Pokémon in Sato's team, down to the smallest detail. She knew that Golbat was the strongest Pokémon in Sato's lineup, while Sidra ranked only 4th among her own Pokémon. The reason she had sent Sidra out was due to its ability to battle effectively in a water terrain and its access to moves that counter Golbat. Miko had already anticipated Sidra's defeat. However, what left her slightly frustrated was that under her command, Sidra had failed to cause any significant damage to Golbat, narrowly avoiding an outright overwhelming defeat. Ironically, in its confused state, Sidra had managed to land a super-effective ice beam against Golbat at the last moment. Ice-type moves deal double damage to flying types, and that ice beam must have inflicted severe damage on Golbat. Now, one of Golbat's wings showed visible signs of frostbite, and it had already expended a considerable amount of energy. In the upcoming battles, Golbat's combat effectiveness would undoubtedly diminish significantly, making it much easier to defeat. In Miko's mind, Golbat was now practically a spent force, akin to a Pokémon unable to continue fighting. In her view, she had traded one of her weaker Pokémon to cripple her opponent's strongest, an exchange she considered highly favorable. Moreover, with the detailed information she had received about Sato's other Pokémon, Miko was now thoroughly prepared. She knew exactly how to deal with each member of Sato's team. As the saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself, and you will emerge victorious in every battle. Miko was brimming with confidence for the rest of this match, firmly believing that she would be the ultimate victor. "Skarmory, it's your turn. Get ready to fight." Miko wasted no time in deciding her next move. She took out an Ultra Ball, pressed the button, and released the Pokémon inside. In the next moment, a beam of white light shot out from the Ultra Ball and materialized in midair. A large metallic bird, much larger than Golbat, appeared before everyone's eyes. Skarmory spread its wings, which spanned nearly 3 meters, and its entire body was clad in gleaming silver armor, exuding a sense of unparalleled strength and majesty. Its piercing, sharp eyes gleamed with a resolute brilliance as it gazed proudly at Golbat. The moment Skarmory appeared, Sato's expression shifted subtly but quickly returned to normal. Using his system's scanning capabilities, he discreetly examined Skarmory's stats, and his expression darkened slightly as he read the details. Pokémon, Skarmory. Level 34. Type Flying/Steel. Ability Keen Eye. Gender Female. Known moves Leer, Peck, Sand Attack, Metal Claw, Air Cutter, Fury Attack, Feint, Swift, Spikes, Agility, Steel Wing, Drill Peck, Egg Move, Protect, TM, Double Team, TM. This is going to be troublesome. She actually sent out Skarmory, and at such a high level. It's clearly well trained. Looking at Skarmory's data, Sato felt a tinge of helplessness. From a type perspective, Skarmory had a significant advantage over Golbat. Furthermore, with its sturdy steel armor and larger size, it was clear that Golbat couldn't compete in raw power. If Golbat were in peak condition, it might have been able to leverage its speed advantage to outmaneuver Skarmory. Moreover, it still had a hidden ace, hidden power, electric type, that could potentially catch Skarmory off guard and deal heavy damage, possibly even knocking it out. Unfortunately, Golbat had been hit unexpectedly by Seadra's Ice Beam, leaving it significantly injured. One of its wings was now impaired, and its speed advantage was likely gone. Competing with Skarmory in aerial combat was now nearly impossible. As for his other main Pokémon, Bellossom, Sato couldn't rely on it in this situation. Bellossom had yet to master its hidden power, Rock type, leaving it ill-equipped to deal with the Flying-type Pokémon that dominated the skies. His remaining 2 Pokémon capable of battling gave Sato a headache. This match was revealing the glaring weakness of his insufficient roster depth. The current battlefield was water-based. Sending out Growlithe, a fire type, would be as good as handing his opponent a win. Without mastery of Flamethrower, Growlithe posed little threat to the airborne Skarmory. That left Nidoran, who at least had Thunderbolt, a fast and powerful electric-type move, making it a serious threat to flying types like Skarmory. The only issue was Nidoran's level. It was only level 19. Asking it to overcome a 15-level gap and defeat a level 34 Skarmory was almost impossible. The difference in stats and raw power was simply too vast. Even so, Sato had no choice but to press forward. He needed to conserve Golbat and Bellossom's strength for the later rounds if he wanted any chance of winning this 5th-round match. Letting them battle against an unfavorable type matchup would be foolish. Take a rest, Golbat. You did great. Nidoran, you're up. After a brief moment of thought, Sato decided on his plan. He recalled Golbat and then solemnly released Nidoran from its Pokeball. Even though he knew that his level 19 Nidoran stood little chance against a level 34 Skarmory, Sato had no other options. A beam of white light shot out from the blue Pokeball in his hand, landing on a circular floating platform on the water battlefield. As the light dissipated, a robust Nidoran appeared, causing the platform to sink slightly under its weight. The water battlefield was dotted with numerous white floating platforms, all loosely connected. Non-water-type Pokémon relied on these platforms to fight in this terrain. Haha, just as the intel suggested. His main Pokémon are only Golbat and Bellossom. Nidoran and Growlithe are secondary, with Nidoran being the weakest. Since this is a water battlefield, there's no way he'd send out his fire-type Growlithe, so he's forced to use Nidoran with its electric-type move. This match is already in the bag. Seeing Sato withdraw Golbat and send out the weakest Nidoran, Miko's face lit up with a triumphant smile. She silently reveled in her apparent advantage. Her opponent seemed to be at his wit's end, while she still had her trump cards untouched. This psychological edge made Miko even more confident and delighted. How could a level 19 Nidoran possibly defeat a level 34 Skarmory? This question churned through Sato's mind, sparking ideas. The key lay in narrowing the immense 15-level gap as much as possible. After careful consideration, Sato's gaze fixed on the deep waters of the battlefield. The water, the floating platforms. These could be useful, Sato muttered, a plan forming in his mind as he studied the vast pool that made up the arena. At the referee's signal, the battle began. For now, Skarmory, dominating the skies, didn't rush in for a close-range assault. Following Miko's command, it unleashed Air Cutter at the diminutive Nidoran below. Though Skarmory wasn't as skilled with Air Cutter as Golbat, its proficiency was somewhere between novice and intermediate. However, the sheer number of air blades it produced was impressive. With a sudden sweep of its steel wings, coated in flying-type energy, over 20 air blades hurtled downward, targeting a 10-meter radius around Nidoran. The broad attack area left little room for the smaller Pokémon to evade. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp sound of slicing air filled the arena as the air blades rained down. Faced with the aerial assault, Nidoran remained unfazed. Its small eyes gleamed with determination, and its large ears twitched upright. Without even waiting for Sato's command, it used double kick to leap away from its current platform. Bounding quickly across the floating platforms, Nidoran's ears twitched repeatedly, allowing it to anticipate and dodge the incoming air blades. When evasion wasn't possible, its eyes lit up with a blue glow, causing the blades to briefly pause midair, granting it just enough time to escape unscathed. Skarmory, frustrated that its attacks had been completely evaded by an opponent of much lower level, flapped its wings furiously, launching another barrage of air cutter. The sky was soon filled with a relentless downpour of air blades. However, many missed their mark due to poor accuracy. Nidoran took advantage of the openings, moving deftly within the confined area and even using countermoves to neutralize some of the attacks, defusing the situation yet again. Unwilling to admit defeat, Skarmory redoubled its efforts, continuing to launch wave after wave of air cutter, as if determined to prove it could land a hit. Dive into the water and take cover behind the platforms. At this point, Sato, who had been observing quietly, finally gave an order to the panting Nidoran. Hearing this, Nidoran's eyes lit up with understanding. Without hesitation, it leapt into the water with a splash, submerging itself beneath the platform it had previously been standing on. These platforms, designed for the water battlefield, were far from ordinary. They were incredibly sturdy, crafted to withstand considerable force. After all, if they were easily destroyed by water-type Pokémon, it would be nearly impossible for non-aquatic Pokémon to battle effectively in such an arena. As Skarmory's air cutter struck the floating platforms, they left only shallow marks. Full destruction was still a long way off. Skarmory, stop wasting time and finish it with Drill Peck. Seeing that Skarmory's probing attacks had all been evaded, and that Nidoran now had a method to hide, Miko's once confident expression stiffened. She immediately ordered Skarmory to switch to an aggressive close-range attack. Miko was experienced. She knew that while Nidoran was significantly weaker than Skarmory, relying solely on ranged attacks to wear it down was inefficient and a waste of energy. Skarmory's heavy armor wasn't light. Maintaining flight alone required significant stamina, let alone executing continuous attacks from the air. Nidoran had demonstrated excellent evasive abilities and cleverly used the floating platforms as shields. Even if Skarmory managed to deplete Nidoran's stamina with its long-range attacks and defeat it unscathed, Skarmory's energy reserves would be significantly drained in the process. Sato still had Golbat and one more Pokémon waiting in reserve. If Skarmory exhausted itself too much, it could be vulnerable to Golbat, who would have had time to recover some stamina. Although the saying goes, a lion uses its full strength even against a rabbit, Miko had no desire to engage in such a losing trade-off. Thus, Miko was determined to have Skarmory finish the battle swiftly, even at some cost, to conserve its stamina and combat readiness for the upcoming battles against Sato's other Pokémon. Hearing her command, Skarmory's eyes flashed with determination, and it transformed into a spinning silver top, diving from the sky like a whirling blade. Surrounding the silver top was a swirling wind, adding to its sharp, ferocious momentum. As Skarmory descended, spinning toward the water battlefield, the area where Nidoran was submerged began to churn. The powerful spiral airflow created a small whirlpool, trapping Nidoran at its center. Realizing the danger, Nidoran quickly climbed back onto the floating platform. The platform, now stuck at the whirlpool's center, was buffeted by intense winds. The force from Skarmory's spinning assault even caused Nidoran's skin to sting. It was clear Miko aimed to finish Nidoran with a single decisive strike. Use double kick and confusion to jump out of the whirlpool. Don't try to resist directly. Sato quickly saw through Miko's intentions and ordered Nidoran to dive into the water to escape. Nidoran followed Sato's command without hesitation. A white glow emanated from its feet as it leapt forward, attempting to escape the whirlpool's range. Just as it was about to leave the danger zone, its eyes glowed blue, and a psychic aura enveloped it, allowing it to propel itself further with confusion. Don't let it get away. Go after it. Miko, noticing the attempt to escape, smirked with disdain and shouted her command. Hearing her, Skarmory twisted its spinning body midair, redirecting its drill peck to pursue the airborne Nidoran. Counter with your strongest Thunderbolt. Sato was shocked by the revelation that Miko had trained Skarmory's drill peck to the point it could change direction mid-attack. Knowing Nidoran had no way to evade, he had no choice but to command a direct counterattack. In an instant, a golden electric current surged from Nidoran's horn, striking the spinning silver Skarmory. However, Skarmory seemed unfazed by the attack and continued its relentless charge. The spinning silver top struck Nidoran with full force, sending it flying. A moment later, a loud splash echoed as Nidoran hit the water hard, creating a massive wave. When Nidoran resurfaced, it was evident that it had lost the ability to battle. In the end, the level gap was just too much, Sato thought with some regret as he watched Nidoran being defeated by Skarmory. However, when he turned his gaze to Skarmory still hovering above, his previously grave expression softened. Nidoran's final attack hadn't been in vain. High above, faint arcs of electricity coursed through Skarmory's body. Suddenly, its movement stiffened, and the steel bird plummeted from the sky. With a loud splash, Skarmory's body stiffened, paralyzed by sudden electric sparks, and its heavy frame plummeted from the sky, crashing into the water and sending up a towering wave. It seems Nidoran's Thunderbolt triggered its additional effect. Not bad at all, Sato remarked, his eyes lighting up as a small smile crept onto his face. Inside, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Note: at this stage, Nidoran's ability is still Hustle, not Sheer Force. Sheer Force is only available after evolving into its final form, Nidoking. Come back, Nidoran. You did exceptionally well. Your efforts won't go to waste. Leave the rest of the battle to your teammates, Sato said as he recalled the fainted Nidoran into its Pokeball. His expression returned to a calm, stoic demeanor as he looked across the battlefield at Miko, whose face had turned ashen with frustration. This is infuriating. How could this happen? Such bad luck. The additional effect of Thunderbolt actually activated. What now? With Skarmory paralyzed, its speed is drastically reduced, and all the effort I've put in so far has been wasted, Miko fumed, her anger evident as panic began to creep in. She understood the implications all too well. Now that Skarmory was paralyzed, the advantage she had painstakingly built up was gone. Even though Golbat's wings were still recovering from frostbite, the paralyzed Skarmory would struggle to match its speed. Worse still, there was always the risk of another paralysis-induced mishap, making it almost impossible for Skarmory to fight effectively. Come on out, Golbat. It's time to show your strength once again, Sato called out as he sent Golbat back onto the battlefield. Having rested for some time, Golbat's frostbitten wings were much improved, and its stamina had partially recovered. On the other side, Skarmory, having taken a plunge into the water, flapped its wings furiously as it emerged, soaked and seething with frustration. Its drenched feathers weighed it down as it struggled to ascend into the air. However, from the way it coughed intermittently while flying, it was clear Skarmory had swallowed a significant amount of water. Its current state was visibly sluggish and far from its peak performance. Meanwhile, in a private room elsewhere, Mary and a tall, burly blonde man sat on a large sofa, watching a live feed of the battle on a massive screen. Behind them stood 7 individuals, each dressed in distinct attire. Among the group were Heiji Kuroya and the female trainer who had previously ambushed Sato. The group was focused on the screen, which displayed the ongoing Pokémon battle between Miko and Sato. Ha ha. Mary, your subordinate's luck is terrible. Skarmory got paralyzed. If she loses this one too, All your people will be eliminated, the blonde man, Hector, said, laughing boisterously as he shot a smug look at Mary. Don't be so quick to judge, Hector. Miko's full strength hasn't been revealed yet, Mary replied coolly. Instead of mocking me, you should worry more about your prized pupil, Shuji Ikeda. Look at his opponent, that trainer Anna. Her strategy is entirely tailored to counter him. If he loses too, we might not have a single representative left in the finals. The blonde man, Hector, was met with a sharp glare and a sarcastic retort from Mary, clearly displeased by his comment. On the screen, next to the image of Sato's battle against Miko, another split-screen view displayed a match between Anna and an incredibly ordinary-looking man with a buzz cut. As always, Anna exuded an air of composure, calmly orchestrating her Pokémon's attacks without a trace of arrogance or panic. Each move she directed seemed to lead her opponent by the nose, forcing them to constantly react and struggle to keep up. However, the buzz-cut man, identified as Shuji Ikeda, remained entirely unfazed. His poker face betrayed no emotion, and his calm, steady eyes revealed not even the slightest ripple of tension. He spoke rarely, but each command he gave was timed impeccably, allowing his Pokémon to narrowly evade the traps Anna had so meticulously set. At this point, Anna's level 35 Venusaur had cornered Ikeda's level 35 Ursaring, leaving it in a dire situation. Yet, thanks to Ursaring's quick feet ability and its strategic use of the rocky terrain for evasive maneuvers, coupled with Ikeda's flawlessly timed directions, Ursaring managed to remain as slippery as an eel, much to Anna's growing frustration. This Anna is indeed a talented trainer, Hector said with a dismissive smirk. Gathering data to study her opponents gives her an edge, but data can be deceptive, especially against someone like him, who excels at improvisation and thrives on unpredictability. Watch closely, she'll soon lose, and it won't be pretty. True to his words, Ikeda's hidden strategy was finally unveiled. The Ursaring that had been engaging Venusaur in a back-and-forth was, in fact, a substitute. Somehow, the real Ursaring had used Dig to sneak behind a massive boulder and come up directly behind Venusaur. With a devastating combination of Fire Punch and Ice Punch, Ursaring unleashed a fiery and icy barrage that left Venusaur collapsing to the ground in defeat. Venusaur's fall caught Anna completely off guard. From that moment onward, her meticulously crafted strategy began to unravel, like a machine with a critical component broken, until it finally fell apart entirely. In the end, Anna lost, and not just lost, but suffered a humiliating defeat, with her entire team swept by Ikeda's Ursaring in a 1-on-3 battle. Meanwhile, Sato's battle against Miko had reached its final stages. Skarmory, still paralyzed, could no longer compete with Golbat in terms of speed. In the ensuing aerial battle, Golbat maintained a dominant position throughout. In this match, Sato finally unleashed Golbat's hidden ace, Hidden Power, Electric type, a move specifically prepared to counter Skarmory. Combined with the occasional paralysis-induced interruptions, Golbat managed to take down Skarmory with virtually no damage. Forced into a corner, Miko reluctantly sent out her final ace. Roar! An ear-splitting roar shook the entire arena. A fearsome dragon cloaked in blue scales, exuding a menacing aura, appeared in the water arena. Seeing the Pokémon Miko released as her final contender, several spectators with weaker nerves at the edges of the battlefield let out terrified screams and shrank back in fear. Yes, the Pokémon Miko sent out was none other than Gyarados, the infamous water-type Pokémon. Having recently endured an attack from a school of Gyarados, many ordinary passengers were still deeply traumatized and filled with dread at the sight of one. Miko's Gyarados clearly possessed the Intimidate ability, and the collective fear among the crowd only amplified its effects. For most of the ordinary spectators, the oppressive aura from Gyarados completely snuffed out any thoughts of resistance, leaving them paralyzed with fear. Of course, such intimidation had no effect on Sato, a trainer who had personally captured a Gyarados before. Similarly, Golbat, who had already defeated several Gyarados in the past, remained entirely unfazed. Towering over the battlefield, Gyarados' enormous frame made Golbat seem tiny by comparison. Its blue-scaled body gleamed with an oily sheen, exuding an air of incredible toughness. With its upper body rising above the water, Gyarados fixed its ferocious gaze on the airborne Golbat, its menacing aura strong enough to make even the bravest shudder. Interesting. To have earned the approval of a Gyarados, such a notoriously aggressive Pokémon, that does take some skill, Sato thought to himself, his expression calm despite the appearance of the fearsome Pokémon. Using his system scanning ability, he quickly reviewed Gyarados' stats. Pokémon, Gyarados. Level, 36. Type, Water/Flying. Ability, Intimidate. Gender, Male. Known moves, Bite, Thrash, Leer, Twister, Ice Fang, Aqua Tail, Scary Face, Dragon Rage, Hydro Pump, Tutor, Protect, TM, Hyper Beam, TM, Thunderbolt, TM, Ice Beam, TM, Flamethrower, TM. So this Gyarados is her ace Pokémon. What a bold investment, Sato mused, his expression darkening. The joy he'd felt moments earlier from Golbat's victory over Skarmory was now replaced by a deep sense of unease. Wild Gyarados were already terrifying creatures. However, they often lost control due to their uncontrollable rage, making them susceptible to strategic takedowns by skilled trainers. But once a Gyarados is captured and trained, its potential grows exponentially. With careful nurturing, technical machines TMs, and the use of specialized Pokémon items, a trained Gyarados becomes a force to be reckoned with. More importantly, when a Gyarados truly bonds with its trainer, its rage can be suppressed, unlocking its full potential. Some trainers with deep bonds can even dispel the innate anger within Gyarados entirely, granting it a clear and focused mind. The Gyarados before them clearly had a strong bond with Miko. It was likely that she had raised it from its days as a Magikarp, painstakingly training it until it evolved into the fearsome beast it was now. Indeed, this was the truth. Miko, a trainer from humble beginnings, had no starter Pokémon given to her. Her first Pokémon had been a Magikarp she caught herself. Through her relentless efforts and unwavering dedication, that Magikarp eventually leaped the Dragon's Gate and evolved into Gyarados, the fruit of her determination. A true fisherwoman trainer. Due to the deep bond between Miko and her Gyarados, even after Magikarp evolved and its temperament drastically changed, it continued to recognize Miko as its trusted trainer and regarded her as family. Gyarados followed her commands without hesitation. Although the referee's legs were trembling with fear, he maintained his professional demeanor. Unlike most of the audience, who had retreated in terror, he steadied his nerves and announced the battle's start. Gyarados, finish it. Use Thunderbolt. No sooner had the referee's declaration ended than Miko's voice turned cold. She immediately ordered Gyarados to unleash a powerful attack. At her command, Gyarados' eyes flashed menacingly, and a lightning bolt as thick as a water barrel erupted from the three horns atop its head, hurtling at Golbat in midair with blinding speed. Golbat, already battered from its battles with Seadra and Skarmory, was visibly fatigued, its body riddled with injuries. Even though Gyarados' base special attack stat wasn't particularly high, a super-effective Thunderbolt would surely spell defeat. Protect. Put some distance between you two. Sato commanded, his voice calm but urgent. Encased in a shimmering green energy shield from Protect, Golbat successfully blocked the powerful attack. It then flapped its wings weakly, retreating to a safer distance. With just a single move, Gyarados had forced Golbat into full retreat. You're not getting away. Use Ice Beam. Seeing Golbat's struggling escape, Miko smirked slightly and ordered Gyarados to press the attack. As the thunder faded, a freezing blue beam erupted from Gyarados' gaping maw, the surrounding temperature plummeting instantly. The ice beam Gyarados unleashed was far more potent than the one Seadra had used earlier. Dodge it. Use hidden power. Sato countered quickly. Compared to Thunderbolt, the speed of Ice Beam was slower. Golbat, with every ounce of its remaining strength, beat its wings furiously and managed to evade the freezing attack. In response, a yellow energy orb began forming in front of Golbat's mouth. With precision, The orb shot toward Gyarados. Mid-flight, the energy ball exploded into a flurry of glowing electric orbs, raining down toward Gyarados like a scattered volley of sparks. Take it down. Thunderbolt again. Ignoring the incoming electric energy from hidden power, Miko commanded Gyarados to strike with another thunderbolt. Although Golbat's hidden power, electric type, had the advantage of a 4 times effectiveness against Gyarados, its damage was only enough to make the massive Pokémon flinch slightly. It was still far from incapacitating. With a powerful roar, Gyarados unleashed another massive bolt of lightning from its horns, moving at lightning speed. This time, Golbat, exhausted and without access to another protect, was too slow to dodge. The devastating thunderbolt struck Golbat squarely, enveloping it in a brilliant flash of electricity. Moments later, as the electricity faded, the charred and battered Golbat plummeted from the sky, landing unconscious on the water's surface. Thank you for your hard work, Golbat. Sato's gaze softened as he looked at Golbat, now unable to battle. He calmly retrieved it into its pokeball and raised his head, meeting the intimidating gaze of Gyarados, who was now glaring down at him. Roar! Gyarados let out a triumphant roar, its voice reverberating through the battlefield. An overwhelming pressure bore down on Sato, unlike anything he had faced before. With Golbat defeated, Sato now stood in the same position as Miko, down to his final Pokémon. However, his opponent was a Gyarados that not only had a tactical mind, but also the support of an experienced trainer, making the battle situation extremely dire. I'm counting on you, Bellissime. The final fight of this match is in your hands. Despite Gyarados' intimidating roar and oppressive presence, Sato remained composed. His expression briefly hardened as he retrieved a Pokeball from his belt, pressing the button to release Bellissime. In the next instant, Bellissime appeared gracefully on a floating platform within the water arena. True to her nature, she began to dance as soon as she appeared, entirely unperturbed by the overwhelming intimidation radiating from Gyarados. Gyarados' intimidate was so overwhelming that, aside from a few spectators, most of the audience had retreated to watch from a distance, unable to bear the suffocating pressure that seemed to weigh on their hearts. With the referee's signal, the final battle began. Gyarados, use Flamethrower. Miko chose to seize the offensive, wasting no time in ordering a powerful attack as soon as the referee spoke. From the earlier clash with Golbat, it was evident that Gyarados excelled at executing moves like Thunderbolt and Ice Beam, showcasing extensive and rigorous training. Now, its execution of Flamethrower was no different. A massive flame burst forth from Gyarados' jaws. Though a water-type Pokémon, Gyarados unleashed the fire-type move with seamless precision and no apparent awkwardness. The roaring flames surged forward, instantly raising the temperature of the battlefield. Bellissime, now the target of the attack, wasted no time. Without waiting for Sato's command, she gracefully dove into the water, avoiding the flames entirely. Meanwhile, a vibrant green energy orb began forming rapidly between her hands beneath the water's surface. As the flames died out, a hissing sound filled the arena as white steam billowed up in large clouds. Though Gyarados' flamethrower was powerful, it wasn't enough to significantly impact the water-dominated battlefield. Aside from evaporating a small portion of the water, the move achieved little. Bellissime, safely submerged, emerged unharmed after the attack ended. With the energy orb fully charged in her hands, she leapt gracefully from the water, hurling the glowing green energy ball toward Gyarados. The energy ball, about the size of a soccer ball, appeared small compared to Gyarados' massive frame. However, its concentrated grass-type energy radiated powerful waves that neither Miko nor Gyarados dared underestimate. Bellisime's aim was precise, and with its speed combined with Gyarados' enormous size, the attack left little room for evasion. Counter it with Ice Beam. Miko refused to sit idly by. Unable to dodge, she commanded Gyarados to meet the incoming attack head-on with a powerful Ice-type move. At her command, Gyarados unleashed a massive icy blue beam, which collided directly with Bellisime's energy ball in midair. What happened next stunned the majority of the audience. The energy ball, packed with overwhelming grass-type energy, effortlessly broke through Gyarados' ice beam and struck the Pokémon squarely. A loud explosion resounded through the battlefield. The moment the energy ball struck Gyarados, it detonated into a powerful burst of energy. The sheer force of the explosion pushed Gyarados' massive body back several meters. The part of Gyarados' body that came into contact with the explosion showed severe damage, with its blue scales cracked and some even falling off. Impressive. This Bellossom can compress grass-type energy to the level of creating energy waves. While Gyarados' ice beam may look powerful, it's mostly about energy output. In terms of density and quality, Gyarados' ice beam can't hold a candle to Bellossom's energy ball, Hector remarked, visibly surprised as he watched the broadcast showing Gyarados being pushed back by the energy ball in Mary's room. Mary, standing nearby, remained silent, but the light-hearted expression on her face darkened considerably. A sense of unease began spreading through her heart. I must have underestimated Bellossom's strength. Ever since she obtained the miracle seed, her growth has been remarkable. Her mastery over grass-type energy has undoubtedly taken another leap forward, Sato thought, his earlier gloom vanishing as he watched Bellossom land a decisive blow. Let's keep up the pressure, Bellossom. Use Energy Ball again. Sato commanded without hesitation, determined to capitalize on the opportunity. Upon hearing the command, Bellossom's graceful dancing stopped abruptly. A vibrant green energy ball began forming rapidly in front of her, growing to the size of 2 basketballs in less than a second. However, in the following instant, the ball compressed to the size of a soccer ball, its energy becoming more concentrated. For the first time, everyone could clearly observe the formation process of Bellossom's energy ball, their expressions growing increasingly serious. Miko, in particular, was visibly alarmed. With a sharp whoosh, Bellossom unleashed the energy ball, accompanied by a piercing sound as it tore through the air. Dive underwater and wait for an opportunity to use Ice Fang on Bellossom. Miko, unwilling to take any chances, ordered Gyarados to dive into the water to avoid the attack and utilize the water arena's terrain to its advantage. This time, Gyarados didn't need Miko's urging. Having already suffered once, it had developed a cautious respect for Bellossom. Fully focused, it dove underwater even before the energy ball reached its vicinity, successfully avoiding the attack. Boom! Another explosion resounded as the energy ball struck the water, sending a massive wave surging into the air. Bellossom, scatter poison powder into the water. Force it to surface. Sato's eyes gleamed with insight, recalling a match where a Lileep and Tentacruel had used a similar tactic. He quickly issued the command to Bellossom. Gyarados, get out of the water now. Don't absorb any of it. Miko's face turned pale the moment she heard Sato's instruction. She frantically yelled at Gyarados, who was rapidly closing in on Bellossom's position underwater. But it was already too late. As soon as Sato's command was given, Bellossom released a large cloud of purple powder from the vibrant flowers on her head. The powder dispersed into the water, creating a ripple of contamination that spread rapidly, much like ink diffusing in water. The surrounding water surface turned a deep purple. Before Gyarados could surface, small purple specks began to appear all over its body, the telltale sign of poisoning. The poison powder dispersed rapidly in the water, spreading its toxins. Gyarados' reaction was just a step too slow, and it was now poisoned. The symptoms would only worsen over time. With a loud splash, the Gyarados, now covered in purple spots, burst out of the water, sending waves surging around it. Its expression revealed significant discomfort, and its body was twitching unnaturally. Use Ice Fang. Seeing Gyarados in this state, Miko realized it had been poisoned. Given that it was still in the toxic water, its condition would deteriorate further. Determined to make use of what strength Gyarados had left, she immediately ordered an aggressive attack. Normally, Gyarados wouldn't have been poisoned so easily, even in toxic water, especially if it had avoided drinking the water or sustaining too many wounds. After all, Magikarp, even in heavily polluted industrial waters, are known for their remarkable resistance to toxins. As its evolved form, Gyarados naturally possessed an even greater resistance to poison. However, Gyarados had inadvertently ingested the poisoned water, and with its body already wounded, its poison resistance had been significantly weakened. As a result, poisoning was inevitable. Despite its poisoned state, Gyarados' fierce nature ensured its combat effectiveness remained formidable. Upon hearing Miko's command, it exhaled freezing air from its jaws and lunged at Bellossom like a ravenous dragon, aiming to deliver a powerful ice fang. The water arena greatly restricted Bellossom's mobility on land. Confronted with Gyarados' aggressive attack, Bellossom's expression turned serious. "Don't be afraid. Counter with Leaf Blade." Sato was well aware of Bellossom's disadvantage in the water arena. Faced with Gyarados' brute force, the only option was to confront it head-on. At his command, Bellossom swiftly drew 2 long leaves from her leafy skirt. As soon as she gripped them, a verdant green glow enveloped the leaves, sharpening them into sword-like blades. With the leaf blades in hand, Bellossom's demeanor shifted subtly, and her movements became more urgent. Her graceful dance morphed into a fast-paced waltz, transforming the blades into a spinning whirlwind of slashing edges. Unlike the special moves Gyarados had used earlier, Ice Fang was a physical attack. Combined with Gyarados' impressive physical attack stats and immense size, it posed a terrifying threat. Finally, Gyarados' Ice Fang clashed with Bellossom's Leaf Blade. Relying on her agile movements, Bellossom dodged Gyarados' frontal assault, but she couldn't entirely evade the attack. The Ice Fang grazed her, inflicting minor damage. In return, Bellossom's dual leaf blades unleashed a flurry of strikes on Gyarados, cutting through its blue-scaled armor and leaving deep, menacing wounds. As Gyarados plunged its freezing head back into the water, icy waves erupted, instantly freezing into sheets of ice. A thin layer of ice began forming across the water's surface. However, just as Sato and Bellossom thought the assault was over, Gyarados' exposed tail suddenly became enveloped in a swirling current. With lightning speed, it delivered a devastating aqua tail, striking Bellossom, still wielding her dual leaf blades squarely. Boom! Bellossom was caught off guard by the sudden attack and was sent flying into the water, creating a massive splash. Well done! Don't let her get back onto land. Finish her on the water's surface. Miko's face lit up with triumph as Gyarados' hidden aqua tail landed successfully. She immediately commanded Gyarados to press the attack and keep Bellossom in the water. This combination of Ice Fang as an overt move and aqua tail as a hidden trump card was the result of Miko's meticulous training. Now, in this critical moment, the synergy between these moves was fully realized, showcasing their deadly effectiveness. Quickly surface and head to the nearest platform. Seeing Bellossom fall into the water, Sato's expression finally betrayed a hint of panic as he hurriedly instructed Bellossom to get back on land. In the water, the battle capabilities of water-type Pokémon increase exponentially. While Bellossom was decent in water, she was no match for Gyarados, the tyrant of aquatic battles. Thanks to her plant-based body, Bellossom was lightweight and had significant buoyancy. Swiftly moving her arms, she propelled herself toward the surface. However, just as she was about to break the surface, a massive, menacing head emerged in her path. Gyarados was preparing to unleash Thrash against her. Gyarados' current choice of moves was quite limited. Using Thunderbolt in water would be suicidal, while Ice Beam and Ice Fang would freeze the water and hinder his movements. As for Flamethrower, it was out of the question entirely. After deliberation, Gyarados resorted to his favorite move, Thrash, recklessly charging at Bellossom. At that moment, Bellossom's eyes sparkled with determination. Quickly crossing her arms in front of her, she began forming a verdant energy ball. Since evasion was impossible, she had no choice but to counter directly. The opportunity presented itself, and she wasn't going to waste it. The energy ball took form rapidly. Before Gyarados could close in with his bite, Bellossom fired it off. This time, instead of compressing the energy for a single shot, she chose to launch a series of successive attacks. Aimed directly at the massive, gaping mouth of the oncoming Gyarados, the energy balls shot forward. In the next moment, A deafening explosion echoed as a huge splash erupted from the water. Garridos' massive body surfaced, letting out a roar of pain. The energy ball had detonated inside his mouth, not only interrupting his thrash, but also inflicting significant damage. Simultaneously, Bellissum broke through the water's surface. Between her hands, another energy ball rapidly formed, but this time it was tightly compressed, radiating intense energy waves. Without hesitation, Bellissum seized the moment of vulnerability and launched the compressed energy ball at Garridos. The resulting explosion sent Garridos reeling a short distance through the air. Due to the polluted water, neither Sato nor Miko could see much of what had transpired underwater. As the two Pokémon re-emerged, their states became clear, eliciting mixed emotions from the trainers. How could this happen? Miko's face turned pale, her expression filled with disbelief as she saw Garridos, a water-type powerhouse, forced out of the water by Bellissum. It's time to end this. Bellissum, use Leaf Storm. Sato was amazed by Bellissum's outstanding performance, but remained calm. Seeing that the poisoned and battered Garridos was at its limit, he commanded Bellissum to unleash her finishing move. In the next moment, Bellissum radiated a blinding green light as countless glowing leaves materialized around her. These leaves formed a raging leaf storm, which she sent hurtling toward the severely weakened Garridos. Don't give up. Counter with Ice Beam. Miko shouted at the injured Garridos, urging him to fight back. True to his fierce nature, Garridos, despite his worsening injuries and poison taking a toll, mustered his remaining strength. He raised his head and unleashed a thick, icy blue ice beam from his mouth. However, Bellissum's leaf storm was overwhelmingly powerful. The weakened ice beam was no match, and the verdant tempest tore through it, slamming into Garridos with full force. In the end, with an anguished roar of defiance, Garridos' massive, battered body slowly collapsed into the water, sending up a small splash as it fell. Garridos is unable to battle. The winner is Sato and his Bellissum. With the referee's announcement, the victor of the 5th round was finally determined. After 3 grueling Pokémon battles, Sato emerged victorious in this match. Phew, that was tough. This is only the 5th round, and I've already pushed myself to the limit. There are still 3 more rounds before the finals. With my current strength, I might only make it into the top 7. The competition is fierce, Sato thought to himself. Though he was naturally pleased with his victory, his heart grew heavy at the thought of the increasingly challenging battles ahead, which quickly dampened his joy. Sato returned Bellissum to her Pokeball and left the arena. Since his match was the last of the 5th round, he needed to restore his Pokémon to peak condition before the 6th round began. In Mary's room. Mary, you lost the bet. When the mission succeeds, I want 60% of the credit. I've got 3 people advancing to the top 7. With their strength, at least one of them will make it to the finals, Hector said, his tone laced with mockery as he looked at Mary, whose expression was sour. What a bunch of useless trash, Mary retorted sharply, glaring at Hector. She then stood up and stormed into her bedroom. Moments after she slammed the door shut, the sound of objects shattering could be faintly heard. Miko's defeat meant that all of Mary's team members were eliminated from this Pokémon tournament. These were people she had personally trained, and their collective failure reflected poorly on her. The humiliation of losing to Hector stung deeply. That guy's made Mary furious. On top of injuring my arm earlier, I'm definitely not going to go easy on him during the mission later, said a blonde-haired girl standing behind the sofa, her expression dark as she glared at the image of Sato on the screen. In truth, Mary's team was already at a numerical disadvantage compared to Hector's. Additionally, bad luck in the 4th round pitted one of Mary's people against someone from Hector's group. By the 5th round, only Miko remained. No doubt about it, the guy who beat me is strong. Too bad his victory ends here, Heiji Kuroya said calmly as he stood next to the blonde girl, watching the screen display the results. It showed the matchup for the 6th round. Sato's opponent would be none other than Shuji Ikeda, who had previously defeated Anna. Sato also saw the sixth-round matchups displayed on the large screen, informing him of his next opponent. Mr. Sato, your Pokémon have fully recovered. Good luck in your next match, Eileen said with a smile as she handed Sato 3 Pokeballs. For Eileen, Sato's performance in making it into the top 7 out of 100 competitors spoke volumes about his skill. She deeply respected strong trainers, especially Sato, who was also skilled as a Pokémon medic. To her, he was an inspiring role model. Thank you, Eileen. I appreciate your kind words. Making it to the 5th round has already taken everything I have. The 6th round will undoubtedly be another tough battle, Sato said with a smile as he secured the Pokeballs back onto his belt. In the 5th round, Golbat and Nidoran had sustained severe injuries, and even Bellossom had taken a heavy toll during the fight against Gyarados. If Sato had to rely solely on Bellossom to heal the others, the 6th round would have been out of the question. Thankfully, with Eileen's Chansey assisting, all 3 Pokémon were now in peak condition. As for his upcoming match, Sato couldn't help but feel uneasy. The reason? Anna, a formidable rival in his eyes, had been defeated and by none other than his next opponent, Shuji Ikeda. The opponent's terrifying achievement of using a single Ursaring to sweep all 3 of Anna's Pokémon weighed heavily on Sato's mind. Interestingly, after being decisively defeated, Anna had seemingly vanished from the venue without a trace. Sato had hoped to gather some intel on his opponent through her, but she was nowhere to be found. Due to time constraints, the 6th round began after only a 30-minute break. Sato and Shuji Ikeda stepped onto Arena 1, and with the referee's signal, the battle commenced. This match did not last long, just under 23 minutes, and for the first time in the tournament, Sato tasted the bitterness of defeat. Shuji Ikeda had clearly identified Sato's weaknesses, and his level 38 Charizard utterly crushed Sato's hopes of victory. Against Charizard, Sato's 2 main Pokémon stood no chance. In terms of speed and physical strength, Golbat was outclassed. As for Bellossom, the fire and flying type Charizard was her absolute counter, rendering her techniques ineffective. Charizard was nothing less than Bellossom's natural nemesis. During the battle, Charizard's flames burned away all of Sato's chances of victory. I lost, and it was a crushing defeat at that. It's clear now I need to train a capable water-type Pokémon as soon as possible. Otherwise, if I face another Charizard, the outcome will always be the same, Sato thought, staring at the energetic Charizard still soaring in the sky. Though he felt unwilling to accept the result, the fact of his defeat couldn't be denied. Sato recalled the fainted Bellossom into her Pokeball and quietly stepped off the platform. What a pity. If you had a strong water or electric-type Pokémon, this match wouldn't have been decided so easily. Your weakness to fire and flying types was obvious. Sending out a fire and flying type Pokémon like Charizard against you? You were bound to lose. Oh, by the way, I'm the one who told him about your weakness. So, technically, it's my victory too, a poorly dressed female trainer sneered at Sato as he descended the platform. Her face showed a smug, gloating expression, as though she had personally defeated him. Thanks for the free advice. I look forward to the day we battle, Sato replied calmly, not even bothering to turn to look. He didn't feel the need to, he already knew the voice belonged to Anna. Her obsession with seeing him defeated left Sato somewhat speechless. Without further acknowledgement, he walked past the crowd toward Eileen's temporary medical room. Sato had a gut feeling. The battles on the ship were far from over. He needed to be fully prepared for whatever came next. Mr. Sato, who do you think will win the championship? The remaining 4 trainers are also strong, Eileen asked curiously, her eyes glued to the large screen in the temporary medical room. The St. Louis Pokémon Tournament had reached the semi-finals. Most people had gone to watch the battles live at the edge of the arena. The temporary medical room, now devoid of patients, was left with only Sato and Eileen, both Pokémon medical trainers, while the other auxiliary staff had joined the spectators. Eileen had wanted to watch the battles live too, but her deep-seated sense of responsibility as a Pokémon medical trainer stopped her. She couldn't bear the thought of someone needing medical attention while she was away. What surprised her, however, was that Sato, one of the top 7 trainers, had also chosen to stay behind and watch the matches on the screen. Though she wasn't sure if he shared her sense of duty, Eileen was delighted by his choice and innocently categorized Sato as a responsible person in her mind. "I'm not too sure," Sato replied, glancing briefly at the young woman beside him. "The skill levels among them are pretty close. The one who can best utilize their Pokémon's strengths will likely emerge as the champion." The 4 remaining semifinalists included Shuji Ikeda, Mike, Jiro Miyamoto, and Shu Yamato, all young trainers. Among them, Sato believed Shuji Ikeda to be the strongest. So far, Ikeda had revealed 4 Pokémon: Ursaring, Charizard, Vaporeon, and Sneasel. All of them were at level 35, with Charizard standing out at level 38. However, if the trainers were ranked purely by their Pokémon's levels, Shuji Ikeda would only place second. Mike, a Western trainer, had a level 40 Blastoise, the highest level Pokémon among the semi-finalists. Ikeda's real strength lay in his exceptional battle strategies and the meticulous training of his Pokémon. Whether it was Ursaring, Charizard, Vaporeon, or Sneasel, each had been trained to fight in a style tailored to its strengths. Under Ikeda's command, their tactics were dynamic and adaptable. Remarkably, even without direct orders, his Pokémon could make effective combat decisions independently, a testament to Ikeda's rigorous private training. Aside from Ikeda's versatility with multi-type Pokémon, the other 3 semi-finalists each specialized in a single type. Mike focused on water types, showcasing Blastoise, Tentacruel, Quagsire, and Starmie, all at level 35 or above. Jiro Miyamoto specialized in poison types and was, without a doubt, the most cunning and ruthless among the 4. His tactics often revolved around poisoning opponents' Pokémon and using various stalling techniques to force their trainers to surrender. So far, Jiro had revealed Weezing, Arbok, Tentacruel, Beedrill, and Vileplume. While Weezing and Arbok were above level 35, the rest were in the level 30 to 34 range. Lastly, there was Shu Yamato, a psychic-type specialist. Interestingly, Shu was also a rare psychic himself, although his abilities were nowhere near the level of Sabrina, whom Sato had encountered before. However, as a psychic, Shu Yamato had the unique ability to use telepathy to communicate with his Pokémon. This allowed him to command his Pokémon in battle without ever speaking. Shu's silent command style was undoubtedly impressive, giving him a significant advantage. Opponents often struggled to predict his Pokémon's next moves, granting him a tactical edge in battle. The Pokémon Shu Yamato had showcased thus far included Alakazam, Hypno, and Mr. Mime. Among them, Alakazam was the strongest, standing at level 39, while Hypno and Mr. Mime lagged at level 30. Shu's battles had been overwhelmingly one-sided, with Alakazam frequently sweeping through 2 or even 3 of his opponent's Pokémon. Even when using Hypno or Mr. Mime, his opponents found it incredibly challenging to defeat a single one of his Pokémon. Now, however, Shu Yamato, who had cruised through the St. Louis Pokémon tournament with ease, was facing an unprecedented challenge. His opponent in the semifinals was none other than Shuji Ikeda, the competitor Sato considered the strongest. At present, Shu's strongest Pokémon, Alakazam, had already fallen to Ikeda's Sneasel. Mr. Mime was now struggling against Sneasel's cunning attacks, and unless Shu devised a counter-strategy, Mr. Mime's defeat was only a matter of time. In contrast to Shu and Ikeda's one-sided battle, the match between Mike and Jiro Miyamoto had reached an intense stalemate. The 2 trainers were evenly matched, with neither able to gain a definitive upper hand. However, Mike's Tentacruel had an ace up its sleeve, Mystical Veil. This move effectively nullified most of Jiro's poison-inducing tactics, putting him at a significant disadvantage. Unless Jiro could break through Mystical Veil's protection, his most potent weapon, Poison, would remain unusable in the battle. After more than half an hour of fierce combat, Shu Yamato and Shuji Ikeda's match concluded first, shocking the audience. All 3 of Shu's psychic-type Pokémon were defeated by Ikeda's Sneasel in a devastating sweep, handing Shu his most crushing loss yet. Meanwhile, Mike and Jiro's battle raged on for nearly an hour before it finally ended, with Jiro emerging victorious. The turning point came when Jiro sacrificed his Arbok to endure Tentacruel's mystical veil duration. Prepared for this strategy, Jiro's Weezing used Taunt to prevent Tentacruel from recasting Mystical Veil. Finally, Weezing overcame Tentacruel, defeating Mike's most troublesome Pokémon. From there, the tide shifted in Jiro's favor. Mike's remaining 2 Pokémon fell quickly to Jiro's signature poison tactics, leaving him unable to recover. At last, the tournament's 2 strongest contenders were decided, and the final match was about to begin. Just then, the long-silent captain's quarters opened its doors. During the finals, inside the captain's quarters. As always, the captain's quarters were occupied by the old captain alone. True to his recent habits, he was wearing white gloves and meticulously polishing a small stone with a clean cloth. The stone was a deep, vibrant blue, its clarity rivaling the finest sapphires. Occasionally, it emitted faint blue particles of light, giving it an aura of profound mystery. What secrets do you hold? I've been studying you for nearly a week now, and you still won't reveal anything. It pains me to part with you, the captain thought aloud, his face showing a mix of frustration and reluctance as he continued polishing the stone. This blue stone was the critical cargo the captain had been tasked with delivering. He was responsible for transporting it to Team Rocket's secret base in Hoenn's Slayport City. From intelligence gathered within the base, the captain had learned that the blue stone was somehow connected to Hoenn's legendary Pokémon, Kyogre. In fact, this very stone had been seized by the captain himself from Team Aqua during a previous encounter. Unfortunately, due to the number of witnesses at the time, the captain had no chance to claim the stone for himself. As a man who had spent most of his life on the sea, the captain held deep reverence for the sea god, Kyogre. Yet, his reverence was tinged with a measure of ambition. When he discovered the stone's connection to Kyogre, he regretted handing it over to Team Rocket. Oddly enough, the blue stone seemed to lose its extraordinary properties whenever it left the Hoenn region, appearing as nothing more than an ordinary rock. Even Team Rocket's top scientists in Kanto had been unable to make sense of it, despite extensive research. Ultimately, Team Rocket's headquarters decided to send the stone back to their secret base in Hoenn for further study. One thing was certain, the blue stone contained immense water-type energy. However, this energy was as wild and untamable as the ocean itself. Current scientific techniques were incapable of harnessing it effectively. For the captain, regaining possession of the stone felt exhilarating. Over the past several days, he had obsessively studied it, hoping to uncover a secret that might grant him unparalleled power. Of course, if Team Rocket's top scientists couldn't unravel its mysteries, the captain's rudimentary experiments were no better than a child's play. Unsurprisingly, he had achieved nothing. With less than half a day left until they reached Slayport City, the captain began to feel a tinge of disappointment. A task was a task, and he had to deliver the blue stone to Team Rocket's base on time. Failure to do so would result in severe punishment. The blue stone was undeniably precious. If it were lost or stolen, the captain would face dire consequences. The thought of Team Rocket's brutal punishments, like being thrown into the sea to feed Sharpedo, quickly snuffed out his greed. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. Thump, thump, thump. The captain's eyes narrowed. Quickly, he retrieved an unassuming box from a nearby drawer and placed the blue stone inside. After sealing the box, he tucked it securely against his person. The blue stone emitted water-type energy, which caused detectable energy waves. The box had been specially designed by Team Rocket to block these energy waves, ensuring the stone couldn't be easily tracked. Interestingly, the blue stone could not be stored in spatial equipment, even when contained within the box. Thus, the captain had no choice but to keep it on his person. "Come in," the captain called out after hiding the stone. The door opened, and the visitor turned out to be none other than Rhodes, the ship's bosun. The finals of the St. Louis Pokémon Tournament have reached their climax. Will you be attending the award ceremony, Captain? After entering and closing the door, Rhodes respectfully bowed to the old captain before asking in a deferential tone. Of course, I'll be there. Everything's ready, right? We need to catch all the rats in one fell swoop. The old captain nodded as he spoke. The St. Louis Pokemon tournament had been entirely funded by someone else, and as the captain of the ship, he naturally wouldn't pass up the honor of presenting the awards. Humans, after all, chase nothing but fame and fortune. Having spent decades dominating the seas, the captain had long since amassed his wealth. Now, what he desired most was recognition. That's how people are as they age. The need for prestige grows stronger. Yes, Captain. Our people are discreetly guarding the award venue. If those rats try anything, not one of them will escape, Rhodes replied with a smile. The two then left the room, accompanied by a few security sailors, heading straight for the battle arena. By the time they arrived, it was already past 2 p.m., and the match between Shuji Ikeda and Jiro Miyamoto was nearing its conclusion. As expected, Shuji Ikeda displayed his usual dominance. This time, he had sent out a trump card specifically designed to counter Jiro Miyamoto's poison-type Pokémon, a Zangus with the immunity ability. Note: Pokémon with the immunity ability cannot be afflicted by poison or toxic status. Armed with hone claws, razor-sharp slash, and impressive speed, Shuji's level 36 Zangus wreaked havoc, defeating Jiro's Speedrill and Vileplume consecutively. It was only after Zangus ran out of stamina that it was taken down by Jiro's Weezing. However, Jiro's Weezing was his ace Pokémon. Using a well-hidden Thunderbolt, it managed to defeat Shuji's Charizard before finally being taken out by his Ursaring. At last, the champion of this year's St. Louis Pokemon Tournament was crowned. Shuji Ikeda received thunderous applause from the audience. Excellent. Shuji didn't disappoint me, muttered Hector, who was now hidden among the crowd at the battle arena. Lowering his head, he spoke casually into a palm-sized communication device. Listen up, act as soon as the old captain presents the award to Shuji. A second later, a chorus of "Yes, sir," echoed in Hector's earpiece. About 10 minutes later, the third-place match concluded as well, with Shu Yamato claiming third place. With the top 3 trainers of the tournament decided, the award ceremony for the champion, runner-up, and third-place winner officially began. Eileen, I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling that something is about to happen. In case chaos breaks out at any point, don't panic. Just stay here, it's safer, Sato said calmly, sensing a faintly ominous tension in the atmosphere as the old captain prepared to shake Shuji Ikeda's hand. Noticing Mary positioned near the venue's entrance and exit, Sato's expression grew grim. Before Eileen could respond, a deafening boom suddenly rang out. The entire ship shook violently, sending the crowd into a frenzy. A deafening explosion resounded, causing the ship to sway violently. At that moment, the passengers in the battle arena could barely stand, tilting with the ship's movement. The furniture followed suit, sliding and toppling, while fragile items shattered upon hitting the floor, filling the air with a continuous clatter of breaking glass. Screams erupted from the more timid passengers, and chaos swept across the venue. Fortunately, the explosion didn't repeat, and the ship eventually stabilized, but the passengers, gripped by fear, began stampeding toward the exits. The limited size of the exits, coupled with the passengers' panic, turned the evacuation into a nightmare. People pushed and shoved, causing bottlenecks and even trampling in their desperation to escape. Thankfully, the ship's crew and attendants, all trained for emergencies, sprang into action. They worked to restore order, using Pokémon where necessary to calm the terrified crowd. What the hell is going on, Rhodes? The captain's face was a mix of anger and shock as he turned to Rhodes, who looked equally incensed at the chaos unfolding in the award venue. Captain, the engine room has exploded, and the ship is taking on water. It's going to sink. Before Rhodes could answer, a sailor in uniform burst out from a corner, holding a walkie-talkie and shouting in panic. His words sent the crowd into a frenzy. Whatever semblance of order had been restored evaporated instantly as passengers ignored the crew's attempts to calm them and surged toward the exits in sheer desperation. A sinking ship was no trivial matter. If they didn't escape in time, everyone aboard could be doomed to go down with it. How could this happen? How dare they do something so reckless? Have they lost their minds? Standing on the award platform beside the captain, Weigel's face was dark with fury. His hands, adorned with numerous expensive rings, gripped a nearby railing tightly, his knuckles turning white. These lunatic rats. I'll kill every last one of you. Come out, you filthy cowards. If you have a grudge, take it out on me. How dare you harm my ship? I'll destroy you all. The captain, upon hearing the news that his beloved ship was sinking, turned pale as a sheet, his anger blazing like fire. He roared furiously at the crowd below the stage, his voice trembling with rage. The St. Louis was the captain's pride and joy, a vessel that had accompanied him through nearly half of his life. To him, it was like a child. Now, that child was being destroyed, and the realization pushed him to the brink of madness. While the captain was losing himself to anger, Rhodes remained calm and composed. Without hesitation, he summoned a level 45 Feraligatr and a level 43 Reichu, positioning them as guards in front of the captain. At the same time, he directed several security sailors to form a protective barrier around Weigel and the tournament's top-ranking trainers, watching the non-crew members warily. Captain, don't fall for their tricks. This place is no longer safe. Leave the rats to us. And you lot, why are you still standing there? Get the captain out of here immediately. Rhodes quickly restrained the furious captain, who was about to charge into the fray, and spoke to him in a calm and reassuring tone. Strictly speaking, the captain was Rhodes' foster father and had once recognized his talents, offering him guidance and opportunities. Even though Rhodes had now far surpassed the captain in strength, he remained loyal and willingly served under him. You're right, Rhodes. Let's go. We need to head back to the captain's quarters immediately. The captain, a man seasoned by years of sailing through storms and peril, had acted impulsively in his anger. However, Rhodes' words brought him back to his senses, and he quickly regained his composure. Without hesitation, he ordered Rhodes to escort him away. The captain and a group of ship guards were just about to leave the platform through an emergency exit when Mary, Hector, and their accomplices hidden among the crowd made their move. The first to strike were none other than the two award recipients standing alongside the captain on the platform earlier, Shoji Ikeda and Shu Yamato. Shu Yamato's alakazam suddenly materialized and unleashed Psychic, overpowering Feraligatr in an instant. At the same time, Shoji Ikeda's Sneasel delivered a vicious feint attack, knocking Reichu off the platform. With Feraligatr and Reichu neutralized, the two Pokémon immediately turned their attention to the captain. Alakazam's eyes glowed blue as it prepared to use telekinesis to yank the captain from the crowd, while Sneasel unleashed Icy Wind to keep the ship guards and their Pokémon at bay. You've gone too far. Reichu, use Thunderbolt. Feraligatr, Hydro Pump. Rhodes, his eyes filled with fury, immediately commanded a counterattack. Unfortunately, both Reichu and Feraligatr were already occupied. Mary's level 42 Poliwrath was locked in a brutal clash with Feraligatr, while Hector's level 43 Sceptile intercepted Reichu, preventing either from aiding the captain. In this electrifying moment, everything seemed meticulously planned. Rhodes found himself completely pinned by Mary and Hector, leaving him unable to assist the captain. However, to the attacker's surprise, someone unexpected made a move. Jiro Miyamoto, who had been quietly observing from the side, suddenly sprang into action. A Jengar leaped out from his shadow, launching a shadow ball that struck Alakazam squarely. Boom! Caught completely off guard, Alakazam crumpled under the super-effective attack from the Ghost-type move. Its fragile defenses couldn't withstand the hit, and it collapsed instantly. Meanwhile, an inconspicuous patch of muddy ground near Sneasel swelled unexpectedly. Amuk emerged and engulfed the unprepared Sneasel in one swift motion. Heh heh heh. Lord Rhodes, don't forget what you promised me after all this is over, Jiro Miyamoto said with a sinister grin after neutralizing the immediate threat to the captain. Well, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, Sato thought to himself as he watched the dramatic turn of events unfold from the temporary medical room where he had been hiding. His gaze lingered on the ongoing chaos around him, and a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. These raving lunatics have gone too far. They need to be eradicated, he mused, feeling a growing unease amidst the chaos. Jiro Miyamoto's intervention caught Mary and her team completely off guard. In truth, Rhodes had taken precautions by planting some of his own people among the participants in the St. Louis Pokémon competition. Unfortunately, none of the ship guards Rhodes had sent were skilled enough to make it to the finals. Instead, a wild-card competitor managed to secure a spot, and that competitor was none other than Jiro Miyamoto. Jiro Miyamoto was a Team Rocket member, holding the rank of squad leader. His presence on the St. Louis was purely coincidental, as he was on vacation and had planned a trip to the Hoenn region. When he decided to join the St. Louis Pokémon competition, it was simply for fun and to train his Pokémon. After a series of intense battles, he successfully made it to the finals. At that point, Rhodes, the chief sailor of the St. Louis, approached him. Jiro Miyamoto had already revealed his Team Rocket affiliation to Rhodes while boarding the ship, so Rhodes knew who he was dealing with. To prepare for any unexpected incidents, Rhodes promised Jiro Miyamoto significant rewards, requesting his help in case anything went wrong during the awards ceremony. Now, Rhodes' foresight had paid off. Jiro Miyamoto's hidden role had successfully turned the tide of a dire situation. With Alakazam incapacitated and Sneasel subdued by Mook, Shuji Ikeda and Shu Yamato's ambush was a failure. Their faces turned pale, and they quickly retreated, abandoning their Pokémon temporarily in a desperate attempt to save their own lives. The two of them hastily grabbed Pokeballs from their belts. Jiro Miyamoto, however, was not about to let them escape so easily. With a subtle glance at Gengar and Mook, the two Pokémon understood his intent instantly. Gengar fired another Shadow Ball, while Mook launched a Sludge Bomb at the fleeing trainers without hesitation. Shuji Ikeda and Shu Yamato's quick reactions saved them. Before the attacks landed, they managed to release the Pokémon inside their Pokeballs. Because they hadn't had time to heal their main Pokémon after previous battles, both trainers were forced to rely on less powerful options. Shuji Ikeda sent out an Ursaring, while Shu Yamato released a Mr. Mime. Ursaring, being a normal type, had a significant advantage against Gengar's Shadow Ball. It stepped forward and shielded Shuji Ikeda, successfully blocking the attack. As for Mr. Mime, it deployed its signature technique. Rapidly moving its hands through the air, it erected an invisible barrier that completely nullified Mook's Sludge Bomb. Seeing their ambush fail, Mary and Hector's expressions darkened. Just as they were about to focus on deploying additional Pokémon to deal with the captain, several ship guards emerged from hidden passageways and began surrounding them. The St. Louis was the captain's stronghold, and with their ambush thwarted, Mary and her team now faced the very real danger of being outnumbered. Well done! You filthy rats won't escape today. Take them down on the spot. Having narrowly escaped death, the old captain was seething with rage. He immediately released an aging Poliwrath and barked orders to his crew. Plan B, execute immediately. Hector and Mary exchanged a glance before recalling their Sceptile and Poliwrath back to their sides. Hector then spoke into a communicator in his hand. A series of affirming voices echoed from the small device in Hector's ear. The moment Hector issued his command, and Kadabra emerged from its Pokeball. With a flash of blue light in its eyes, both trainers and their Pokémon vanished alongside it in an instant. Meanwhile, Shuji Ikeda and Shu Yamato had successfully blended into the crowd, recalling their Pokémon amidst the chaos. The ship guards who had emerged from the hidden doors hesitated to act, fearing harm to the passengers. Less than a minute later, the previously quiet explosions resumed, one after another, causing the ship to tremble violently once more. At the same time, as Hector and his team were attempting to ambush the captain, Mary's and Hector's subordinates were ransacking the captain's quarters. Despite turning the room upside down, they found nothing but some valuables. The mission objective remained nowhere in sight. Reporting in, sir. The target isn't in the captain's quarters. It's highly likely to be on the captain himself. The lead subordinate, frustrated by their fruitless search, pulled out a compact communicator and reported the situation. All units regroup on the deck. Those exposed, hide and await further instructions. Those still under cover, blend into the crowd and get close to the old man. The item must be retrieved at all costs. Hector's orders came through clearly, relayed to every operative via their communicators. With the guards emerging from hidden doors, some of the secret passageways leading directly to the deck were revealed to the passengers. The bottleneck at the main entrances quickly dissipated as people spread out toward these newly discovered exits. The guards didn't stop the passengers from using these passages. Sato joined the evacuation, choosing a main exit instead of the cramped hidden doors. With many passengers diverted, the main corridor was surprisingly less crowded. Though the ship continued to shake, Sato smoothly made his way through the passage, aided by his gallbutt, which helped him hover at a low altitude for a faster escape. Damn it. The path ahead is on fire, cough, cough. Sato followed the directional signs, but soon encountered a blockage. A group of people stood in the way, shouting in panic. Due to the multiple explosions, fires had broken out in several areas of the ship, spreading rapidly. The flames had now engulfed the portion of the exit corridor leading to the deck. Any attempt to move forward risked severe burns or suffocation from the thick smoke. Several trainers sent out their water-type Pokémon to extinguish the flames, but the intensity of the fire was too overwhelming for the limited number of Pokémon to handle. It looks like I'll have to take a chance and push through. If the fire spreads further, there'll be no way out. Seeing the stalled crowd ahead, Sato grew anxious. He retrieved the Pokeballs containing his Mudkip and shiny Wingull, preparing for a risky advance. Fortunately, just as the situation seemed dire and Sato was about to force his way through the fire, the old captain and Rhodes arrived with a group of ship guards, appearing like saviors. The arrival of the old captain and his crew immediately lifted the gloom from everyone's hearts. Fully aware of the urgency, the captain and his crew wasted no time, releasing their trusted water-type Pokémon. With the combined efforts of these water types, the raging flames in the corridor were quickly subdued. The crowd followed behind the captain and his crew in an orderly manner, ensuring a safe evacuation. Under the captain's protection, those trapped in the fiery corridor eventually made it to the deck. However, the deck itself was far from safe. Many wooden sections were ablaze. The wood used for the deck had been treated with tung oil to enhance its durability and prevent pest damage. Unfortunately, this treatment made the flames on the deck burn even fiercer than those in the corridors. Passengers who had reached the deck earlier were now trapped in the sea of flames. Many had already collapsed from inhaling excessive smoke. Form teams of 2 and start rescuing people. Rhodes, take a few men and prepare the backup lifeboats. Ensure every passenger is evacuated safely to the sea. Also, all trainers and male passengers must assist in the rescue. Women, children, and the injured are to evacuate immediately. The old captain's commanding presence shone through as he issued orders to his crew and trainers like Sato. As the captain of the St. Louis, his pride and sense of responsibility were unparalleled. Though it was clear the ship was beyond saving, the passengers' safety was non-negotiable. He had to ensure their survival. Failure would mean he could never set foot on the seas again. For now, all thoughts of the mission were cast aside as he focused entirely on the rescue operation. Yes, Captain. Be careful out there. Parker, Locke, stay here and protect the captain. Rhodes responded promptly. Leaving 2 of his most trusted men behind to guard the captain, he led a group of sturdy sailors into the flames to carry out the rescue. In this maritime disaster, the captain had become the group's ultimate hope. His recent actions to lead people out of the inferno had earned him immense respect, and his commands were followed without hesitation. Within seconds, everyone began working in unison. Passengers rescued from the deck's fiery chaos also joined the relief efforts, adding to the momentum. Who would have thought this captain could rise to the occasion so admirably in a crisis? All right, I'll lend you a hand too. Watching the captain's actions, Sato couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Nodding, he joined the rescue efforts without hesitation. Having witnessed the situation, Sato couldn't stand idly by. Helping others in need was something he was genuinely passionate about. Mudkip, Wingull, use water gun to extinguish the flames. Grolive, head into the fire. Signal us if you find anyone. Sato released his Mudkip and Wingull, instructing them to aid in dousing the flames. He also sent his resilient Grolive, whose flash fire ability made it impervious to the heat, into the blaze to search for survivors. To Grolive, the intense heat of the flames was no different from relaxing in a hot spring. Moving effortlessly through the fire, it relied on its keen sense of smell to locate passengers and Pokémon who had passed out from the smoke. Thanks to the combined efforts of Mudkip, Wingull, and Grolive, Sato quickly rescued 6 unconscious or mildly burned passengers and 3 Pokémon from the nearby flames. He then called upon his Bellossom to provide healing, bringing the rescued individuals back to consciousness and treating their burns effectively. The people and Pokémon rescued by Sato were immensely grateful, showering him with thanks. However, given the urgency of the situation, they quickly followed Sato's instructions and joined the main evacuation group. Sato's continuous success in saving lives quickly caught the attention of the other trainers and sailors. Recognizing his exceptional skills, many gathered around him and began following his lead. With the additional help, Sato's rescue efforts became significantly more efficient. A large number of injured passengers were pulled from the blazing fire, though the limited healing capacity of his single Bellossom struggled to keep up. "Mr. Sato, let me help you." At that moment, Eileen appeared, covered in soot, accompanied by her Chansey and a supporting Azumarill. Without wasting any time, she joined Bellossom in treating the unconscious and burn-injured passengers and Pokémon. While Sato and the others focused on rescue operations, Mary and her team moved stealthily through the flames, waiting for the right moment to act. The dispersal of crew members for rescue efforts left only a handful of sailors protecting the old captain. With Rhodes and others sent to prepare lifeboats, the captain's defenses were at their weakest. "Sir, should we act now? The ship's about to sink, and we'll lose our chance if we delay further," said a soot-streaked Shuji Ikeda to Hector respectfully. Hector's expression was grim as he stared at the old captain, who was issuing commands with a megaphone in hand. A trace of conflict flickered across his face. The plan to sabotage the ship had been his idea, but now that it was unfolding, a pang of regret began to weigh on him. Of course, this regret wasn't for the passengers perishing in the flames, it was a fleeting sense of remorse for the chaos he had caused. To the part of Hector that aligned with Team Rocket, the old captain and his crew were nothing but obstacles to be eliminated. Yet the captain's actions gave him pause. "Sigh, we've already earned the ire of everyone here. If we make a move against him now, those trainers involved in the rescue will undoubtedly turn their fury on us. At that point, we'll not only die in disgrace, but also become the villains in everyone's eyes." After a moment of thought, Hector shook his head and voiced his reasoning. As agents of the Night Division, their job was to handle the Alliance's dirty work. If they failed the mission, there would be no support from the Alliance. Instead, the Alliance would disavow all involvement, leaving them to take the fall. After all, as unregistered operatives, they were expendable scapegoats. Hearing Hector's words, the expressions of Ikeda and the other young trainers darkened. A few even looked visibly shaken, confusion clouding their eyes. However, the mission still needs to be completed. That stone connected to Kyogre must not fall into the hands of a criminal organization like Team Rocket. If they succeed in their schemes, countless more lives will be lost. What we're doing is for the greater good. We represent justice, and everything we do is for the sake of the Alliance. Noticing the dip in morale, Hector quickly changed his tone, adopting a fervent expression. His words reignited a fire in the eyes of his subordinates, dispelling their doubts. "Yes," they thought, "we are the righteous ones." As time passed, most of the St. Louis had already sunk into the sea. At this rate, it wouldn't take more than half an hour for the entire ship to vanish beneath the waves. However, despite the ship's gradual sinking, the fire raging on the deck showed no signs of subsiding. On the contrary, the flames grew fiercer with the aid of the wind. "Mr. Sato, let's go." It's been nearly 20 minutes since the fire broke out, and it's only getting worse. Even if there are people still inside, I'm afraid there's no saving them now. The sailors are already urging us to leave. If we don't go soon, they'll depart without us. A young trainer with a soot-covered face said to Sato, who was still searching the blazing inferno for survivors. The trainer glanced nervously at the intensifying flames around them, his expression filled with urgency. Aside from this young trainer, Eileen and 3 other trainers were also assisting Sato. Thanks to the efforts of their water and rock-type Pokémon, the group had managed to stay safe so far. However, after over 10 minutes of rescue operations, both the trainers and their Pokémon were reaching the limits of their stamina. If they continued any longer, their lives would be at serious risk. Hearing the young trainer's words, Eileen and the others turned their attention to Sato. In this rescue mission, Sato had undoubtedly contributed the most. His precise commands had led to the rescue of over 50 passengers, earning him great respect among the team. We'll give it a few more moments. If Grolith doesn't find any more survivors, we'll leave, Sato said, nodding in acknowledgement while glancing at the escalating flames around them. His Golbat perched on his shoulder was flapping its wings lightly. Using Golbat's echolocation and Grolith's strong resistance to fire, Sato had managed to locate numerous survivors. With the help of Bellisum, Eileen, and her Chansey, these survivors had been successfully escorted to safety. By now, most of the nearby survivors trapped in the flames had been rescued. Only those in more remote areas remained unaccounted for, and it was uncertain whether they were still alive. Sato had sent Grolith to check one last time. Eileen and the others nodded silently, refraining from further discussion. They continued instructing their Pokémon to maintain the small safe zone amidst the sea of flames. Before long, Grolith returned from the fire. His dejected expression and the shake of his head told Sato that he hadn't found any more survivors. "Let's go. We've done all we can," Sato said with a heavy sigh, turning to the others, whose expressions mirrored his own somber mood. Eileen and the others were also deeply saddened by Grolith's report. However, hearing Sato's words brought them some solace. They had done everything in their power, and their conscience was clear. Guided by Golbat and with their Pokémon clearing a path through the fire, Sato and his team finally made their way off the burning deck and boarded a small boat that had been waiting for them. Once everyone was aboard, the sailor manning the boat started the engine, quickly setting them toward the rest of the fleet, which had already moved some distance away. As the massive St. Louis continued its descent, its enormous frame gradually disappeared beneath the waves. Watching the magnificent cruise ship sink completely left Sato and the others with a deep sense of sorrow. It's all because of those weirdos who blew up the ship. If it weren't for them, the St. Louis would still be fine, and everyone would be safe and sound. Eileen fumed angrily, her emotions spilling over as she watched the ship disappear beneath the waves. As a naturally sensitive woman, Eileen couldn't hold back her frustration at the tragedy. Her words resonated with the others, who joined in to express their anger at Mary and the other culprits. Some even vowed that if they ever encountered them, they wouldn't let them off lightly. These people are lunatics, a highly organized and resourceful group of lunatics at that, Sato thought silently as he listened to his companions vent their fury. Just one of them, like that Sato Kaede, could easily take me down. If I want revenge, I'll need to bide my time and grow stronger first. Sato knew all too well that Mary and her group were far beyond what his companions could handle. Going up against them would be a death sentence. In fact, during the rescue operation, Grolith had caught a trace of Mary and her associates. Among them was the very person who had attacked him before, the only one wrapped in bandages. Grolith's incessant barking at her confirmed Sato's suspicions. She was indeed his target. When Sato received this information from Grolith, his first instinct was to memorize his enemy's appearance. As for exacting revenge on the spot, he didn't even consider it. This bombing incident alone demonstrated just how ruthless and cunning Mary and her group were. They would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. If Sato had exposed them then and there, it would have likely cost him his life. Of course, if that particular enemy had been acting alone, Sato might have attempted retaliation. But with Mary and Hector by her side at the time, he had no choice but to endure. Thanks to their speedboat, Sato and his group soon caught up with the main fleet ahead. The dozen or so small boats were packed with people, each wearing a somber expression. Many bowed their heads in silent mourning for the passengers who hadn't made it. Thanks to the efforts of the veteran captain, the rescue operation, and the St. Louis's thorough preparations for emergencies, the casualties in this maritime disaster were kept to a minimum. Over 90% of the passengers had survived. By now, it was past 4 p.m. When the St. Louis exploded, it was already nearing its final destination. The ship had sunk relatively close to the journey's endpoint, Lily Cove City, which wasn't far from Slate Port City. After learning that the St. Louis was going to sink, the captain had immediately sent a distress signal to the nearby Lily Cove City. As a result, by the time Sato and the others caught up with the main fleet, rescue boats from the city were already arriving one after another. Finally, at around 6 p.m., Sato and the other survivors reached the shores of Lily Cove City in the Hoenn region. At the Pokémon Center's entrance, having finished restocking supplies, Sato stood with Eileen and the rest of the rescue team, bidding them farewell. This is where we part ways. Meeting all of you has been an honor. If there's ever anything you need my help with, just contact me. Farewell, everyone, Sato said, exchanging contact information with the group. After shaking hands and exchanging hugs, Sato, accompanied by his Growlithe, set off on a new journey. Lily Cove City is currently the largest port city in the Hoenn region, rivaling Vermilion City in Kanto in terms of prosperity. Locals affectionately refer to it as the place where the land ends and the sea begins. After a turbulent journey aboard the St. Louis, Sato finally set foot on Hoenn soil, fulfilling his long-held wish. The 3-day voyage had been both thrilling and harrowing, and stepping onto solid ground once more gradually eased his apprehension and awe of the sea. After all, Sato had spent most of his life on land, and the ocean was still a foreign and intimidating frontier to him. Setting foot on Hoenn's vast continent for the first time, Sato naturally felt a spark of curiosity to explore this new land. However, he was painfully aware that he was still a pawn in someone else's game. With only 15 days remaining to complete his assigned task, time was not on his side. Upon arriving in Lily Cove City last night, Sato had no leisure to appreciate the local culture or scenery. Aside from immediately bringing his Pokémon to the Pokémon Center for comprehensive treatment, he focused on restocking supplies and getting some much-needed rest. At dawn, after bidding farewell to his companions, Sato set off down the concrete streets. Following directions from passers-by, he quickly found his way to the ticket office at the Lily Cove City port. Despite the early hour, a long line had already formed at the ticket counter. As Hoenn's largest port city, Lily Cove also serves as the region's busiest maritime transit hub, drawing people from all over the world. The daily flow of passengers here is staggering. Recently, Hoenn had just weathered a typhoon season, and maritime transport had only just resumed. This prompted a surge of travelers scrambling to purchase tickets and reach their destinations as quickly as possible. However, with a limited number of transport ships available, the number of tickets sold each day was strictly controlled to prevent overcrowding and potential maritime disasters. Buying a ticket thus became a competition, where quick reflexes and persistence were key. In recent days, the ticket office line would start forming before dawn, with some dedicated scalpers even camping overnight to secure their spots. Thanks to his top 7 finish in the St. Louis Pokémon Tournament, Sato had earned a monetary reward despite not making it to the semifinals. Those who placed in the top 10 but outside the top 3 received their prizes early. As a result, Sato gained a windfall of 200,000 Pokédollars from the contest. Combined with the 300,000 Pokédollars he already had, he entered Lily Cove City with over 500,000 Pokédollars in hand. However, that reward didn't stay in his pocket for long. After purchasing supplies at the local Pokémon store, his newfound wealth quickly dwindled. With his Pokémon thriving and undergoing rigorous training, their appetites had grown significantly. Adding Mudkip and Wingull, two notoriously big eaters, to his team had further increased his daily food expenses. The 200,000 Poke Dollars reward was barely enough to cover food for his 7 Pokémon for a month. If Sato didn't find a way to generate more income in the future, he worried he might not be able to afford caring for his growing team of Pokémon. The stark reality for many ordinary trainers was that they struggled to compete with wealthy trainers due to a lack of resources. The number of Pokémon a trainer could raise was often a telling indicator of their resources and potential. Every powerful trainer stood backed by a formidable roster of Pokémon. If a trainer relied solely on a few frequently used Pokémon, opponents could easily study and devise counters against their strategies. In such cases, defeat would be almost inevitable. Every powerful trainer typically has multiple Pokémon teams at their disposal. Don't assume that a trainer specializing in Rock-type Pokémon only uses Rock types. They might have a powerful Grass-type team hidden up their sleeve. Currently, Sato only has 7 Pokémon. Excluding Ditto, which isn't well suited for battles, he effectively has 6 battlers. While this might seem like a lot to some, compared to veteran trainers who've been at it for years, Sato's Pokémon roster is barely a fraction of theirs. The lack of depth in his team is a significant challenge for Sato. However, for a trainer who's only recently started his journey, this issue is quite common. Solving this problem isn't something that can be achieved overnight. Sato will need at least 2 to 3 years of consistent effort to begin bridging the gap in team depth with seasoned trainers. Fortunately, Sato had woken up early to join the queue for tickets. After nearly an hour of waiting, he successfully purchased a ticket for the last ferry from Lilygove City to Larus City. By the time it was his turn, the ticket he managed to buy was for the final trip of the day, scheduled to depart at 6 p.m. Sato also spent a small amount of money to learn from the ticket seller that, although Larus City is relatively close to Lilygove City, the journey still takes over half a day. This is because the waters surrounding Larus City are filled with hidden reefs and whirlpools. Navigating safely through these hazards requires a winding route, significantly extending the travel time. Initially, Sato had planned to set sail in the morning and arrive in Larus City by evening. However, this plan was no longer feasible. At least I got a ticket. Arriving late isn't a big deal. I definitely need to train a large flying-type Pokémon someday. It would make travel so much easier, Sato thought, looking at the hard-earned ticket in his hand. Although Golbat can carry him for short flights, it's currently incapable of long-distance travel over the sea. Perhaps when it evolves into Crobat, long-haul flights might become possible. Left with no other choice, Sato decided to leave the port and head into the city. Since he couldn't leave Lilygove City right away, he figured he might as well take the time to experience the local culture. Of course, battling trainers from Hoenn was also on Sato's to-do list. After all, a trainer who doesn't enjoy Pokémon battles isn't a true trainer. As it turned out, Sato didn't have to look far. The moment he and Growlithe entered the city, a few local trainers approached him for a battle. Growlithe was primarily native to the Kanto and Johto regions, making it a rare sight in other areas. Coupled with Sato's distinctly Kanto-style appearance, the more experienced local trainers immediately recognized him as someone from another region. Excited by the prospect of a challenge, they couldn't resist testing their skills against him. I'm a Kanto trainer, here to take on challengers from Hoenn. I suppose this isn't exactly invading someone's turf, Sato thought with a slight smile as he looked at the trainers in front of him. He then reached for a Pokeball on his belt, ready to accept the challenge. The first trainer to block Sato's path on the street was a boy about 7 or 8 years old. His skin was tanned, and he was wearing only a pair of camouflage swim trunks, with swim goggles and a bathing cap on his head. He carried a Wingull-themed inflatable swim ring, making him the quintessential swimmer boy. Trailing behind him were 3 other kids around the same age, dressed similarly. They seemed like a group of friends heading to the beach for a swim. Big brother, you must be from another region, right? Your Growlithe looks so strong. Can you battle us with your Pokémon? If one of us wins, will you let your Growlithe play with us? The swimmer boy, AJ, looked at Growlithe with envy. He wanted to pet it, but didn't dare to, so he eagerly asked Sato instead. Indeed, it wasn't Sato himself that attracted attention, but his Growlithe. Having been raised exceptionally well, this Growlithe was not only larger than average, but also had a sleek and shiny coat. Its strikingly handsome and fluffy appearance naturally turned heads wherever it went. Just when I was looking for an opportunity to battle, it drops right into my lap. Seeing their outfits, Sato couldn't help but smile. These swimmer boys had come at the perfect time. His Pokémon could use some practice against these experienced bags. Alright, let's have a Pokémon battle, Sato agreed, nodding with a kind smile. The swimmer boys were thrilled at his agreement. They eagerly led Sato to a nearby clearing marked with a basic Pokémon battle arena. Noticing the commotion, passers-by started gathering. Some, intrigued by the prospect of an early morning Pokémon battle, stopped to watch. Before long, a decent crowd had assembled around the battlefield. I'll go first. Big brother, you'd better be careful. I'm famous in Lily Cove City for my skills. Come on out, Corfish. Excited by the crowd of spectators, AJ's eyes sparkled as he decided to take the lead. Determined to put on a good show, he enthusiastically challenged Sato. In the next moment, a white light shot out from AJ's Pokeball, revealing a fierce-looking Corfish. Interesting. A Corfish with the adaptability ability at level 23, and it even knows Swords Dance. Looks like AJ isn't just your average hobbyist trainer, Sato thought, narrowing his eyes as he activated his system's detection ability to gather details about the opponent's Pokémon. He glanced at AJ with a bit of surprise. Pokémon information. Pokémon, Corfish. Level, 23. Type, Water. Ability, Adaptability, Hidden Ability. Gender, Male. Known moves, Bubble, Vice Grip, Harden, Leer, Bubble Beam, Protect, Double Hit, Knock Off, Aqua Jet, Egg Move, Water Pulse, Tutor, Razor Shell, Tutor, Swords Dance, TM, Brick Break, TM, Scald, TM. Sato's mind began calculating as he analyzed the opponent's capabilities. It was clear this wouldn't be an ordinary battle. Let's do this, Nidoran. Get ready for battle. Though slightly impressed by AJ's capabilities, Sato had no intention of overwhelming him by using Golbat or Bellossom. Instead, he sent out his Nidoran, whose level was similar to that of Corfish, to ensure a fair fight. At the command of a swimmer boy acting as the referee, the battle between Sato and AJ officially began. At that moment, a blonde woman with a striking figure, wearing a white shirt over a swimsuit, arrived at the edge of the battlefield. She was accompanied by several children about the same age as AJ and his friends. The woman's fiery appearance caught the attention of some male spectators, but upon recognizing her identity and the icy glint in her eyes, they quickly averted their gazes and kept a safe distance. Well, you little brats. Skipping your scheduled time and battling Pokémon here instead? Just wait till I deal with you later. With her arms crossed, the blonde woman glared at the four swimmer boys on one side of the battlefield, her pretty face clouded with annoyance. However, she refrained from interrupting the match and quietly observed with the children accompanying her. Corfish, start with Aqua Jet. Take the lead, shouted AJ as soon as the battle commenced. In a flash, Corfish's eyes glinted fiercely, and its body was enveloped in water. Propelled by a powerful surge, it shot toward Nidoran like a torpedo. From the moment it entered the field, Nidoran had kept its eyes locked on Corfish. As Corfish moved, Nidoran's ears perked up and sparks flickered from the horn on its forehead. When Corfish closed within 5 meters, a bolt of electricity surged from Nidoran's horn in an attempt to intercept. To Sato and Nidoran's surprise, Corfish reacted with incredible agility. By shifting the direction of its water propulsion midair, it executed a sharp turn, skillfully evading the thunderbolt. Use confusion to redirect the lightning. Sato's sharp reflexes allowed him to immediately issue a new command upon witnessing Corfish's impressive maneuver. The surprise in Nidoran's eyes quickly gave way to focus. A blue glow emanated from its eyes, and the stray thunderbolt became enveloped in psychic energy. Due to Corfish's abrupt change in trajectory, Its attack had veered slightly off course, now far from Nidoran. However, its water propulsion continued to leave a long trail behind it. With Nidoran's psychic control, the redirected Thunderbolt made an abrupt turn and struck the water trail behind Corphish. Water conducts electricity. In the next instant, Corphish found itself caught in the electric current, its body convulsing as it was zapped. Yet, Corphish's fierce gaze only grew sharper under the electric assault. With a determined cry, it opened its pincers and unleashed a barrage of bubble beam, the bubbles crackling with residual electricity as they flew toward Nidoran. Still recovering from the mental effort of redirecting Thunderbolt, Nidoran couldn't evade in time and was struck head-on by the electrified bubble beam. As the blue bubbles made contact, they detonated in a series of small explosions, sending Nidoran flying backward. A Nidoran that can use confusion, how rare. And AJ's Corphish is as ruthless as ever, not just to others, but to itself too, the blonde woman mused, her expression intrigued. Resting her chin on her hand, she watched the battlefield, now obscured by thick black smoke from the explosions. When the smoke cleared, both Nidoran and Corphish reappeared, neither having fallen. The two Pokémon were locked in close combat. Nidoran's horn glowed with a brilliant purple light and extended several times its usual length. Meanwhile, Corphish held one claw in front of itself, shining with a metallic gleam, while its other claw, encased in swirling water, clashed fiercely against Nidoran's glowing horn. The battlefield turned into a melee as Nidoran fought like a warrior wielding a spear, launching relentless thrusts, while Corphish countered like a knight with a shield and sword. The two Pokémon exchanged furious blows in a dazzling display of skill and determination. Bang! The clash between Nidoran's poison jab and Corphish's crab hammer created a resounding explosion. The resulting shockwave sent both Pokémon flying a short distance backward. From the extent of their injuries, it was clear that Corphish had fared slightly better by using its other hardened pincer to absorb part of the impact from Nidoran's poison jab. Thunderbolt. Bubble Beam. As the two Pokémon were thrown back, Sato and AJ simultaneously issued new commands. In an instant, a golden bolt of lightning shot from the glowing horn on Nidoran's forehead, while Corphish opened its pincers to unleash two streams of bubble beam that merged into one and collided head-on with the Thunderbolt. Despite the type disadvantage, Corphish's bubble beam held its ground against Thunderbolt thanks to its adaptability ability. To the surprise of onlookers, it didn't falter immediately but instead entered into a deadlock with the electric attack. However, type advantages are absolute. In the end, Thunderbolt overwhelmed the bubble beam, and the weakened electricity struck Corphish, leaving its charred body even more battered. Don't give up. While it can't use Thunderbolt for now, use Aqua Jet as propulsion and strike with Crab Hammer. Seeing his Corphish injured and staggering, AJ clenched his teeth and shouted encouragement. Hearing its trainer's words, Corphish's previously dazed expression sharpened. Its eyes gleamed fiercely, and a powerful jet of water erupted from behind it, propelling its battered body toward the equally exhausted and panting Nidoran. As it charged, Corphish's right pincer became enveloped in a shimmering blue aura, forming a water-imbued crab hammer aimed directly at Nidoran. AJ's insight surprised Sato. After unleashing a full-power Thunderbolt, Nidoran indeed needed about a minute to regenerate its electric-type energy, a limitation of non-electric Pokémon using electric-type moves. Interesting. Used Double Kick combined with Poison Jab to counter head-on. Sato initially considered having Nidoran avoid the attack. But seeing the eager gleam in Nidoran's eyes, he quickly changed his mind. As Nidoran grew stronger, Sato had come to understand its preference for direct confrontations. From the moment it had stubbornly insisted on using its horn as the focus for Poison Jab back in Viridian Forest, Sato had recognized this trait. When it came to nurturing Pokémon, the best approach was to align with their instincts. Suppressing their nature would stifle their spirit, effectively ruining them. For Nidoran, Sato knew he had to guide it gradually, not forcefully. Nido. Hearing Sato's command, Nidoran's excitement surged. With a loud cry, Its hind legs glowed white as double kick charged up. At the same time, its horn shone with a brilliant purple light, doubling in length as poison jab activated. With a powerful leap, Nidoran left deep imprints in the ground, transforming into a purple blur as it dashed toward the oncoming Corphish. The crowd watched in anticipation as the two Pokémon collided once more, their respective attacks meeting in a thunderous clash, Corphish's Crabhammer against Nidoran's Poison Jab. Come on, Corphish! Beat them, Corphish! Don't give up, Nidoran! The spectators' cheers filled the air as the intense battle reached its peak. At this point, some of the spectators at the edge of the battlefield began cheering for their favorite Pokémon. Naturally, AJ had the home field advantage. Many people in the audience knew him and his Corphish, so they naturally sided with him. However, as the two Pokémon's attacks once again locked in a stalemate, some knowledgeable spectators believed Corphish's attack was about to be overpowered. How can this be? My Corphish is actually being beaten in a head-on clash. How is this Nidoran's move so powerful? Seeing Corphish's attack start to lose ground after a few seconds of deadlock with Nidoran's Poison Jab, AJ's face showed disbelief. Since obtaining Corphish, he had never seen another Pokémon outmatch it in direct combat. I see now. This Nidoran's ability is likely Hustle. No wonder AJ's Corphish with its adaptability lost the earlier clash. This Nidoran's potential is incredible. The blonde woman watched as Corphish fell back under the overwhelming power of Nidoran's move and was eventually sent flying. A look of realization crossed her eyes, and she gazed at Nidoran with renewed interest. Note: with the Hustle ability and Stab, same type attack bonus, Nidoran's Poison Jab reaches a power of 80 times 1.5 times 1.5 is equal to 180, while Corphish's Crabhammer, boosted by adaptability, achieves a power of 75 times 2 is equal to 150. Note: adaptability increases Stab from 1.5 times to 2 times. Thud. Corphish's body hit the ground heavily, and this time, it was completely knocked out. No matter how much AJ called out to it, Corphish was unable to rise again in this battle. Neato. On the other side, the victorious Nidoran proudly lifted its head and let out an excited cry. Sparks of electricity flickered once more on its horn as it kept a sharp eye on the fallen opponent, ready to unleash Thunderbolt at the slightest movement. Corphish is unable to battle. The winner of this match is Nidoran. Although reluctant, AJ's friend adhered to standard Pokémon battle rules. After silently counting 10 seconds and confirming that Corphish couldn't get back up, he declared the result of the battle. Come back, Corphish. You fought bravely, well done. Hearing the outcome, AJ's face fell, visibly dejected. Still, he put on a brave front, jogging over to Corphish, comforting it with a few kind words before recalling it into its Pokeball. What an excellent battle. AJ, you're already so strong at such a young age. If you keep working hard, you'll undoubtedly become an outstanding trainer. As the victor, Sato approached AJ with Nidoran and Growlithe by his side. Showing sportsmanship, he extended his hand with a kind smile. Growlithe joined in, playfully pinning AJ down and licking his face. Yes, I'll keep working hard. My dream is to become a water-type Pokémon master, just like Master One. Haha, hey, that tickles. AJ's earlier gloom vanished as he stroked Growlithe's fluffy fur, grinning while responding to Sato. Clap, clap, clap. The crowd erupted into applause at the friendly post-match exchange. The battle had been incredibly exciting and thoroughly entertaining for the spectators. Stop bragging. A lazy brat like you, who's always late, thinks he can become a water-type master like Juan? What a joke. At that moment, an angry voice suddenly interrupted. Upon hearing it, AJ, who had been playing with Growlithe, froze and visibly shuddered. As soon as the discordant voice sounded, everyone at the scene turned toward its source. The speaker was a blonde woman who stepped out from the crowd with her arms crossed. The blonde woman had skin as fair as milk, striking sea-blue eyes, and golden straight hair with bangs, adorned with a beautiful starfish-shaped gemstone hair clip. She stood about 170 centimeters tall, and had an incredibly curvaceous figure, with prominent curves accentuated perfectly. She wore a white shirt that covered her sensitive areas, but the fabric was somewhat translucent, creating a hazy allure. This caused many of the young men in the crowd to blush furiously. Unfortunately for them, the roughly 20-year-old blonde woman exuded a cold and commanding aura. Her demeanor was utterly frosty, and her queenly presence radiated confidence. She paid no attention to the admiring gazes from the surrounding men, maintaining an icy expression and offering not the slightest hint of acknowledgement. "Good day, Miss Elsa." As soon as the blonde woman emerged from the crowd, AJ and the 3 other boys in swim trunks hurriedly scrambled to stand in a line before her. In unison, they greeted her, their faces filled with dread, looking as if they were mice in the presence of a cat. The commanding aura of the blonde woman immediately caught Sato's attention. Unlike most of the male crowd, he maintained his composure, observing her with a neutral expression instead of gawking. "Teacher, This woman, Elsa, looks quite a bit like Wallace. Could she be related to him somehow?" Sato's eyes briefly flickered with curiosity as he studied her features. Her resemblance to Wallace, whom he had met in Viridian City, was uncanny. Elsa appeared to be well known in the area. Her presence, along with the reaction of the boys in swim trunks, brought amused expressions to the faces of many locals, who quietly settled in to watch the drama unfold. "So, do any of you have something to say to me? What did I tell you yesterday?" "You've really kept me waiting," Elsa said sternly, her pretty face cold as she addressed the 4 boys. "Miss Elsa, we got lost, and then, on a whim, we ended up battling this big brother with our Pokémon," AJ replied. His small eyes darted around as he immediately put on a pitiful face, trying to explain. Yeah, the roads were so confusing. We got completely turned around," chimed in another boy. "That's right, we got lost," echoed a third. "Exactly, Miss Elsa, we lost our way. That's why we were late," added the fourth. The other 3 swim trunk boys quickly joined in, putting on similarly pitiful faces to corroborate AJ's excuse. They sounded as though their story might actually be true. However, their excuse was laughable. All of them were locals who had lived in the area their whole lives. Claiming they got lost was an absurd lie. Thud, thud, thud. A series of heavy sounds echoed through the air. Seeing that AJ and his friends were lying instead of admitting their mistakes, Elsa's expression turned icy. Without hesitation, she delivered a set of resounding blows to all 4 of them. "Your training sessions will be doubled later as punishment for being late and lying," Elsa declared coolly after reprimanding the swim trunk boys, who were now crouching on the ground, clutching their heads adorned with smoldering bumps. Without sparing Sato a glance, she turned around and left with the children in tow, treating him like he was invisible. AJ and the others, resigned to their fate, had no choice but to follow Elsa. Their faces bore the despondent expression of those who had lost all hope. Elsa's abrupt arrival brought an end to the Pokémon battle between Sato and AJ. Soon, the previously lively battlefield became quiet and deserted. "Hello, my name is Sato Kaede. Could you tell me who that woman, Elsa, is?" Having his match interrupted and being completely ignored didn't sit entirely well with Sato, though he concealed his annoyance. Since he was new to Lilygove City and unfamiliar with the area, he decided not to make a fuss. Instead, he approached an elderly gentleman nearby to inquire politely. As the victor of the battle, Sato had earned the respect of those present. The elderly man turned out to be quite talkative and wasted no time sharing all he knew about Elsa. It turned out that Elsa was the current gym leader of the Lilygove Gym and a water-type Pokémon specialist. Despite her aloof demeanor, she was known to be warm-hearted and often helped the city's residents free of charge, earning her great respect in Lilygove. The Lilygove Gym had been delisted from the Pokémon League a year ago due to failing its gym evaluation. That same year, Elsa's father passed away in a tragic accident. Upon hearing the news, Elsa had rushed back from her travels around the world and was now dedicating herself to restoring the gym's status. The elderly man also mentioned that Elsa had once been a cheerful and lively girl. However, after her father's death, She became the cold and stoic figure she was today. AJ and the other boys were Elsa's disciples, taken under her wing a few months ago. Since it was Friday, it was customary for Elsa to take them to the nearby sea cave for intensive practical training. The sea cave? Sir, could you tell me more about that place? Are there wild Pokémon living there? Hearing the words, practical training, Sato's interest was piqued. His expression shifted as he eagerly questioned the elderly man. Yes, indeed. Many wild water-type Pokémon from the Hoenn region inhabit the sea cave. It's located at the easternmost end of Lily Cove Beach and only becomes accessible during low tide. If you plan to go there, now is a good time. But remember, you must leave before 5 p.m. or the rising tide will completely flood the cave. Speaking of the sea cave, back in my day, The mention of the sea cave seemed to hit a nostalgic nerve for the elderly man, who perked up and began enthusiastically recounting his own adventures in the cave. He regaled Sato with story after story, proudly sharing his many exploits. Here, take this, young man. With this, you won't get lost in the sea cave. You should know, this is a map I created after countless trips into the cave. It's far more accurate than any other map you'll find. Half an hour later, an exasperated Sato finally finished listening to the elderly man's tales. Satisfied with his storytelling, the man pulled out a slightly yellowed map from his pocket and handed it to Sato. Thank you very much, sir. Sato accepted the map with a respectful expression. After expressing his gratitude, he quickly found an excuse to leave before the elderly man could dive into another round of stories. After bidding farewell to the elder, Sato immediately headed toward the sea cave. The location was one of the more renowned spots in Lily Cove City and was thus relatively easy to find. By asking for directions, Sato quickly made his way to the beach where the sea cave was located. It was a little past 8 a.m., and the beach was sparsely populated. However, as Sato approached the sea cave, the number of trainers he encountered steadily increased. According to the elder's account of the place's many glories, the sea cave was a veritable treasure trove. It was home to numerous water-type Pokémon and offered an abundance of resources. For instance, valuable evolutionary stones like water stones were said to be found within. However, due to the heavy harvesting by trainers, water stones were no longer found in the outer areas of the cave. Only the perilous inner regions of the cave held the potential for discovering them. As long as the geographical features of the sea cave remained stable, the location would continue to produce water stones indefinitely, making it a coveted spot. The elder had provided Sato with a map of the sea cave, which revealed its vast expanse and complex, labyrinthine interior. Even with a map, it was easy to get lost. Those who failed to exit by 5 p.m. would face the danger of being submerged as the tide rose. Adding to the difficulty, the wild Pokémon in the cave were particularly aggressive. The deeper one ventured, the more powerful and hostile the Pokémon became. This made the inner areas of the sea cave extremely dangerous. Despite the risks, many trainers perished in the sea cave every year, a number that only continued to grow. The Pokémon League had no way to prohibit trainers from venturing into the cave. After all, the allure of wealth was irresistible. A single water stone could fetch an average of 2 million Pokédollars on the black market. Acquiring 7 or 8 water stones in one trip could turn an ordinary trainer into a millionaire overnight. Thus, countless trainers continued to flock to the sea cave daily. After walking along the beach for about 7 or 8 minutes, Sato spotted a large cavern entrance nestled where the cliff face met the sand. Trainers, their belts adorned with pokeballs, were coming and going from the cavern. This was undoubtedly the entrance to the sea cave. Near the cave's entrance, there was a cluster of small stalls. Most of these were run by Lily Cove City's local residents, selling items like Pokémon medicines and the city's specialty Pokeball, the Lure Ball. In addition to the locals, some stalls were run by trainers, offering various strange items. Most were attractive blue minerals displayed soaking in water. Known locally as blue water stones, these minerals were byproducts of water stones. Unlike real water stones, blue water stones lacked the energy needed to trigger Pokémon evolution, but contained water-type energy. The purer the stone's color, the more energy it contained. According to the elder, high-quality blue water stones were key materials for crafting the rare item Mystic Water. Because of the energy they contained, blue water stones were excellent for aiding Pokémon in practicing water-type moves. They could also be used as makeshift dry ice, releasing energy when shattered to produce artificial rain. However, lower-quality stones lost their energy quickly when removed from water, while high-quality stones retained their energy indefinitely. Most of the blue water stones displayed at the stalls were of mid-quality, with few high-quality ones and none of the coveted top-grade stones. The latter were easy to recognize, boasting a purity rivaling the finest sapphires and emanating a faint blue energy. These were as valuable as water stones, often treated as rare gemstones. Besides selling blue water stones, some stalls offered rental services for Pokémon. However, these rentals were limited to two species, Chinchou and Volbeat/Illumise. The sea cave was dark and damp, necessitating a Pokémon capable of using Flash. Generation 7. Since Flash was a TM move and not readily available to most trainers, many relied on other means, such as Pokémon with natural luminescence. Chinchou and Volbeat/Illumise, which could emit light, were highly sought after by trainers exploring the sea cave. These Pokémon were essentially unlimited light sources as long as they had energy, providing illumination far superior to standard tools. Although the Elder had exaggerated some of his stories, his information about the sea cave proved invaluable. Sato quickly absorbed this wealth of knowledge, which allowed him to approach the cave with greater preparation. Although Sato had his own lighting equipment, he decided to opt for the better choice. Upon reaching the cave entrance, he immediately headed toward the stalls renting Chinchou and Volbeat/Illumise. In truth, these rental services were more akin to sales. With the sheer number of trainers entering the sea cave daily, many in search of water stones, renting Pokémon posed a significant risk. If a trainer met with an accident inside, the rented Pokémon would likely never return. Aware of this, the Pokémon League turned a blind eye to the practice. As long as the transactions were limited to Chinchou and Volbeat/Illumise, they refrained from interference. However, selling other types of Pokémon without proper license or authorization resulted in severe punishment, with undercover League agents monitoring the area daily. This business of renting Chinchou and Volbeat/Illumise had a long history in Lilygove City, fueled by the city's proximity to one of the region's largest wild Pokémon reserves. Over time, it had developed into a subtle yet thriving industry. The Pokémon offered for rental were primarily hatchlings raised through artificial means, ensuring they were docile and easy to command immediately upon purchase. "Hey there, young man. You look like a newcomer. Come, I've got the most obedient Illumise and Chinchou here. Plus, the rental rates are super affordable, 200,000 Pokédollars per Illumise and 240,000 Pokédollars per Chinchou," said a bearded, middle-aged man enthusiastically, pulling Sato over to inspect his selection of Pokémon. "Don't listen to him, young man. He's a scammer who loves to rip off rookies like you. Come to me instead. My Volbeat rentals are just 180,000 Pokédollars, and Chinchou rentals are 220,000 Pokédollars, another vendor interjected. You call that cheap? I'll rent my Illumise and Volbeat for 160,000 Pokédollars, and my Chinchou for 200,000 Pokédollars. Trust me, it's the best deal you'll find," a third vendor chimed in. "Get lost. Your Illumise, Volbeat, and Chinchou look half dead, total rip-offs. Come check out mine, young man. These are freshly caught by me and are plump and healthy," argued yet another vendor. For these stall owners, trainers like Sato, new to exploring the sea cavern, were seen as gold mines. In truth, the Illumise, Volbeat, and Chinchou they rented out were mass-bred and barely leveled, averaging around level 5 or 6. This made their production costs incredibly low. Typically, the cost to raise an Illumise or Volbeat was about 10,000 Pokédollars, while a Chinchou cost 12,000 Pokédollars. Selling or renting them out for 180,000 and 200,000 Pokédollars, respectively, yielded exorbitant profits, more than tenfold their investment. So, if they managed to rent Even one Pokemon, they'd hit the jackpot. Naturally, this type of lucrative business attracted fierce competition, which is why, as soon as the bearded man made his offer, other vendors rushed in to steal the deal. Sato, however, was unfazed. With ample funds and his system's detection function, he was immune to others' attempts to sway him. Without much hesitation, he declined all recommendations and began leisurely inspecting the Illumise, Volbeat, and Chinchou at each stall. In both the games and anime, Illumise, Volbeat, and Chinchou were niche Pokémon, and Sato had little prior knowledge of them. However, he remembered some basic details about the two species. He was slightly interested in Illumise and Volbeat, primarily because of their hidden ability, Prankster. Prankster. This ability gives priority +1 to all status moves. The effects of Prankster were undeniably potent. In team battles, a Pokémon with this ability was a massive threat. Its debuffing status moves could feel like deadly arrows from the shadows, often leaving opponents with no path but defeat. A single Thunder Wave mid-battle could be devastating. However, this ability was Illumise and Volbeat's hidden ability, making it extraordinarily rare, perhaps 1 in 10,000. Sato quickly counted and found only around 200 Illumise/Volbeat across all the stalls. Unless he was exceedingly lucky, finding one with Prankster was nearly impossible. That said, this was just a hope. Even without it, Sato wasn't too concerned. Illumise/Volbeat were simply too niche, with limited potential. In terms of roles, if compared to a champion in League of Legends, it was akin to an early-game hero. As Sato's strength grew, his battles would inevitably become tougher. By then, opponents would likely have Pokémon equipped with moves like Taunt or Safeguard. A Taunt alone would render a Prankster-boosted Illumise or Volbeat almost useless. Note, unfortunately, Illumise/Volbeat cannot learn Taunt, so it lacks effective counterplay options. After inspecting the vendor stalls, Sato confirmed that none of the Illumise or Volbeat had the Prankster ability. Most of them were low-quality Pokémon, and their levels barely reached single digits. On the other hand, he found two Chinchou that seemed promising. One even had the hidden ability Water Absorb. Their details were as follows. Pokémon, Chinchou number 1. Level, 8. Type, Water/Electric. Ability, Volt Absorb. Gender, female. Known moves, Bubble, Supersonic, Thunder Wave, Shock Wave, Egg Move, Whirlpool, Tutor. Pokémon, Chinchou number 2. Level, 7. Type, Water/Electric. Ability, Water Absorb, hidden ability. Gender, female. Moves, Bubble, Supersonic, Thunder Wave, Agility, Egg Move. Based on an elder's description of the sea cavern, Chinchou, with its water/electric typing, was the ideal choice for exploration. In water, Chinchou was practically a dominant force, especially one with the Water Absorb ability, which turned it into a nightmare for water-type Pokémon. Water Absorb. The Pokémon restores 25% of its maximum HP when hit by a water-type move. Weighing the pros and cons, Sato ultimately chose the Chinchou with Water Absorb. His purpose in the sea cavern was to train his Pokémon. Though the Chinchou with Volt Absorb had the excellent move Shock Wave, Sato didn't need Chinchou to battle. This trip was meant for training Nidoran and Mudkip, two Pokémon he planned to make core members of his team. In a place like the sea cavern, teeming with water-type Pokémon, a Water Absorb Chinchou was undoubtedly the better choice. It could serve as a guiding light in the dark caverns, with the added bonus of excellent survivability. Sato could already envision the challenges ahead. In the pitch-black sea cavern, Chinchou, as the main source of light, would inevitably become the prime target for hidden water types. At that moment, its Water Absorb ability would shine, allowing it to thrive no matter how many water moves were hurled its way. This is practically an endlessly reusable guiding lantern, at least within this cavern, Sato thought with a smile, staring at the small Chinchou in the pool before him. After a heated round of bargaining with the vendor, Sato finally rented the Water Absorb Chinchou for 160,000 Poke Dollars. With that, the Chinchou was now entirely his. The Chinchou was very obedient and docile. After Sato offered it a can of premium water-type Pokemon food, it immediately perked up and lit the two lanterns on its body, dispelling part of the darkness in the sea cavern for Sato and his companions. Under Chinchu's glow, Sato proceeded through the sea cavern with Nidoran, Mudkip, and Golbat. They hadn't gone far when a dozen Zubat hanging from the cavern's ceiling angrily attacked them. The sea cavern was damp and dark, attracting Pokemon that thrived in such environments, such as the widely distributed Zubat family. Additionally, because many had perished in the sea cavern over the years, numerous ghost-type Pokemon were born or drawn to the area. Due to the cavern's geographical conditions, the Zubat family residing here would retreat before 5 a.m. each day. Adventurers could even estimate the time by observing the Zubat's behavior. As expected, the light-averse Zubat immediately targeted the Chinchou at the forefront of Sato's party. Frightened, the Chinchou quickly hid behind Sato and the others. The Zubat were low-level, with the highest being level 13. Nidoran, now level 21, unleashed Thunderbolt, instantly taking down most of them. Mudkip followed up with Water Gun, finishing off the remaining few higher-leveled Zubat. The sudden battle ended swiftly. The remaining Zubat, who had initially been eager to attack, froze in place after seeing their companions defeated with ease. Golbat's presence, combined with the intimidating aura briefly exuded by it, left the remaining Zubat trembling, unwilling to provoke such a powerful kin. According to the map given by the old man, the sea cavern had 3 routes. Only the middle route led to the cavern's depths, while the other 2 were dead ends with shorter paths. Sato had come to the sea cavern to train his Pokemon, not to hunt for treasure. Moreover, he needed to reach the harbor by 6 a.m. to catch his ship. After some deliberation, he decided to take the far-left route on the map. The map provided by the old man was detailed, marking the distribution of various Pokemon. The far-left route featured 3 major Pokemon groups. The first was a school of Carvanha. These aggressive Pokemon inhabited the route's first half. They were so territorial that they would leap out of the water to attack any creature nearby, even if it wasn't in the water. Note: Carvanha can be likened to piranhas in the Pokemon world. They are fearsome creatures that evolve into Sharpedo. One reason Sato chose this route was because of the Carvanha school. According to the old man, these Carvanha were an invasive species in the sea cavern. With no natural predators here, the fiercely territorial Carvanha began reproducing uncontrollably, disrupting the cavern's ecosystem. Fortunately, the Pokemon groups in the cavern's deeper sections were strong, and the original residents resisted the Carvanha's presence. As a result, the Carvanha were limited to specific areas in the cavern's first half. From the old man's description, the Carvanha were a scourge of the sea cavern. He hoped Sato could help thin their numbers and curb their proliferation. To protect the ecosystem, the League also periodically dispatched teams to cull these Pokemon, whose reproduction rates rivaled even those of Magikarp. The second major group was a colony of Corphish. These Pokemon were far less aggressive than Carvanha and were the primary force opposing the Carvanha on this route. Covered in sturdy armor, Corphish were unafraid of Carvanha's sharp teeth. Although their numbers were fewer, their individual strength surpassed that of the Carvanha. At the same level, one Corphish could take on 3 Carvanha simultaneously. Additionally, smaller groups of Kingler and Shelter shared territory with the Corphish in the middle section of the route, acting as vassals to the Corphish colony. The third major group was a population of Stereo. Due to the sea cavern's abundance of water stones, many water-type Pokemon requiring these stones for evolution were drawn here, including the Stereo species, typically found in deep-sea habitats. The Stereo inhabited the latter half of the left route, where the terrain dipped and the water deepened. Unlike their deep-sea counterparts, these Stereo preferred clinging to the cavern's damp walls, camouflaging themselves with their natural coloration. Fortunately, the Stereo were not particularly aggressive. However, if reckless adventurers harmed them while searching for water stones, the Stereo would retaliate fiercely. Aside from these 3 major groups, other water-type Pokemon, such as Maril, Quillfish, and Remoraid, were scattered along the left route. Since Sato chose the left route, he encountered far fewer trainers. Most had opted for the middle route, which led to the cavern's depths. As the map indicated, Carvania dominated the first half of the left route. Sato and his team had only just entered the area when 6 ferocious-looking Carvania leaped from the water, their razor-sharp jaws snapping toward them. Carvania's attack stats were formidable, but their defensive and health stats were abysmal, making them fragile. As such, they often relied on ambush tactics to attack creatures near the water's edge. Unfortunately for them, Galbut's radar-like senses rendered their ambush futile. Before Galbut could even warn the group of the impending attack, Nidoran and Mudkip had already struck the 6 Carvania mid-leap. Nidoran's Thunderbolt instantly defeated 4-level, 12 Carvania, while Mudkip used its immense strength and tackle to send the remaining 2 flying like cannonballs. Not bad, Mudkip. That fin on your head is an excellent sensor. You noticed the movement in the water even before Galbut did, Sato said with a slight smile, watching Mudkip playfully interacting with Nidoran. Sato had clearly observed the sequence of events. Even before the Carvania had launched their ambush, Mudkip's fin had twitched and pointed toward their location, allowing it to alert Nidoran in time to counter with Thunderbolt. Through the battles with the Zubat at the entrance and the current battles with the Carvania, Nidoran, whose level was slightly higher than these Pokémon, experienced no noticeable change in level. However, Mudkip, at level 12, showed significant progress. Although most of the enemies were defeated by Nidoran, Mudkip clearly gained some battle experience as well. Mudkip's level had now reached 13, and by Sato's estimation, it wasn't far from level 14. The Carvania living in the first section of Route 1 were exceedingly aggressive. Even after 6 of their companions were defeated, they showed no signs of fear towards Sato and his team. Instead, their ferocity was provoked further. As the 6 Carvania fell, another 6 leaped out of the water. This time, all 6 Carvania were at level 13 and knew the move Aqua Jet. Their surprise attack using this move was far fiercer than the assault from the previous group. Moreover, these 6 Carvania seemed to have singled out Sato, the weaker human, as their target, launching their attacks directly at him. Unfortunately for the Carvania, they picked the wrong fight. Galbut, perched on Sato's shoulder, narrowed its eyes coldly. Its right wing glowed with flying-type energy before it unleashed a powerful gust forward. In an instant, a gale comparable to level 9 winds formed, scattering the attacking Carvania. At that moment, Nidoran's Thunderbolt and Mudkip's water gun struck them squarely. Nidoran's Thunderbolt left the 6 Carvania barely conscious, and Mudkip's water gun finished them off, defeating all 6. This time, the Carvania in the water seemed to have learned their lesson. They no longer leaped out of the water to attack, but instead encircled the natural stone bridge spanning the water. Their crimson eyes locked onto Sato from the other side, waiting for him to cross. They're planning to ambush me once I step onto the bridge. These Carvania are not only fierce, but also quite clever. If they knock me into the water, I'll be stripped to the bone in no time, Sato thought grimly, observing their movements. What a vicious bunch of Pokémon. Since you've decided to mess with me, I won't hold back either. Sato glanced at the 12 defeated Carvania lying on the shore, their bodies oozing blood. A thought struck him, and his eyes turned cold. Pulling out the sharp hunting knife he had used in Viridian Forest, Sato mercilessly slashed each of the 12 Carvania. Against Pokémon that sought his life, he showed no mercy either. The blood of the 12 Carvania pooled on the ground, its scent thick in the air. The blood trickled into the water, dyeing the surface near the shore red. At that moment, the Carvania in the water, which had been lying in wait, reacted as if they had consumed a potent stimulant. Their eyes turned blood red, and they began leaping out of the water. However, their target this time wasn't Sato or his team, but the 12 bleeding Carvania on the shore. Nidoran Thunderbolt. Mudkip, use Mud Slap. Seeing dozens of blood-eyed Carvania leap from the water, Sato retreated with his Pokémon and commanded their counterattack. This time, the number of Carvania was overwhelming, and their levels averaged around 12. Nidoran's Thunderbolt weakened them significantly, but none were knocked out due to the attack's distribution among so many targets. Mudkip opened its mouth, spitting out numerous fist-sized mud balls. These mud-slap attacks landed precisely on the blood-eyed Carvania, covering their heads in a sticky layer of mud. With their vision severely impaired, the Carvania flailed blindly on the ground, unable to mount an effective counterattack. Mud-slap, a ground-type special move with 20 power, has a 100% chance to lower the target's accuracy by 1 stage. Nidoran needed about a minute to recharge Thunderbolt, so Mudkip became the main attacker during that time, continuing to use Mud-slap against the frenzied Carvania. As the mud accumulated, the Carvania were soon covered completely, becoming clumsy mudfish struggling helplessly on dry land. A few Carvania, however, managed to use Aqua Jet cleverly, washing away most of the mud on their bodies with the water they propelled. Still, their numbers were too few. By the time Nidoran's horn began sparking again, it unleashed another thunderbolt, electrocuting all the Carvania on the shore. Some even emitted a faintly charred smell. The battlefield's stench of blood was soon masked by the earthy scent of Mudkip's attacks. The Carvania in the water, sensing the danger, hesitated and calmed down. But Sato, now fully aware of the Carvania's bloodthirsty nature, wasn't about to let them off easily. After allowing Nidoran and Mudkip to rest briefly, he repeated his tactic, slashing the defeated Carvania to draw out more. This time, Sato was more deliberate, drawing blood from only 6 Carvania. The scent attracted 8 blood-eyed Carvania from the water. Through 3 waves of battles, Nidoran and Mudkip's teamwork had noticeably improved. Nidoran, with Thunderbolt, acted as the main attacker, while Mudkip, with Mud-slap, disrupted and hindered the enemy. Together, they swiftly defeated the 8 blood-eyed Carvania. Sato continued using the same strategy, baiting and defeating the Carvania repeatedly over the next 2 hours. The number of fallen Carvania on the shore grew, while fewer and fewer remained near the stone bridge. Through this bloody battle, both Nidoran and Mudkip underwent a transformation. Like seasoned soldiers who had seen war, they shed their naivety, becoming more mature. A palpable aura of subtle killing intent began to radiate from them. Finally, when the last few Carvania retreated, recognizing the danger posed by the creatures on the shore, a white light enveloped Mudkip. The battles with the Carvania had significantly boosted their levels. Nidoran gained 3 levels, reaching level 24. Mudkip, however, experienced explosive growth, jumping to level 18. Now, with the battle against the Carvania over, the long-restrained light of evolution finally began to shine on its body. Sato did not attempt to stop Mudkip's evolution. Compared to Nidoran and Growlithe, Mudkip was much older and had already built a solid foundation. Evolving now after its recent level up was undoubtedly a good thing. As Mudkip's body became enveloped in the white glow of evolution, the light outshone Chinchu's luminescence. For a moment, the surrounding area was as bright as day. Gradually, Mudkip's form began to transform within the evolution light. Finally, the previously puppy-sized Mudkip evolved into a Marshtomp, now comparable in size to half a grown man. Marshtomp's evolution brought a dramatic change to its appearance. Its once deep blue skin became light blue, while its head and tail fins turned black. Its posterior limbs grew noticeably thick and powerful, allowing it to stand upright on land. Meanwhile, its now liberated forelimbs transformed into 2 strong hands. After briefly adjusting to its new body, Marshtomp clenched its fists tightly and struck a pose reminiscent of a sumo wrestler, raising its leg and stomping the ground. In the next instant, boom, boom. With these 2 sounds, the ground beneath Sato and his group shook violently, as if the entire cave had trembled slightly. Marshtomp's newfound strength after its evolution was evident, particularly in its muscular legs. The once sturdy ground now bore 2 deep footprints where it had stomped, surrounded by a web of cracks. Marshtomp let out a delighted cry, clearly pleased with its new body and power. Then, its eyes flickered with curiosity and Sato's astonished gaze. It raised its right hand, and a cold energy began to rapidly coalesce around it. Bang! When the icy blue energy reached a certain intensity, Marshtomp slammed its fist forcefully into the ground. The cave floor trembled once more, accompanied by a resounding crash. Around the point of impact, the wet ground became coated in a thin layer of frost. That's Ice Punch. What's going on? Marshtomp's previous data didn't include this move, Sato muttered, his mind brimming with confusion. Using his system's scanning ability, he analyzed the newly evolved Marshtomp. Pokémon information. Pokémon, Marshtomp. Level 19. Type, water/ground. Ability, damp, hidden ability. Gender, male. Known moves, tackle, growl, water gun, mud slap, foresight, endure, mud shot, refresh, egg move, mirror coat, egg move, ice punch, tutor, hidden power, flying type, TM, protect, TM. Originally, there were no tutor moves, but now Ice Punch has appeared there. Tutor moves can only be learned through another Pokémon's teaching or through self-realization. This must mean Marshtomp learned it on its own, Sato thought, his eyes lighting up. He looked at Marshtomp anew as though it were a rare treasure. Feeling Sato's intense gaze, Marshtomp grew uneasy and quickly covered its face with its hands. A Pokémon capable of learning moves on its own was undoubtedly gifted. Marshtomp's situation reminded Sato of Bellossom, who had similarly learned grassy terrain upon evolving. Forget it. Let the Pokémon professors figure out these profound mysteries, Sato eventually muttered. Though he felt he was close to uncovering something, his thoughts remained clouded, as though veiled by a thin shroud. After pondering for some time, he sensibly chose to let the matter go. Rewind to 4 a.m. While Sato was still sound asleep in the Pokémon Center, a small fishing boat docked at Slateport City's pier. Inside the boat's cabin were two individuals dressed as fishermen, an older man and a younger one, who appeared to be father and son. However, if Sato had been there, he would have immediately recognized them. These two seemingly ordinary fishermen were none other than the old captain and Rhodes, whom Sato had not seen since leaving the St. Louis. The St. Louis did not belong to the old captain personally, it was property of Team Rocket. Its sinking, along with its valuable cargo, caused massive financial losses for Team Rocket. As a result, the old captain and Rhodes, both key figures aboard the ship, were held accountable. After delivering the mission's goods to Team Rocket's Slateport City base, their Pokémon were confiscated, and they were demoted to the lowest ranks, forced to work as fishermen at the pier. Back in the cabin, the two men busied themselves, hauling crates of frozen fish from the boat's cold storage. Outside, several burly, shirtless sailors helped carry the fish ashore. On the dock, a truck waited with a few young laborers who loaded the fish into its cargo hold. Fishing and selling to fishmongers was a routine sight in Slateport City, a bustling port town. At this hour, no fewer than a dozen similar transactions were underway. Soon, the old captain and Rhodes finished unloading their catch. At that moment, a blond man, who had been sitting in the truck's driver's seat, entered the cabin. "Greetings, Master Surge," the old captain and Rhodes said simultaneously, their faces paling as they dropped to their knees in deference to the blond man. The St. Louis destruction had caused immense losses for Team Rocket. Despite their demotion, the two had feared repercussions from their former superior, Lieutenant Surge, who now stood before them. Lieutenant Surge, officially the Vermilion City Gym leader, was in truth a regional Team Rocket executive. Known for his ruthless nature, he was infamous for showing no mercy to those who failed him. Lieutenant Surge said nothing. Sitting down on a chair, he crossed his legs and stared coldly at the two kneeling men. His icy blue eyes radiated an aura of murder and domination, filling the cabin with an oppressive atmosphere. "I was scolded by the boss today, and I'm humiliated. I was tempted to kill you both, but since the boss spared your lives, I'll give you a chance. Use this to track down the rats who sank the St. Louis. Bring me their heads within 2 days, or I'll personally send you on your way," Lieutenant Surge said, his voice cold and unforgiving. He tossed a small box at their feet before turning and leaving. Moments after his departure, 2 sailors entered the cabin, leaving behind 2 belts loaded with pokeballs. They departed without uttering a word, leaving the old captain and Rhodes stunned. The 2 men exchanged glances, picking up the box and belts. In each other's eyes, they saw a mix of despair and faint hope. Unknowingly, time had already reached noon. In the sea cave, where Sato and his team had been happily battling and training Pokémon, they decided to pause and enjoy their lunch on a relatively dry patch of ground. Sato had entered the sea cave around 8 a.m., and over the course of more than 3 hours, his efforts had yielded substantial results. Thanks to the ample supply of poke blocks he carried and the presence of his healer Pokémon, Belisum, the battle endurance of Nidoran and Marshtomp was significantly prolonged. After facing off against a large number of wild Pokémon, both Pokémon made remarkable progress. Currently, Nidoran had reached level 25, while Marshtomp advanced to level 23. It was worth noting that Chinchou, who had mostly been in the background during battles, managed to reach level 10 by frequently using Thunder Wave to assist. With her recent learning of the electric-type move Electro Ball, her contribution became somewhat more noticeable. However, as Nidoran and Marshtomp's levels increased, the experience they gained from battling wild Pokémon in the area diminished significantly. The rate of their level progression slowed to a crawl. Furthermore, with their growing reputation, even the more aggressive wild Pokémon in the area now chose to flee at the sight of Sato and his team. After all, a name precedes its owner. Nidoran and Marshtomp had repeatedly triumphed over the wild Pokémon in the area, instilling fear in the local Pokémon population. Looks like we can't stay on the first route any longer. The wild Pokémon here are all avoiding us now, Sato thought with a hint of frustration as he observed the eerily quiet surroundings. Currently, Sato was on the latter half of the first route. He had initially anticipated a warm welcome from the stereo in this area. However, it seemed their exploits in the earlier segments of the route had earned them a formidable reputation. Upon reaching the latter half, he could no longer find any stereo in sight. Using his system's detection ability, Sato knew that even if the stereo were camouflaged with their natural colors, he would have spotted them. Yet, not a single stereo was present on the nearby walls or ground. What he did notice, however, was a single Duskull attempting to remain hidden while peeking at them. Its glowing eyes were fixed hungrily on the Pokémon food in Nidoran and Marshtomp's dishes. Among the food, Duskull seemed particularly fixated on Marshtomp's portion. The reason was obvious. Marshtomp, having recently evolved, had grown significantly larger and stronger. Naturally, his appetite had increased as well. The mountain of Pokémon food in his bowl was clearly tempting the Duskull. Sato had replaced Marshtomp's previous dish with a larger food bowl due to his increased appetite. Marshtomp now required at least 7 cans of Pokémon food per meal to feel satisfied, making him an undisputed big eater. Despite Marshtomp's immense appetite, Sato felt nothing but satisfaction. Marshtomp's strength after evolving had astounded him. Unlike his Mudkip stage, when he relied on all fours to move, Marshtomp's freed-up hands now allowed him to fully wield his tremendous strength. Armed with his raw power and the recently learned Ice Punch, Marshtomp could confidently take on groups of Corphish of similar level. Most of the Corphish were sent flying with a single punch, their tough shells even showing cracks after the blows. During the middle section of the first route, Nidoran rarely had to take the lead. Marshtomp dominated, and even the aggressive Corphish and Kingler in the area were subdued by his iron fists. As Marshtomp finished the last bit of food in his oversized bowl, the drooling Duskull didn't dare approach to steal any. After receiving a sharp glare from Golbat, it scurried away in defeat. After a brief post-lunch rest, Sato set out again with his Pokémon. Instead of leaving the latter half of the route immediately, he decided to continue onward. Listening patiently to the elders' stories had proven fruitful. Based on one of the tales, the end of the first route led to a series of water pools. One of these pools was said to connect to a mysterious cave within the sea cave. Unfortunately, when the elder mentioned this mysterious cave, he abruptly changed the subject. Despite Sato's efforts to pry for more details later, the elder avoided the topic and refused to elaborate. Noticing this anomaly, Sato quickly deduced that the elder had accidentally revealed more than he intended. To avoid pushing further, Sato dropped the subject. Now, driven by his curiosity, Sato smoothly made his way to the end of the first route. A series of water pools, varying in size, appeared before him. After a quick count, Sato noted that there were 15 pools in total. However, since the elder hadn't specified which pool connected to the mysterious cave, Sato felt a headache coming on. Using trial and error to explore each pool would likely take several hours. It was already 12:35 p.m., leaving him with just over 4 hours to remain in the area. He didn't have the luxury of spending so much time here. As Sato contemplated turning back, movement in one of the pools caught his attention. Bubbles rose to the surface, as though something was about to emerge. Moments later, a blue head surfaced from the water, followed by a lapras carrying 6 children on its back. However, Sato's expression quickly turned grim. The lapras was severely injured, with deep wounds across its body. As soon as it surfaced, it seemed to run out of strength and fainted. Among the 6 children on Lapras's back, 5 were unconscious and visibly injured. The remaining conscious child was AJ, whom Sato had battled earlier. AJ's face was pale, with small purple spots on his skin and bluish lips, a clear sign of poisoning. AJ, what on earth happened? And where's your teacher, Elsa? Sato hurried over upon recognizing AJ and released Bellisum to treat their injuries. Under Bellisum's grassy terrain, the poison in AJ's system was quickly neutralized, and his complexion regained some color. You're Mr. Sato. Please, hurry and save Miss Elsa. She's fighting 3 bad people right now. They're really strong and despicable, and she's no match for them. Lapras isn't by her side anymore because she used it to get us out of there, AJ cried out desperately, his consciousness now fully restored. I understand. I'll agree to your request. But I can't leave just yet. First, let my Pokémon heal you. If anything were to happen to you, it would be an insult to your teacher Elsa's life-saving efforts. Seeing AJ sobbing uncontrollably, Sato reluctantly agreed, saying something reassuring to calm his overly emotional state. Really? Thank you, big brother Sato. You're such a good person, a truly great person. Hearing this, AJ's small eyes lit up with joy, and his tears gave way to a smile as his emotions began to stabilize. Sato's face twitched slightly at AJ's words, and he chuckled silently to himself. Truthfully, Sato didn't want to get involved in this mess. Elsa, as a gym leader, even if unofficially now, was the daughter of the former gym leader of Lily Cove City. She must have inherited her father's Pokémon and his experience as a trainer. Note: a trainer's inheritance typically includes Pokémon and insights on training them. This meant Elsa's Pokémon were undoubtedly strong. The fact that she was now caught in a life-threatening situation suggested her enemies were equally formidable. Sato had never battled a gym leader before, but he assumed their true strength, while not on par with an Elite Four trainer, would still be far beyond the reach of an ordinary trainer. Sato currently had 2 level 34 Pokémon. Defeating a gym leader going all out was almost impossible for him. Supporting Elsa in her predicament was an exceptionally dangerous endeavor. Sato had no personal connection to Elsa, and risking his life for her wasn't something he was eager to do. However, having already agreed to AJ's plea, backing out now was not something that he'd do voluntarily. Of course, Sato's willingness to help wasn't just due to AJ's request. He also felt a sense of respect for Elsa. Anyone willing to risk their life to save these children must be a genuinely kind-hearted person. It would be a tremendous pity for someone like her to die here. If he could help, Sato was willing to lend a hand. Elsa was someone worth befriending and saving. Moreover, Sato was deeply curious about why Elsa and AJ had been attacked in the first place. If his guess was correct, the pool from which Lapras had brought AJ and the others likely led to the mysterious cave. Sato's curiosity about this cave was growing stronger, and he had a feeling there might be significant rewards waiting for him inside. After all, great rewards often came with great risks. Before long, under Sato's gentle questioning, AJ, now relying on him for support, spilled everything he knew. It turned out that Elsa had brought AJ and the other students to Route 1, a place with relatively low-level wild Pokémon, for training. She also intended to help evolve the Pokemon of 2 students who needed water stones for their evolutions. The secret of the mysterious cave wasn't exclusive to the old man. Elsa's father had once explored the cave and discovered water stones there. Thus, Elsa was well aware of the cave's potential to yield water stones. However, for some reason, news of her plans to find water stones for her students had leaked. When Elsa and her group located the water stones in the cave, their enemies, who had been trailing them, showed up. Interestingly, this time, Elsa and her students had discovered a cache of 18 water stones of various sizes. Regardless of their quality, such a large number of water stones represented a massive fortune. In essence, what Elsa and her students encountered was a classic case of robbery and murder over treasures in the wild. 18 water stones? No wonder. Wealth stirs the hearts of men. If it were just 1 or 2, those people might have hesitated and resorted to threats. But with the temptation of 18 water stones, even if the person blocking them were an elite 4-level trainer, they'd dare to attack. Hearing AJ's account, Sato's expression changed repeatedly before he finally took a deep breath and regained his composure. In the wild, the most dangerous creatures weren't wild Pokemon, but greedy humans. The appearance of 18 water stones guaranteed an irreconcilable conflict between Elsa's group and their enemies. This was the Sea Cavern, a place where countless people had perished in pursuit of wealth. A few deaths here daily were nothing unusual. If Elsa and her students died here, it would simply be another statistic. Once the tide swept over the Sea Cavern, all traces of crime would be erased. This place was a criminal's paradise. The 3 attackers targeting Elsa's group intended to take advantage of this. To claim the fortune of 18 water stones without anyone finding out, they had to kill every witness. If word spread, the water stones they had barely warmed in their hands would quickly become someone else's. AJ and the others were fortunate to have encountered Sato. Otherwise, with their severe injuries and poisoning, escaping the Sea Cavern safely would have been impossible. Once Elsa was defeated by the attackers, they too would lose their lives. Thanks to Bellisam's healer ability and the effects of grassy terrain, the poison and injuries of AJ, his friends, and Lapras quickly healed. They all woke up one by one. Elsa's chosen disciples were all kind-hearted children. As soon as they regained consciousness, they cried and begged Sato to rescue Elsa, just like AJ had. Don't worry. I'll go support your teacher Elsa. But I have one condition. You must all stay here and not wander off. Can you promise me that? Seeing the 6 children tearfully pleading with him, Sato couldn't help but admire Elsa for having such loyal disciples. He straightened his expression and spoke seriously to the children. Yes, we understand. We all have Pokemon and can protect ourselves. Don't worry, big brother Sato, AJ replied. Although AJ seemed a little upset at not being allowed to go along, his expression soon darkened, as if recalling something. But he quickly regained his resolve and reassured Sato. As AJ was clearly the leader among the children, his statement prompted the others to thump their chests and make the same promise to Sato. Very well. Lapras, I'll leave it to you. Please take me to your trainer. Sato smiled and nodded, then turned to Lapras, who was gazing at him intently. Lapras, being a highly intelligent Pokemon, understood that Sato was an ally. Hearing his request to find her trainer, she lowered her head, signaling for him to climb onto her back. Sato didn't hesitate. Accompanied by Nidoran and his other Pokemon, he mounted Lapras. Using his system's detection ability, he had already noted Lapras' data when she first appeared, confirming she would be a strong asset in the coming rescue mission. Lapras' details. Pokemon, Lapras. Level, 38. Type, Water/Ice. Ability, Water Absorb. Gender, female. Known moves, Sing, Growl, Water Gun, Mist, Confuse Ray, Ice Shard, Water Pulse, Body Slam, Rain Dance, Perish Song, Ice Beam, Brine, Whirlpool, Egg Move, Thunderbolt, TM, Psychic, TM, Surf, TM, Dive, TM, Protect, TM, Hyper Beam, TM. Underscore 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 underscore. After Sato and a group of small Pokemon climbed onto Lapra's back, she immediately began to dive underwater. As she used dive, a massive bubble enveloped Sato and the others on her back, keeping them safe. Once Lapras entered the dark waters, Chinchou quickly turned on the lights on its head, guiding Lapras and pointing the way underwater. As Lapras carried Sato through the underwater passage beneath the pool toward the mysterious cave, a fierce battle was taking place in a cavern within the sea cave. The cavern, filled with numerous blue water stones, was brightly illuminated by glowing blue plants, making the scenery clear without any need for additional lighting. In this blue-lit cavern, Elsa was commanding a level 42 Milotic and a level 38 Swampert against 3 men in diving suits. The men were in the middle of a heated battle with their Pokémon, a level 36 Crawdont, a level 35 Tentacruel, and a level 37 Feraligatr. Additionally, one of the men had a Duskull lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Despite the claims of AJ and the others, Elsa was far from being in a desperate situation. In fact, she was holding her own, forcing the enemy Pokémon into a defensive retreat. However, a careful observer would notice that Milotic, the main attacker, was not in great condition. Its once smooth skin was now dotted with purple spots, a clear sign of poisoning. Fortunately, Milotic's Marvel Scale ability activated, significantly boosting her defense in her poisoned state. Coupled with her ability to unleash Dragon Pulse, powerful enough to shatter solid rocks, the enemy's Pokémon continued to struggle under her relentless attacks. Meanwhile, under Elsa's command, Swampert played the role of a strong supporter. With Muddy Water, he turned the ground into a muddy swamp, making it nearly impossible for the enemy Pokémon to advance or launch direct attacks. Despite this, the enemy trainers were clearly employing a strategy of attrition. They focused on stalling, waiting for Milotic to succumb to the effects of poison. Underscore 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 underscore. Crawdont, keep using taunt on Milotic. Tentacruel, set up another layer of toxic spikes. Make sure Swampert gets poisoned too. Feraligatr, use Ice Punch to reinforce the ice walls. As the black glow from Crawdont's earlier taunt began to fade around Milotic, one of the men immediately commanded another taunt. The other two quickly followed suit with orders for their Pokémon. In the next moment, Crawdont's eyes glowed darkly, renewing the ominous black aura encircling Milotic. Tentacruel spat out numerous purple energy spikes, scattering them in all directions like a fan. Meanwhile, Feraligatr swung its ice-powered fists, creating reinforced ice walls from the muddy swamp to shield the enemy Pokémon. Swampert, use Rock Slide to create earthen walls and block the toxic spikes. Milotic, continue with Dragon Pulse. Seeing the enemy's underhanded tactics, Elsa's face turned red with anger, but she had no choice but to repeat her commands to maintain her defense. With Swampert's earthen walls, they successfully blocked Tentacruel's toxic spikes. However, this time, Milotic's Dragon Pulse was unable to break through the reinforced ice walls. As the poison's effects deepened, Milotic's strength continued to wane. Underscore 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 underscore. Heh, this woman's Milotic is on its last legs. Once it's down, we'll have free reign over her. Yeah, and it's all thanks to those kids. Without their interference, her Milotic wouldn't have been poisoned. Exactly. Just make sure my Crawdont stays protected. As long as Crawdont is around, she won't be able to use recovery moves like Refresh to cure the poison. The 3 men exchanged knowing glances, smirking maliciously. Despite their mocking tone, they subtly spread out, maintaining a cautious distance from one another. Their eyes gleamed with calculation, hinting at hidden intentions. Although the 3 men were weaker than Elsa individually, their scheming had poisoned her strongest Pokémon, Milotic. Now they were wearing her down, pushing her closer to defeat. The battle had already lasted nearly 30 minutes. To ensure AJ and the others' safety, Elsa had sacrificed her Walrein, Ludicolo, Polyrath, and Lapras. Now, only Swampert and her strongest ally, Milotic, remained, who were capable of taking on the enemy's numbers. Her Quagsire was fresher, compared to the other two, but wasn't as strong. Of course, the three men hadn't emerged unscathed either. They had lost twice as many Pokémon as Elsa, with a ratio of roughly 2 of their Pokémon being defeated for each one of hers. At the 35-minute mark, Milotic finally collapsed, utterly drained and unable to fight any longer. "I never thought I'd die here. Sorry, Father. It seems I won't be able to restore the glory of the Satopolis gym. But at least AJ and the others managed to escape. I hope they survive." As Milotic fell, Elsa felt a heavy weight in her heart. She knew that with Milotic gone, her last line of resistance was gone too. A tired Swampert and her Quagsire alone could not stand against the enemy's numbers. Yet she remained calm, unfazed by the prospect of death. Elsa recalled both Milotic and Swamped into their Pokeballs. With a calm expression, she watched as the three men approached her with sinister smiles. Quietly, she picked up a sharp rock from the ground and hid it behind her back. Just as the three men came within 5 meters of Elsa, a thick white mist suddenly filled the entire cavern. The fog was so dense that Elsa's figure began to blur and disappear from their sight. "Fog. What's going on? Be careful, that's mist. A Pokémon must have used it. Enemies are nearby. Quick, have your Pokémon protect you. Damn it, there's another predator lurking." The sudden appearance of dense white fog put the three men in diving suits on high alert. As experienced trainers, they instinctively moved to stand back to back, positioning their Crawdaunt, Tentacruel, and Feraligatr in front of them. They watched their surroundings closely for any movement. "Mist, who's making their move?" Amidst the thick white fog, Elsa's eyes flashed with vigilance. Unsure if the unseen party was friend or foe, she immediately sent out her Quagsire, the only Pokémon she had left with any fighting ability, to guard her. Playing tricks in the fog. Dusknoir, take her out first. 2 minutes had passed since the mist engulfed the area. Fearing that the weakened Elsa might escape, one of the men in a black diving suit and crew cut commanded his hidden Dusknoir to attack her. In truth, the three men could have defeated Elsa earlier, but infighting over the immense wealth of 18 Waterstones had caused hesitation. The crew-cut man's Dusknoir was secretly deployed, not just to defeat Elsa, but also to guard against betrayal by his 2 companions, or to backstab them himself. The fortune represented by those 18 Waterstones was staggering for trainers of humble origins like them. Though there was camaraderie among the trio, the lure of such immense wealth made any bond between them feel cheap. The black crew-cut man had noticed the subtle changes in his companion's behavior since discovering the Waterstones. Their growing distrust pushed him to act preemptively, using Dusknoir as his trump card. Dusknoir, concealed with its ghost-type abilities, was unaffected by the fog, which obstructed most other Pokémon. Following its trainer's command, it silently moved into position, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Moments later, a crimson, singular eye glinted in the fog. Dusknoir appeared directly behind Elsa, raising a fist infused with ghost energy, ready to unleash a devastating shadow punch aimed at the back of her head. The surprise attack caught Elsa completely off guard. By the time she turned around, her vision was filled with the sight of a dark, menacing fist. Quagsire, sensing the killing intent, turned to intercept, but it was too late. "So this is how I meet my end. What a pity." There was a glimmer of hope just now, Elsa thought to herself as the shadow punch closed in on her. At that critical moment, a metallic gleam sliced through the air. A wing shimmering with a metallic sheen appeared between Dusknoir's fist and Elsa's head in the nick of time. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated. Dusknoir's powerful shadow punch collided with the steel-like wing. While the punch was forceful enough to send both the wing and Elsa flying, it failed to land a fatal blow. Elsa found herself airborne, but quickly realized she was being carried silently and effortlessly by a Golbat. Its powerful wings glided low to the ground, using the mist for cover to evade detection. Meanwhile, Dusk Noir, frustrated by its failed attack, prepared to pursue Elsa. But by this time, Quagsire had regained its bearings. Enraged by the near death of its trainer, Quagsire unleashed a massive mud shot from its mouth with fury. The attack struck Dusk Noir with explosive force, sending it crashing through several solid boulders before collapsing to the ground, battered and unconscious. The power of the attack shocked everyone, as Quagsire managed to take down Dusk Noir in a single strike. However, the effort seemed to exhaust Quagsire, which returned to its usual dazed expression before fainting on the spot. Crawdaunt, use Bubble Beam. Tentacruel, use Bubble Beam. Feraligatr, use Water Gun. The three diving suit men, unable to see clearly through the fog, instinctively ordered their Pokémon to attack in the direction of the commotion. Unfortunately for them, their water-type attacks accidentally struck the downed Quagsire. But instead of taking damage, Quagsire's Water Absorb ability activated. Like a Pokémon fresh out of a healing center, it sprang back to life, fully revitalized. Now fully alert, Quagsire demonstrated its mastery of ground-type abilities. It quickly used Dig to disappear from sight. Meanwhile, Elsa finally got a clear look at her savior. When she saw the Pokémon standing beside him, her eyes welled up with tears. Ignoring her rescuer momentarily, she ran to embrace Lapras, her trusted companion. "Thank you," Elsa said softly, turning back to face her savior, her cheeks slightly flushed. Standing beside her was Sato, with his Golbat perched calmly on his arm. It was clear he was the one who had saved her. Judging by Lapras's unharmed state, he had also rescued her Pokémon and students. To Elsa, the debt she owed him was immeasurable. "Don't thank me just yet," Sato said, his expression serious as he shifted his gaze. "Have your Lapras keep up the mist to confuse them. While they're distracted, let your Bellossom tend to your injured Pokémon. My Bellossom knows healing moves, but I can't handle all those guys alone." Hearing his words, Elsa's face reddened slightly again. She nodded, realizing she had left her rescuer hanging. "Really? That's wonderful. Please have your Bellossom heal Milotic first. It's severely poisoned." Elsa didn't notice Sato's subtle reaction. When she heard that Sato's Bellossom had healing abilities, her face lit up with joy. Her Milotic, a Pokémon her father had entrusted to her, had been on the brink of death due to poisoning, but now there was hope. Overcome with excitement, she unexpectedly hugged Sato. So soft. A wave of fragrance enveloped him. Sato was completely caught off guard by Elsa's sudden enthusiasm. Before he could react, she had already embraced him, shattering the cold and untouchable image of her he'd held in his mind. "Don't worry. Bellossom will heal her. But first, please let go of me, I can barely breathe. And keep your voice down, or we'll get discovered," Sato muttered, his face flushed red from the incredible softness pressing against him and the unexpected physical contact. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." Realizing her actions, Elsa quickly released him. She stepped back, her face turning just as red as Sato's. Embarrassed, she stammered an apology. "Here, wear this." "It's the only jacket I have," Sato said after a brief awkward silence. Recovering quickly, he pulled out a black trainer's jacket from his space bag and handed it to her. Elsa hesitated for a moment, but eventually accepted the oversized jacket, wearing it to cover herself entirely. The jacket fit loosely on her, but it effectively concealed everything that needed to be hidden. Just then, her Quagsire, who she had been worried about, suddenly emerged from the nearby ground, bringing her even more relief. Sato and Elsa were currently some distance away from the three divers. Using his Golbat's echolocation, Sato confirmed that the divers hadn't found them yet and were still wandering aimlessly in the thick white mist with their Pokémon. However, the mysterious cavern wasn't large. If the divers calmed down and searched methodically, they would eventually find them. Sato had only 2 Pokémon at level 34. The divers had 3 water-type Pokémon among them, and based on Elsa's information, each diver had at least one other Pokémon they hadn't used yet. Due to their mutual distrust, they hadn't revealed their full strength, but Sato decided against attacking recklessly. Instead, he focused on letting Bellossom heal Elsa's Pokémon. Sato had seen Elsa's battle with the divers earlier and knew that if her Pokémon could recover, dealing with the 3 divers would be a simple task. Time was of the essence, and Sato and Elsa were racing against the clock. Bellossom's grassy terrain was critical in this situation, as it allowed for group healing. It could simultaneously treat Elsa's Walrein, Poliwrath, and Milotic, all of which were severely injured. Unfortunately, before 2 minutes had passed, the diver's scout discovered Sato and Elsa. Realizing that Sato was an outsider and that Elsa might escape, the 3 divers temporarily set aside their distrust and decided to cooperate. The blonde diver had secretly caught a level 34 Banette in the sea cave, while the buzzcut diver pressured the bald diver into revealing his trump card, a level 37 Absol, known as a disaster Pokémon. With Absol's keen sense of smell and Banette's sensitivity to life energy, the divers quickly located Sato and Elsa. Under their direction, their Pokémon encircled Sato and Elsa, feigning camaraderie with their Crawdaunt. Brat, let's see how you and Elsa get out of this alive. Stop wasting time. Let's take them down and deal with those kids later. Exactly. That Bellossom's healing abilities mean those kids haven't been poisoned to death by Tentacruel. Elsa's Lapra's returning healed proves it. The 3 divers, all middle-aged men in diving suits, glared murderously at Sato and Elsa. Seeing Bellossom healing Elsa's Pokémon terrified them. Without delay, they ordered their Pokémon to attack. From 5 directions, Crawdaunt's Hyper Beam, Tentacruel's Toxic Spikes, Feraligator's Ice Beam, Banette's Dark Pulse, and Absol's Psycho Cut converged on Sato and Elsa. Bellossom remained focused on healing, leaving Sato and Elsa reliant on Golbat, Lapras, and Quagsire to defend against the coordinated assault. With great effort, the trio managed to block the first wave of attacks using their Protect moves. However, the enemies wasted no time preparing a second wave. The situation turned dire when Crawdaunt charged forward with a taunt move, forcibly interrupting Bellossom's grassy terrain. Exhausted from overexertion, Bellossom fainted, leaving the team without a healer. But her efforts weren't in vain. Just as Bellossom collapsed, Elsa's Milotic opened its eyes. A serene blue light radiated from her eyes and tail, and fragments of blue crystals in the cave shattered, releasing bursts of energy. Suddenly, a blue energy shield expanded from Milotic, enveloping Sato and Elsa in its protective embrace. Under the astonished gazes of the 3 divers, Milotic's shield effortlessly blocked the combined attacks of their 5 Pokémon. At the same time, Milotic's injuries healed at an astonishing rate, thanks to her Aqua Ring and Recover. Now free from interruptions, Milotic displayed her formidable recovery abilities, and the tides of battle began to turn. How incredible! Is this Milotic really only level 42? Watching Milotic effortlessly fend off the combined attacks of 5 Pokémon, Sato's eyes showed clear astonishment. He had just checked Milotic's status earlier during its recovery and confirmed it was indeed only level 42. Now, not only had Milotic easily blocked the coordinated assault of 5 Pokémon, each averaging over level 35, but it was also healing its own injuries as though it still had strength to spare. This left Sato thoroughly impressed. Such power was far beyond what a level 42 Pokémon should be capable of. This was the strength of a Pokémon at least in the 60s, effortlessly crushing those in their 30s. Wait, could it be the blue water stones nearby? They shattered when Milotic unleashed its power. Could there be a connection? Did they enhance Milotic's abilities? Sato quickly noticed the environmental changes. All the blue water stones around had shattered, and the surrounding water-type energy had become exceptionally dense. In fact, if Sato himself were a water-type Pokémon, he would have felt it. The way Milotic now absorbed water-type energy was like a black hole, rapidly drawing it into its body. As the energy absorption intensified, a radiant blue glow enveloped Milotic. Waves of powerful water-type energy emanated from it, and behind Milotic, a faint blue silhouette began to form. The blue silhouette was hazy but resembled the outline of a fish. Once it appeared, an overwhelming and terrifying aura emanated from it. On the battlefield, every Pokémon that sensed this pressure instinctively displayed awe, particularly the opposing water-type Pokémon. They all lowered their heads in fear, their fighting spirits plummeting to near zero. Stop this theatrics! Crawdaunt, use Taunt on Milotic. The man in the black wetsuit with a buzz cut felt his heart sink, but refused to back down. He shouted the command, his eyes red with desperation. The next moment, a series of deafening crashes resounded. Before Crawdaunt could even move, a massive torrent of water shot from Milotic's mouth. The high-pressure jet struck Crawdaunt with devastating force, slamming it into and breaking through more than 10 rocky pillars. This wasn't ordinary water, it was pure, concentrated water-type energy. Milotic's hydro pump wasn't just a move, but a destructive energy cannon. When the water jet finally dissipated, Crawdaunt lay motionless on the ground. A single hydro pump had utterly incapacitated it, despite it being a fellow water-type Pokémon. And Crawdaunt wasn't the last. Milotic, now in a special empowered state, was unstoppable. Without even pausing, it unleashed 4 more high-pressure water jets in quick succession, targeting the remaining 4 opposing Pokémon. The 2 other men in wetsuits tried to resist, but their Pokémon were paralyzed under the oppressive aura of the blue silhouette behind Milotic. They stood frozen, becoming easy targets for Milotic's devastating attacks. Just like Crawdaunt, the 4 Pokémon fell with a single hit each. Within mere seconds, Milotic had completely reversed the tide of battle, single-handedly saving the situation from the brink of defeat. That fish-shaped silhouette. Could it be Kyogre? If so, how did Milotic summon Kyogre's image? This world isn't as simple as the background knowledge I gathered from games and anime. It's a mystical world with many unknowns. Sato stared intently at Milotic. Even though the system data he relied on hadn't changed, he knew the system's detection capabilities weren't advanced enough to analyze Milotic's current state. His instincts told him that Milotic's current condition represented the highest echelon of power in this world. When Sato turned to look at Elsa beside him, he saw her eyes wide and mouth slightly agape. She, too, was clearly stunned by the power Milotic had just displayed. After defeating the 3 men's 5 Pokémon, the blue glow around Milotic began to fade, and the blue silhouette behind it vanished in an instant. Milotic then began writhing on the ground in apparent agony. Its face twisted in pain as it endured intense suffering. It was clear that the immense power it had just exhibited was some form of forbidden strength, which had taken a heavy toll on its body. Within seconds, Milotic succumbed to the aftereffects, collapsing limply on the ground. Its once lustrous cream-colored scales had lost their shine. Milotic. Seeing Milotic in such anguish, Elsa ran over and held its now weakened body, her face filled with worry. Milotic, however, was too weak to even make a sound, merely gazing at her silently. Sato, witnessing this, released his Marshtomp and Growlithe to keep watch over the subdued men. He then rushed to Milotic's side, pulling out every healing item he had. Despite using all his healing sprays and even a full restore, a precious item he valued immensely, Milotic's life force continued to fade rapidly. Damn it, how can this be? Even a full restore isn't working. What kind of injury is this? Sato placed a hand on Milotic's body, feeling it grow colder by the second. His frustration mounted as he realized he was powerless to stop the inevitable. Milotic's breathing slowed, and its trembling subsided. Just before the light in its eyes faded completely, it opened its mouth, and something delicate fell silently to the ground. It was the gem-studded starfish-shaped hair clip that Elsa had lost during the battle. However, unlike an ordinary clip, the gemstone at its center was blue and now bore visible cracks. As the hair clip hit the ground, the light in Milotic's eyes vanished entirely, and its heart ceased to beat. No. Elsa stared blankly at Milotic for a few seconds before tears began streaming down her face like a fountain. Holding Milotic's lifeless body, she wept uncontrollably. Watching this tragic scene unfold, Sato felt a lump in his throat and an overwhelming sadness creeping into his chest. Unsure how to console the grief-stricken Elsa, Sato remained silent, staying by her side. His gaze fell on the starfish-shaped hair clip that had fallen from Milotic's mouth. Believing it to be something Elsa had lost, he bent down to pick it up. The moment he touched the clip, Sato's eyes widened in shock, and his face showed utter disbelief. The moment Sato touched the gemstone starfish hair clip, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Energy detected. Absorb energy? Energy is rapidly dissipating. Host is advised to absorb immediately. Sato suppressed his shock, quickly composed his expression, and glanced around. Aside from Elsa and the three men in diving suits, there was indeed no one else nearby. He then looked at the gemstone starfish hair clip in his hand, or more precisely, at the cracked sapphire embedded in its center. His body felt an overwhelming desire for it. The cold mechanical voice continued to repeat in his mind. Energy is rapidly dissipating. Host is advised to absorb immediately. Sato suspected that the voice was coming from the unknown system within his body. When he mentally uttered the word absorb, his suspicion was confirmed, and the subsequent information left him momentarily stunned. Ding! Absorbing energy. Absorption complete. System energy restored by 3%. Current system energy, 7%. Energy level is above 5%. System detection capabilities are further unlocked. Taskbar functionality restored. Underscore. Ding. Energy identified, Kyogre's power. Ding. Main quest. Become the strongest Pokemon trainer in the Pokemon world. Requirements. Defeat the Elite Four and champions of all regions. Current progress. 0%. Deadline. 10 years. Remaining time. 9 years, 11 months, and 7 days. Reward. Qualification for reincarnation. Penalty for failure. Forget about any further reincarnation. Note. Here, the penalty was soul obliteration, but we all hate that type of stuff, so I took the liberty to phrase it in a much subtle manner, which doesn't make it sound as horrible, even though it might mean the same thing. Ding. Active side quest. Sophia's mission. Task. Achieve a 10-win streak in the Larousse City Battle Tower. Deadline. 1 month. Remaining time. 15 days. Probable penalty for failure. Pokemon confiscation plus demotion. Note. Again, I changed some stuff. Here, probable penalty means something that could happen, not something that will happen for sure. Ding. System energy insufficient. System store cannot be accessed. Host is advised to locate additional absorbable energy as soon as possible. The system seemed ravenous for energy. The moment Sato mentally agreed to absorb it, the system extracted all the dissipating energy from the cracked sapphire in less than a second. The cascade of information that followed appeared before his eyes. So, the system in my body was this useless because it was low on energy? It couldn't even unlock basic functions. But this new taskbar, I could do without that. And this main quest, defeat every region's Elite Four and champion in 10 years? Isn't that a bit much? Sato stared at the information in a daze, bitterness creeping into his thoughts. Honestly speaking, he had no immediate desire for reincarnation eligibility, as he was living just fine in this world. But thinking that no further reincarnation could very well be translated as a possibility of having his soul obliterated sent a chill down his spine. Those words, so simple, yet so brutal, felt like a Damocles sword hanging over him, increasing his urgency to grow stronger. As for the side quest, it was even more frustrating. Sato had no idea who Sophia was, and the lack of any specified reward for success seemed utterly unfair. Still, he guessed that if one got to enjoy certain privileges and benefits, it was only fair that they had to pay the corresponding price as well. Just the system's presence in itself was the biggest benefit of them all. However, this wasn't the time to delve deeply into the new changes in the system or the information it provided. A grieving woman stood beside him, a beautiful woman at that, crying her heart out. She needed someone to comfort her. Thinking about how Milotic had sacrificed itself to protect them, any joy Sato felt from the system's changes vanished instantly, replaced by a profound sadness. Don't cry anymore, Elsa. Milotic is gone now. It's sacrificed itself to protect us. I'm heartbroken too, but what's lost is lost. Think about what you still have. AJ and the others are still waiting for you to return safely. Here, this fell from Milotic's mouth. It must be something important to you. Elsa had been drowning in her grief, her red, swollen eyes filled with sorrow. Fearing she might do something rash, Sato stepped forward to comfort her and returned the gemstone starfish hair clip to her. Based on the system's information, Sato was now certain why Milotic had unleashed such an overwhelming power earlier. It had drawn on Kyogre's power within the sapphire of the hair clip. However, using the power of the Sea's Sovereign, without the ability to bear it, came at a heavy cost, and Milotic had paid the ultimate price. Thank you. I'd like to be alone for a while, Elsa said softly, her voice tinged with lingering sobs as she took the hair clip from Sato. When he mentioned AJ and the others, her body trembled slightly, and her crying gradually subsided. She then used a friend ball to retrieve Milotic. All right, I'll give you some space. I'll stay nearby. Call me if you need anything. Sato nodded understandingly and stepped back. He let Marshtomp drag the 3 diving suit men away with him to give Elsa her solitude. Although he was her savior, they had only just met. For now, he wasn't in a position to console her deeply. Mercy, brother. Please spare me. I swear I won't dare do it again. Yeah, we were wrong. Have mercy. You can have all the water stones here. We don't want them. We didn't realize we were offending someone so strong. Please, young hero, let us live. I'll give you all my valuables. As Sato walked away with Marshtomp and Growlithe, the 3 diving suit men cried and begged him for mercy, their voices filled with desperation. However, Sato's expression remained cold and unyielding. He made no effort to hide the intense killing intent in his eyes. For these scum who had tried to kill him and caused Milotic's death, there was no room for forgiveness. He stripped the 3 men of all their valuables, then ordered Marshtomp to dig a large pit. Without hesitation, he threw the 3 men into it and then personally buried them alive, their desperate screams silenced by the layers of dirt. To ensure they wouldn't escape, Sato had Marshtomp, with its incredible strength, repeatedly use Ice Punch on the filled pit, reinforcing the soil and turning it into frozen ground. After dealing with the 3 men, Sato began exploring the mysterious cave with Marshtomp and Growlithe by his side. The area of the mysterious cave was quite small. After a thorough search, Sato quickly found the treasure Elsa and AJ had discovered. In a small alcove surrounded by high-quality blue water stones, 18 water stones of varying sizes were quietly growing. A dreamy blue light radiated from the alcove, bathing the water stones in a deep aquatic hue. The alcove also seemed to be a natural spring, with a clear stream emitting a faint blue glow trickling out of it. This spring was clearly not ordinary. The water contained pure water-type energy, pooling into a small pond at the bottom of the alcove. The pond emitted the same faint blue glow, forming a mesmerizing sight. An entire nest of water stones, huh? Nature really is a master craftsman. The structure of this alcove makes it a perfect energy convergence point. Even as an ordinary human, I can feel the overwhelming water-type energy emanating from it, Sato thought, marveling at the sight before him. The credit for locating the water stones so quickly belonged largely to his Marshtomp, a water-type Pokémon, who was now happily soaking in the pond. The energy-infused water seemed to soothe him immensely. Before long, Marshtomp's skin began to emit a faint blue glow, and it was as if all fatigue and injuries vanished. He looked completely rejuvenated, brimming with vitality. It seems this pond's water has healing properties. Let's test it out, Sato thought as he observed Marshtomp's transformation. He promptly placed his injured Pokémon, Golbat and Bellossom, into the pond. The next moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. As soon as Galbut and Bellisum entered the water, their bodies glowed with a blue light, and their injuries began healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon enough, both Pokémon regained consciousness, fully healed. However, during the healing process, the blue glow of the pond water quickly dimmed, eventually becoming indistinguishable from ordinary spring water. Fortunately, as the spring continued to flow into the pond, the faint blue glow gradually returned. What an incredible spring! It reminds me of the healing springs featured in the anime. Ash's hometown also had a similar spring with healing properties. Sigh. If only we'd known about this earlier, perhaps Elsa's Milotic could have been saved. What a cruel twist of fate, Sato thought, his delight at the spring's miraculous properties tinged with regret as he remembered Elsa's Milotic. Determined to make use of the spring, Sato tried bottling the water. However, something baffling happened. Once removed from the pond, the water lost its faint blue glow and reverted to ordinary spring water, with none of its healing properties remaining. That's strange. Why does the water lose its effects the moment it leaves the pond? To confirm his suspicions, Sato lightly scratched his arm to create a minor wound. Testing both the bottled water and the pond water, he found that only the pond water retained its healing properties. The strange phenomenon left him utterly perplexed. Realizing he couldn't solve the mystery on his own, Sato decided to leave it to experts like Professor Oak. Despite being unable to take the spring water with him, Sato was still satisfied with Galbut and Bellisum's recovery. He turned his attention back to the water stones in the alcove. The alcove was undoubtedly a treasure trove. As long as it remained undisturbed, the concentrated water-type energy would continue producing water stones and the healing spring. Without hesitation, Sato collected all 18 water stones. However, when he examined the stones, he was shocked by their quality. These water stones had been nourished by pure water-type energy for years, resulting in exceptional grades. Of the 18 stones, 3 were medium quality due to their relatively short formation time, but 13 were high quality and 2 were top tier. This collection was undoubtedly a massive fortune. If news of this gets out, Lily Cove City would likely descend into chaos. As the beneficiary of this treasure, I might not even make it out alive, Sato thought grimly. Keeping it all to myself is impossible. Besides, if not for Elsa's Milotic risking its life to save me, I wouldn't have found this treasure. Half of this wealth should rightfully go to Elsa. She could use it to rebuild the Lily Cove gym, Sato decided after a brief internal struggle, suppressing any selfish desires. Just as he prepared to leave with the water stones, Marshtomp tugged at his hand and pointed back toward the alcove. "What's wrong, Marshtomp?" Sato asked, crouching down to look where Marshtomp indicated. Upon closer inspection, he noticed something he had missed earlier. Hidden at the top of the alcove, camouflaged by the glowing blue light, was another treasure, a blue water stone the size of a baby's fist. Unlike the other blue water stones surrounding the alcove, this one continuously emitted strong water-type energy waves. It was no ordinary stone, it was a top-grade blue water stone. From what Sato had learned, such stones were the primary material for crafting mystic water. Unlike regular blue water stones, this one didn't lose its energy and even had the unique ability to absorb water-type energy from its surroundings. Being a water-type Pokémon, Marshtomp was naturally drawn to the supreme blue water stone, which brimmed with pure and immense water-type energy. Its longing for the stone was written all over its face as it gazed expectantly at Sato. "Don't worry. Since you found it, it's naturally yours. However, it's still a raw material. I'll have someone craft it into a mystic water before giving it to you. You probably don't know what a mystic water is. It's an even more precious item that can enhance the power of water-type moves." Seeing Marshtomp's eager expression, Sato patiently explained. But Marshtomp clearly wasn't listening to Sato's words. It continued to stare at him with puppy-dog eyes and even reached out a hand, gesturing for him to hand over the supreme blue water stone. In the end, Sato couldn't resist Marshtomp's stubborn persistence and reluctantly gave it the stone. Marshtomp wasted no time. It immediately swallowed the supreme blue water stone whole. As soon as Marshtomp swallowed the stone, its skin emitted a faint blue glow, as if a light blue membrane had formed on its surface. Its entire body was bathed in the soft glow, making it look incredibly cool for a moment. However, the glowing effect quickly faded. After a moment of deep concentration, Marshtomp seemed to figure out how to deactivate the flashy state. When it opened its eyes, the glowing membrane dimmed. Despite the glow fading, the membrane on Marshtomp's skin remained. Its skin now appeared smoother, shinier, and healthier than ever before. Clearly, the supreme blue water stone had effects beyond Sato's knowledge, granting Marshtomp significant benefits. Curious about Marshtomp's current condition, Sato decided to use the newly enhanced detection function of his system. The results left him stunned. Marshtomp's data. Pokemon, Marshtomp. Level, 23. Type, water/ground. Ability, damp, hidden ability. Gender, male. Known moves, Mudslap, Tackle, Growl, Water Gun, Mudshot, Foresight, Bide, Mud Bomb, Refresh, Egg Move, Mirror Coat, Egg Move, Ice Punch, Tutor, Protect, TM, Hidden Power, Flying Type, TM. Held item, Mutated Supreme Blue Water Stone. Effect, slowly restores HP for Water-type Pokemon, enhances Water-type move power. Restriction, non-Water-type Pokemon suffer HP loss if used. Note, this Blue Water Stone, formed at a Water-type energy convergence point and soaked for countless years, has undergone extraordinary changes. It not only boosts Water-type move power but also grants an effect similar to the move Aqua Ring. However, its immense Water-type energy is too overwhelming for non-Water types. Aqua Ring, Water-type status move. Effect, restores 1/16 of the user's HP each turn. IVs. HP, 28-31. Attack, 30-31. Defense, 28-31. Special attack, 27-31. Special defense, 30-31. Speed, 29-31. Overall 4 rating, purple. For ratings, white, blue, purple, gold. White is less than 70 total, blue is 70 to 139, purple is 140 to 174, and gold is 175 plus. For caps, white max level, 40, blue, 60, purple, 90, gold, 100. This is the system's upgraded detection ability? Amazing! It even breaks down Pokemon stats and item effects so thoroughly. And to think this is actually a mutated Supreme Blue Water Stone, I've struck gold. Staring at the flood of data on Marshtomp, Sato took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement and shock. He marveled at the system's full detection upgrade, which would let him identify overlooked gems among his Pokemon. Previously, Sato had been worried about completing the system's mainline quest. But now, with the detection upgrade's benefits, he was confident he could cultivate a team of powerful Pokemon within the next 10 years. The sight of Marshtomp's updated data left him with an urge to skin all his Pokemon one by one. However, he decided to hold off until he completed the rest of Elsa's mission. After about 30 minutes, Sato returned to Elsa. The once resilient and strong-willed woman had regained her composure, once again wearing her signature cold demeanor. Although I saved her, I'm still just a stranger she's known for a few hours. I wanted to ask about her gemstone starfish hair clip, but now isn't the time. I'll approach her again in the future, Sato mused, noticing a lingering sadness in her eyes despite her cold front. Without hesitation, Sato handed her a spatial bag he had taken from one of the wetsuit-clad men earlier. These things aren't mine to take. They belong to you. Inside the spatial bag were 9 water stones. Elsa's expression turned to one of disdain as she immediately pushed it back to Sato. I don't want these. You keep them, she said, her tone softening slightly. Miss Elsa, this is your share, 8 high-quality water stones and 1 supreme water stone. Please don't refuse. I heard you want to restore the Satopolis gym, and you'll need these. Sato firmly pushed the bag back to her, his expression serious. Thank you. Hearing this, a faint light returned to Elsa's previously dim eyes. She took a deep breath, bowed deeply, and thanked Sato. The cold mask on her face softened, showing traces of genuine emotion. "Well then, let's go, Miss Elsa. AJ and the others must be worried sick after not seeing you for so long. Oh, by the way, let me introduce myself. I'm Sato, the future's strongest trainer." Seeing it having the intended effect, with Elsa perking up slightly, Sato grinned and extended a hand toward her, his confident, cheeky declaration earning a surprised look from her. Time passed quietly, and before long, evening had descended on Lily Cove City's harbor. The clock now read 6:12 p.m. Sato had managed to catch the last ferry to LaRousse City today, departing safely from the seafloor cavern with Elsa and her group of students around 5 p.m. Although Sato and Elsa had only known each other briefly, they had gone through life-and-death experiences together, forging a bond of friendship. Furthermore, as Sato had saved her life, Elsa and her students all came to see him off at the harbor when he departed. "I hope that the next time we meet, you'll have rediscovered your smile. Life goes on, and you can't remain stuck in the past forever," Sato thought to himself as he stood on the ship's deck, looking back at the beautiful woman and the children waving him goodbye from the dock. While the children wore bright smiles, Elsa's smile remained stiff and unnatural, betraying her emotions. As the ship pulled farther and farther away, the figures on the dock shrank to tiny dots before disappearing from view altogether. Compared to the luxurious St. Louis that Sato had previously traveled on, the Sea Lion was a much smaller vessel. It was a compact ferry, capable of carrying just over 50 passengers. The Sea Lion was clearly an old, weathered ship, with patches of wood evident in various places. Sato would not have boarded it had Elsa not reassured him that its captain, Henry, was an exceptionally skilled navigator. However, the onboard service was atrocious. The crew members wore perpetually sour expressions, and their responses to passenger requests were curt and dismissive. All of this seemed to stem from their captain. Since Sato had boarded, the highly acclaimed Captain Henry had done nothing but recline on a deck chair at the bow of the ship. He was a towering man, though age had caused his once impressive muscles to wither slightly. Dressed like a turtle hermit, he lounged in swim trunks, sipping iced rum while leisurely flipping through a risque fashion magazine. Surrounding him within a 10-meter radius stood 4 burly, intimidating sailors armed with gleaming axes. They kept their eyes fixed on anyone approaching the bow, effectively acting as the captain's bodyguards. Faced with these unapproachable guards, the passengers wisely treated the bow as a no-go zone, obediently following other armed sailors to their assigned cabins. Meanwhile, Captain Henry appeared to be a man who truly knew how to enjoy himself, lounging in the sea breeze with his drink and magazine. "Oh no, did I board the wrong ship? This feels like I've ended up on a pirate vessel." This was the honest thought of every first-time passenger aboard the Sea Lion. Despite the ship's shabby appearance, Sato was relieved to discover that it was surprisingly fast and steady for its size. At this pace, he estimated they could reach LaRousse City by early tomorrow morning. Having recently survived a shipwreck, Sato's first priority upon boarding was to assess the Sea Lion's crew and their capabilities. The sailors aboard the Sea Lion were rough and uncouth, many proudly flaunting scars that they treated as badges of honor. Some even strutted about shirtless in only shorts, showing off their muscles and trophies. One standout among them was a bald sailor named Kaba, who took every opportunity to show off his scars after Sato tipped one of his friends for some stories about battles at sea. Kaba would frequently stroll over to Sato, proudly displaying his honors. Sato respected the sentiment that scars were a warrior's badge of honor. The ship's crew was undeniably strong, with each sailor owning at least one Pokémon at level 25 or higher. Among them, a select few stood out as proper trainers. The 4 burly sailors guarding the captain, for example, each carried 3 Pokémon above level 35. The Sea Lion's first mate, Harold, was officially regarded as the ship's strongest fighter. When Sato first saw Harold, he thought he must be mistaken. The first mate stood barely 1.3 meters tall, sported a long beard that dragged on the ground, and wielded an axe taller than himself. He resembled a dwarf straight out of a fantasy novel. Harold's body was packed with knotty muscle, leading Sato to maliciously speculate whether the man's diminutive stature was due to overtraining in his youth. As the first mate of a ship that resembled a pirate vessel, Harold, whom Sato privately nicknamed Muscleman, earned Sato's grudging respect. A single glance at the level 47 Celio on Harold was enough to make Sato feel wary. Thanks to his upgraded system detection ability, Sato could now better assess Pokémon strength. When he scanned Harold's Celio, he discovered it had an astonishing individual value of 170, marking it as a Pokémon with a rare purple tier rating. While observing the crew, Sato also spotted two familiar faces from the St. Louis, the old captain and Rhodes. The two were disguised as a father and son duo, with the father sitting in a wheelchair pushed by the son. Although their appearances and demeanors had changed significantly, Sato's keen eyesight recognized them immediately. At that moment, the pair were at the stern, enjoying the ocean view and occasionally chatting with other passengers, presenting a heartwarming image. Why are they here? This is bad news. I just hope this voyage doesn't take a turn for the worse. Seeing the old captain and Rhodes aboard the Sea Lion made Sato uneasy. Reflecting on the events aboard the St. Louis, Sato realized the shipwreck had been orchestrated to target these two. In his mind, they were nothing short of harbingers of disasters. The walking plagues. Feign ignorance, feign face blindness, feign being oblivious. These were the three feigning principles Sato had decided to adopt to deal with the old captain and Rhodes. The minds of madmen were incomprehensible to Sato, especially those who treated others as less than human. Unable to predict or contend with such individuals, Sato resolved to distance himself from the two men targeted by these lunatics. The reason was simple: his current strength was not enough to handle them. Before long, the sun quietly sank below the horizon, and the crescent moon and a sky full of stars blanketed the ocean. The tranquil night was a sharp contrast to the lively commotion aboard the humble yet bustling vessel, the Sea Lion. Despite its age and size, the Sea Lion was a fully equipped ship, complete with facilities found on larger cruise liners. The ship's dining room and bar were combined, creating a raucous environment filled with the clinking of bottles and boisterous conversations. Notably, the staff at the bar restaurant were Pokémon. An auxiliary handled dishwashing, while a Kingler and a Poliwhirl served dishes across the floor. Overhead, a Pelipper ferried rum orders with efficiency. More amusingly, the chef responsible for grilling shellfish and fish was a Poliwrath, while the bartender mixing cocktails at the counter was none other than a Kadabra, who had a fondness for alcohol himself. These Pokémon staff were highly skilled at their jobs, running the establishment with remarkable professionalism. Through his detection ability, Sato discovered that these Pokémon were all above level 20, with the Poliwrath and Kadabra even reaching level 40. Perhaps due to their strength, the bar maintained a harmonious order despite the chaotic energy. The sailors aboard the Sea Lion, while intimidating in appearance, were hardy and straightforward individuals. Spending time with them often left one unexpectedly fond of their company, provided one earned their respect first. Sailors, particularly after a few drinks, were notorious for their tall tales. A sailor who took a liking to you might share every piece of knowledge they had, no matter how grandiose or dubious. By downing 3 large mugs of rum and coke in one go and covering a tab of over 2,000 poke dollars, a tipsy Sato quickly won the respect of the ship's guard sailors gathered at the bar that evening. Ha, let me tell you, Cass, when I was your age, I'd already circumnavigated the world several times with the captain. Believe me, I'm the man who witnessed a battle between Kyogre and Lugia and lived to tell the tale. A middle-aged sailor with a flushed face and arms slung around Sato's shoulders guzzled another bottle of rum delivered by a Pelipper before belching loudly. He reeked of alcohol as he shared his tale with Sato, who was currently using a transformed Ditto to disguise himself. The sailor's name was Adolf Hadler, an old hand from the Unova region and a squad leader among the Sea Lion's guard crew. Tonight, he was enthusiastically regaling Sato with sea tales, serving as an impromptu storyteller. Through Hadler's colorful accounts of his nautical adventures, Sato gleaned valuable information about the sea lion, including confirmation of the captain's extraordinary reputation as a seasoned mariner. Don't listen to him, Cass. The squad leader's exaggerating again. Last time, he said he saw Kyogre and Rayquaza fighting in Kalos. Now it's Kyogre and Lugia. Exactly. The captain hasn't even seen Kyogre. It hasn't surfaced in Hoenn for decades, let alone anywhere else. True. Kyogre is a Hoenn legend. It's said to only appear there. How could it possibly be in Kalos? Unless there are multiple Kyogre. Before Sato could respond, other young sailors at the bar, faces also flushed with drink, began poking holes in Hadler's story. Even other inebriated sailors nearby joined in the mockery. Ha ha. Laughter erupted as Hadler's exaggerated tale was thoroughly debunked. Shut up. I did see it. Back in Unova, I was known as the Brave of the Seas. You lot, who've only been on the sea lion for a few months, know nothing. Who says there's only one Kyogre? I've seen two. Infuriated, Hadler bellowed at the mockers before grabbing the loudest of his detractors by the collar. His booming voice suggested he was moments away from a brawl. Fight. Fight. Rather than intervening, the onlookers egged them on, and even the Pokémon staff paused to watch the unfolding drama with interest. After a heated exchange of words, the two finally began grappling. Just as they prepared to escalate the fight with Pokémon, the Kadabra behind the bar calmly polished a glass, his eyes glowing blue. In the blink of an eye, Hadler and his opponent vanished, reappearing outside the bar's entrance. The younger sailor was no match for his squad leader and was soon beaten black and blue. However, when they prepared to involve their Pokémon in the fight, the Poliwrath chef appeared, clad in a chef's hat and uniform. With a single swift karate chop each, the Poliwrath knocked both combatants unconscious and dragged them into a dimly lit storage room. Kyogre and Kalos, huh? Maybe there really isn't just one Kyogre in the Pokémon world. Watching Hadler being dragged away, Sato pondered. He recalled a certain Pokémon movie featuring a shiny Rayquaza, black. If there could be two Rayquaza, then the existence of more Kyogre didn't seem so far-fetched. With Hadler's removal, Sato lost interest in lingering at the bar. Without his drinking companion, he risked genuinely getting drunk if he stayed. Feigning intoxication, Sato bid farewell to the sailors and staggered out of the bar restaurant. However, as he pushed the door open and saw a familiar face, his pupils shrank and his half-drunken state instantly sobered. Two familiar faces appeared before Sato, Heiji Kuroya, whom he had battled on the St. Louis, and a girl who was both his enemy and someone who had once ambushed him, a pretty young woman with a rather cute appearance. The two of them walked hand in hand, with the girl leaning on Kuroya in a delicate and affectionate manner. On the surface, they appeared to be a couple deeply in love. However, Sato's sharp observation skills quickly caught the subtle disdain in their eyes whenever they glanced at each other. Clearly, the two were merely pretending to be a couple. Sato discreetly observed them while maintaining the appearance of a drunkard. Thanks to the ditto-transformed human skin mask he wore, coupled with his reeking scent of alcohol and unsteady gait, the pair simply regarded him as a tipsy drunk and shifted their attention elsewhere after a brief glance. Why is Heiji Kuroya with her? Could it be that he's part of that lunatic group as well? Seeing Kuroya and his enemy acting all lovey-dovey together, Sato's mind was filled with questions. Within just a second or two, he had already considered countless possibilities. As they were about to pass each other, Sato's downcast eyes flickered with a sharp glint. He suddenly staggered and accidentally bumped into his enemy. Caught off guard by Sato's sudden move, the girl, Dora, had no time to dodge. She could only watch as the alcohol-reeking Sato crashed into her arms. Thud! With that, Dora was knocked to the ground, with Sato landing squarely on top of her. Sato found it odd that he managed to knock her over so easily. Considering Kuroya was holding her hand, the impact shouldn't have been enough to send her tumbling. Clearly, Kuroya had let go of her hand the moment Sato collided with her. "Get off me, you filthy drunk." Pressed beneath the drunken stranger, Dora's mind went blank for a moment. But it was soon replaced by a surge of anger. She pushed Sato off with all her strength, her face twisted with rage as she screamed at him. "Burn him to ashes, Mag Mortar." Enraged, Dora wasted no time pulling a pokeball from her dress with a magician-like flourish. She released a Mag Mortar and immediately ordered it to attack Sato. Resorting to a Pokemon attack over such a trivial matter was utterly deranged, and this impulsive act revealed Dora's vile nature. Despite lying on the ground pretending to be a drunkard, Sato remained unfazed. He had already noticed someone important standing behind the pair, a short, muscular sailor who served as the bosun of the sea lion. As the bosun of the sea lion, Kokoro was not about to let anyone die on his watch. Seeing Dora prepare to attack someone over a minor bump, his expression turned icy. As soon as it was released, Celio, his trusty partner, immediately sensed his mood shift. Without needing an order, Celio launched a piercingly cold ice beam just as Mag Mortar was about to unleash its flames. The icy beam struck with lightning speed. The terrifying chill extinguished the flames on Mag Mortar's back, freezing its entire body solid in less than a second, albeit momentarily. Moreover, the icy aura emanating from Celio's frozen creation spread to Dora herself. Dressed in a light summer dress, she was instantly chilled to the bone, her complexion turning blue as she began shivering uncontrollably. Seeing her Mag Mortar frozen and herself caught in the backlash, Dora turned her head stiffly to glare at the short, muscular sailor. Her eyes were filled with both fear and intense hatred. "What do you mean, you? Who gave you permission to attack someone, you vile woman? Don't you understand the rules on the sea lion? Next time you dare to command a Pokemon to attack someone on the ship, I'll freeze both you and your Pokemon solid, smash you into pieces with an axe, and feed you to the fish." Kokoro was a dominating figure. Seeing Dora glaring at him, he swung the blunt side of his axe and knocked her to the ground before pointing the blade at her head and shouting furiously. Heiji Kuroya, witnessing Dora's treatment, felt a twinge of discomfort. But when he glanced down at Kokoro, their eyes met. To Kuroya, it was as if he were staring into the maw of a ferocious great white shark. Kuroya froze in place, cold sweat pouring down his body as fear filled his eyes. If Kuroya was intimidated, Dora, who had been directly targeted, was utterly terrified. She no longer cared about the burning pain in her chest. Bowing her head submissively, she didn't dare meet Kokoro's murderous gaze. She realized she had encountered someone far more terrifying than herself. Kokoro was even more frightening than Captain Mary, whom she once feared. She had no doubt that if she showed even a hint of defiance, he would finish her on the spot. Get lost. Don't block my way to the dining hall. Seeing the two comply, Kokoro eased his demeanor a bit. Since turning to honest work with his boss, he hadn't killed anyone in a long time, but the suppressed violence in his heart was now surging. It seemed like he needed something to vent his frustrations. Kuroya quickly picked up Dora's pokeball, recalling Mag Mortar, and helped Dora to her feet. They made way for Kokoro, and as soon as he entered the dining hall, the pair fled in disgrace. Meanwhile, the drunken Sato was dragged aside by a few sailors coming out of the dining hall. After a long while, Sato, now lying in a corridor, finally groggily woke up. Looking around in apparent confusion, his face suddenly changed, and he promptly spewed a torrent of liquid from his mouth. Afterward, feeling much better, he began to stagger off again, disappearing down the corridor. Everything about him was so convincingly drunk that it perfectly fit the persona of a dedicated drunkard. The golden sun slowly rose from the eastern horizon, painting the distant eastern sky into a sea of golden clouds. As the sea lion approached Larousse City, Sato, who stood on the deck, began to make out a portion of the city's silhouette, partially shrouded by ocean mist. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Sato would never have believed how elevated Larousse could be. The island on which Larousse was built seemed like a massive pillar towering over the ocean, standing alone in solitary majesty. Indeed, Larousse City was established atop a high-altitude column-shaped island. From his vantage point on the sea lion, Sato could only see the island's steep, jagged cliffs. However, the rumors travelers shared about Larousse City being a hub of advanced technology seemed well-founded. Numerous modern-looking glass elevators were installed along the island's steep cliffs, hinting at the city's sophistication. Beneath these glass elevators lay an enormous port constructed over the sea. From the sea lion's perspective, Sato could only glimpse a portion of it. The port wrapped around the entire island, its immense scale leaving Sato in awe. Having witnessed the bustling ports of Vermilion City and Lilygove City, Sato once again found his horizons broadened. The prosperity of Larousse's port dwarfed the other two by comparison. It was no exaggeration to say that Larousse's daily cargo throughput likely surpassed the combined capacity of Vermilion and Lilygove. This massive port, encircling the island, was undoubtedly a colossal economic powerhouse. Gradually, the Sea Lion, along with hundreds of other ships of varying sizes, navigated into empty berths under the orderly direction of traffic officers mounted on large flying-type Pokémon. No wonder Larousse City is so advanced. It's incredibly wealthy and powerful, Sato thought, inhaling deeply and reflecting with amazement. When the Sea Lion finally docked, Sato disembarked along the gangway with the other passengers. The moment his feet touched the dock, he noticed something unusual. The concrete beneath his feet felt oddly soft, almost spongy. Some people, unaccustomed to the sensation, even stumbled and fell. Don't worry, you'll get used to it soon. This isn't ordinary concrete. It's called floatstone, a new building material developed by Larousse City's Tech Research Institute. It's not only strong and flexible, but also buoyant and resistant to seawater corrosion, making it ideal for marine construction, explained a smiling sailor stationed at the gangway to assist passengers. Floatstone, huh? What incredible material. With this, building cities on the ocean might become a reality in the future. But the cost must be astronomical, and it's likely monopolized by Larousse City. Otherwise, the city would have expanded far beyond its current size, Sato thought, crouching down to poke at the floatstone beneath him. To his amazement, it deformed under pressure, but quickly regained its original shape, leaving him astonished. As Sato suspected, the cost of floatstone was exorbitant. A single square meter cost millions of Pokedollars. Even with Larousse City's immense wealth, they had only replaced a small portion of the port with floatstone. Unlike other regions where Officer Jenny led the law enforcement, Larousse City's security forces were not humans, but box-shaped robots patrolling the area. Each robot was accompanied by a few Magnemite or Magneton. These cube-shaped robots were highly vigilant, distributed across the port in a systematic pattern, conducting thorough patrols. If they detected anyone breaking the port's rules, they would immediately intervene to stop and warn them. For first-time offenders, the robots were lenient, issuing warnings and recording the violations. However, repeat offenders faced not only warnings but also fines, which increased exponentially with each infraction. If a violator couldn't pay the fine, the robot's friendly display screen would switch to an enraged expression. They would give the offender a time limit to leave Larousse City. If the individual resisted or failed to leave within the allotted time, the robots would resort to forceful expulsion. Underestimating these cube robots would be a grave mistake. Quite the opposite, they were equipped with data from powerful trainers who had battled at the battle tower. While their strategies might be rigid, each robot had the tactical skills of at least an average to elite-level trainer. Each robot carried external power sources like Magnemite, but internally, they housed up to 18 Pokémon of varying types and levels above 20. The robots could devise optimal battle strategies based on their opponent's Pokémon. What was most terrifying was their ability to work in unison. If all the Pokémon in a single robot were defeated, multiple robots could combine to form a powerful battle unit, reminiscent of a transformer. In their combined form, these robots effectively became pseudo-electric-type Pokémon capable of using common electric-type moves like Thundershock, Thunderbolt, and Zap Cannon. In summary, Larousse City's defensive capabilities were incredibly formidable. The sheer number of these robots spread across the city was equivalent to a powerful League trainer army. Sato vividly remembered from the movies that these cube robots had even managed to subdue Rayquaza. Although it was only temporary, it showcased their immense strength when working together. As a result, After many bloody lessons, few dared to violate LaRousse City's rules. To live peacefully in LaRousse, one had to strictly abide by its regulations. LaRousse City, of course, has two sets of rules, one for outsiders and another for its residents. Naturally, the rules for locals offer them significant advantages over those for outsiders. For example, many areas of LaRousse City are off-limits to outsiders, while locals have unrestricted access to any part of the city and can even use public transportation free of charge. Additionally, local trainers receive free medical services and a stipend of 1 million poke dollars. Each local novice trainer is also entitled to 3 free starter Pokemon. Furthermore, fines for LaRousse City locals are reduced by 80%, and they are granted 1 waiver per month for any fines incurred. What frustrates outsiders the most is the locals' right to vote to expel outsiders. If 20 or more LaRousse City residents vote to expel a specific outsider, that outsider must leave within a designated time frame and will be permanently blacklisted from entering LaRousse City again. However, such rights must not be abused. LaRousse City residents are required to act impartially. If someone is reported for unwarranted abuse of their authority, they will be subjected to a public trial in the court of justice. If found guilty, the penalty can even be death. Moreover, with rights come responsibilities. In case of emergencies, every LaRousse City resident is obligated to follow orders unconditionally. Failure to do so is treated as treason. Because of the superior benefits provided by LaRousse City, many aspire to obtain local residency. However, becoming a resident is exceedingly difficult. Besides being born and raised in LaRousse, outsiders have 3 ways to gain citizenship. The first method is living in LaRousse City for over 10 years, spending at least 2 million poke dollars annually during that time, and having no record of rule violations. The second method is through a talent admission system. LaRousse City always welcomes Pokemon researchers and elite-level trainers, provided they have no serious criminal records. The third method is the Battle Tower. If someone achieves a streak of 30 consecutive victories or becomes the guardian of a floor in the tower, they automatically qualify for LaRousse City residency. So that's how it is. LaRousse City really is a remarkable place. I truly envy the trainers born here, Sato mused as he sat in a glass elevator with several others, flipping through a guidebook detailing the city's rules and benefits. After finishing the sections on regulations and rights and responsibilities, he shifted his attention to the chapter on the Battle Tower, which was the focus of his current mission, achieving a streak of 10 consecutive victories. He needed to familiarize himself with this place. As Sato began carefully reading about the Battle Tower, his face gradually revealed a look of astonishment. He couldn't help but marvel at the resources LaRousse City had invested in it. The Battle Tower in LaRousse City currently has 108 floors. The first 30 floors are the beginner tier, floors 31 to 60 are the intermediate tier, and floors 61 to 90 are the advanced tier. The remaining 18 floors are private domains for the Tower Guardians. Every challenger starts from the first floor. Only victors may advance 1 floor, while losers must retreat 1 floor. For every 3 consecutive wins, a challenger can advance 2 floors instead of 1. However, certain milestones, such as floors 30, 60, and 90, represent specific thresholds. Upon reaching these floors, challengers must win at least 3 out of 5 battles to advance. Failure results in a retreat of 15 floors. The final 18 floors are the domain of the Tower Guardians. Only those who pass the trials of the 90th floor may step foot here, with each floor being ruled by a single guardian. To become a guardian of one of these floors, a challenger must defeat 10 other opponents on that floor, excluding the current guardian. Each challenger has only 3 lifetime attempts to challenge a Tower Guardian. Once these attempts are used, they are permanently barred from the Battle Tower. Tower Guardians are considered an elite class in LaRousse City. They receive free access to all city services, unrestricted mobility within the city, an annual stipend of 2 billion poke dollars, and various rare Pokemon items. Notably, the Battle Tower features a points system similar to Team Rocket's internal exchange system. Every victory earns points, the amount of which depends on the floor level. For instance, winning on the first floor awards 1 point, the second floor awards 2 points, and so on. After the 90th floor, victories earn a fixed reward of 100 points each. These points are invaluable to challengers as they can be exchanged for a wide variety of Pokémon items. The selection available in the Battle Tower's exchange system rivals, if not exceeds, that of Team Rocket's internal system. From rare Pokémon to highly sought-after Pokémon items, anything can be redeemed if one has enough points. However, these points are non-transferable and are bound to the individual challenger. Apart from points, challengers also receive monetary rewards, earning 10% of the ticket revenue generated by their battle. With enough skill and popularity, any trainer can reap enormous rewards at the Battle Tower. This lucrative opportunity draws countless trainers from around the world to Larus City every year. Pokémon battles are the most popular competitive activity in the Pokémon world, with an unparalleled number of fans. Because the Battle Tower hosts the world's top-tier Pokémon battles, it attracts countless spectators passionate about the sport. However, among the numerous challengers vying for success in the Battle Tower, only a few manage to stand at its pinnacle. Yet the emergence of the Battle Tower has provided an unprecedented platform for promising civilian trainers. In fact, of the 18 current Tower Guardians, 10 started out as civilian trainers. The trainer currently reigning at the Battle Tower Summit was also a civilian trainer. A springboard for civilian trainers to rise, huh? That's absolutely true. I hope that one day, I too can stand at the pinnacle of this tower, Sato thought, gazing at the towering obelisk in the distance, his eyes shining with determination. Sato stepped out of the glass elevator and arrived at one of Larus City's entry points. Immediately, a cube-shaped service robot designed to assist new visitors approached him and requested his League ID. Alliance V-Class Citizen, Sato Kaede, verification complete. Data upload in progress. Upload complete. Temporary identification number for Larus City. BGM 01238921. Ding. This is your ID card for Larus City. Please keep it safe. If lost, contact the nearest service robot to report it. The cube robot swallowed Sato's League ID, captured his photograph, and after a brief moment, a white card along with his League ID emerged from its slot. The robot instructed Sato to retrieve them. The white card bore Sato's freshly taken photo on the top right corner and contained his basic information. This card served as his temporary identification within Larus City. From the city guide Sato had perused earlier, he learned that this temporary ID was linked to his League bank account. With this card, he could make all purchases in Larus City seamlessly. Additionally, any profits he earned through transactions in the city would also be transferred to his League account via this card. However, Larus City imposed a 10% income tax on all earnings generated within its borders. With the registration complete, the large doors before him slowly opened. Sato stepped through, officially entering Larus City for the first time. He now had 3 transportation options. The first was to stand on one of the auto-moving walkways along the main roads, which would transport him to his desired location. These walkways spanned the city and provided quick access to various areas. However, this method required familiarity with Larus City's layout to avoid getting lost in its intricate network. The second option was to use the magnetic levitation cars, which operated similarly to traditional vehicles, but were driverless and significantly faster. The third option was to rent a flying mount. Larus City boasted well-established aerial pathways and numerous stores offering flying Pokémon for hire, with several available right at the entrance. To save time, Sato opted for the third and most efficient option. Renting a flying Pokémon was not cheap. The minimum cost was 1,000 Pokédollars per ride. Due to its expense, this mode of transport was often reserved for those in a hurry or with ample funds to spare. With the fortune Sato had recently acquired from the sea cave near Liliov City, he didn't mind the cost. He paid 1,500 Pokédollars to rent a Pidgeot. These rental flying Pokémon were thoroughly trained and had calm temperaments, ensuring they didn't act out even with unfamiliar riders. Once payment was complete, the service staff removed Pidgeot's control device and guided it to Sato. With their help, he smoothly mounted the Pokémon. The refreshing sea breeze invigorated him as Pidgeot took off. His earlier fatigue gave way to alertness. Gazing below, he marveled at the city's advanced infrastructure. What an incredibly developed city. Even the air feels cleaner here. Maybe settling down in a place like this when I'm older wouldn't be such a bad idea, he mused, admiring the clear blue sky. Pidgeot's flight was swift, and its knowledge of LaRousse City's layout was impeccable, a result of specialized training. Following Sato's instructions, it quickly brought him to the largest Pokémon Center in the city, which was equipped with a landing platform for flying mounts. Although LaRousse City maintained a neutral stance and discouraged external influences, its administration made an exception for the Joy family, fostering close collaboration. As a result, Pokémon centers operated by the Joy family were scattered throughout the city and remained its primary healthcare facilities for Pokémon. The Pokémon Center Sato visited was the largest in LaRousse City and situated closest to the Battle Tower. Resembling a five-star hotel, it was the ideal temporary residence for trainers aspiring to challenge the tower. After landing, Sato placed his temporary ID against the scanner on Pidgeot's harness. A familiar confirmation sound played, and Pidgeot nodded before flying away swiftly. Waving farewell to Pidgeot, Sato followed the signs to the elevator. Like the others who had arrived via flying mounts, he rode the elevator to the Pokémon Center's main floor. The bustling lobby of the Pokémon Center was crowded with trainers, nearly all accompanied by one or two Pokémon or carrying Pokeballs. "Nurse Joy, please take care of these little ones and give them a full recovery," Sato said as he handed over 7 Pokeballs along with his temporary ID to the Nurse Joy at the service counter. "Certainly, sir. Please wait in the lounge. Your Pokémon will be ready shortly," Nurse Joy replied with a professional smile. She placed the Pokeballs into designated slots, scanned his temporary ID, and returned it to him. Currently, Sato carried only 7 Pokémon. Before parting ways with Elsa and the others, he had released his Chinchou back into the wild. After consulting the system's analysis, Sato determined that Chinchou lacked the aptitude for combat and personally, Chinchou preferred a peaceful life. Releasing it into its natural habitat was the best decision. Simultaneously, Sato used the system's detection ability to rescan his Pokémon. To his surprise, the Pokémon with the highest 4 rating was Bellossom, who boasted a golden rating with an individual value total of 176. Sato was astonished by Bellossom's exceptional stats. In his view, apart from its unparalleled talent in mastering Grass-type energy, Bellossom didn't stand out in other aspects. However, it now seemed Bellossom might possess undiscovered talents. A Pokémon with Golden 4 rating is incredibly rare, so Sato was determined to make Bellossom one of the core members of his future team. The next Pokémon with the highest rating was Marshtomp, with an individual value total of 172, just 3 points shy of the golden rating threshold of 175. Without question, upon realizing Marshtomp's outstanding potential, Sato immediately decided to include it in his ace lineup. Currently, Sato had a shiny Wingull that could serve as the future core of a rain team, with a Mega Swampert as its ace. This gave him the inspiration to start building a rain team. Speaking of shiny Wingull, Sato couldn't help but feel thrilled. This Pokémon not only had the significant advantage of dual abilities, but also possessed purple rating with an individual value total of 163. Thanks to its dual abilities, one of which was Drizzle, a core rain team ability, the value of shiny Wingull in a rain team was immeasurable. Combining it with Swampert, which could one day undergo Mega Evolution, Sato believed it wasn't impossible for him to achieve the title of a Water-type elite in the near future. With the Rain Team's core and ace Pokémon already secured, Sato only needed a few more Pokémon with abilities like Swift Swim, Rain Dish, or ones that could counter Electric and Grass types to round out the team. In fact, Sato already had a few candidates in mind. One of them was a Poliwrath he had once seen in Viridian Forest. If his guess was correct, that Poliwrath, which had held its own against a Gyarados in a torrential downpour, possessed the swift swim ability. Its fluid movements in the rain left a deep impression on Sato. With the swift swim ability, Polyrath could traverse rain-soaked air with agility, a level of mobility Sato greatly admired. Mega Swampert also has the swift swim ability. Unfortunately, its bulky frame makes it less suited for such nimble maneuvers, which are better executed by lighter Pokémon like Polyrath. Although Swift Swim is a hidden ability, Poliwhirl is a common Pokémon. With the system's detection ability, finding a Poliwhirl with this hidden ability wouldn't be too difficult for Sato. Another Rain Team member Sato envisioned was Ludicolo. He thought of this after witnessing Anna's Lotad. Her Swift Swim Lotad demonstrated excellent mobility, along with powerful field control and recovery abilities. In a Rain Team, Ludicolo's role is indispensable. Its swift swim ability grants it incredible mobility, and with its arsenal of grass-type moves, it becomes a formidable disruptor. These 4 water-type Pokémon, Shiny Wingull, Marshtomp, Poliwrath, and Ludicolo, formed the foundation of Sato's Rain Team. For the remaining 2 members, Sato hadn't decided yet. However, he had some ideas, though finding the right Pokémon would be challenging. Kingdra with Swift Swim and Goodra with Hydration were ideal candidates. Both are exceptional special attackers in Rain Teams. However, these 2 are Dragon types, and Goodra, in particular, is a pseudo-legendary. For now, they were only a distant dream for Sato. Apart from Bellossom and Marshtomp, Nidoran also ranked high in individual value ratings. The Nidoran Sato had pinned his hopes on as a potential future ace did not disappoint, with an individual value total of 168. Its attack and special attack IVs exceeded 30. In time, once Nidoran evolves into Nidoking, with its ability changing from hustle to sheer force and paired with a life orb, it would become Sato's most powerful attacker. A Nidoking with sheer force and life orb excels in both physical and special attacks. Whether it's Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, and Ice Punch in melee, or Thunderbolt, Flamethrower, and Ice Beam for ranged attacks, Nidoking's broad offensive coverage is formidable. Were it not for Nidoran's young age and untapped potential, Sato would have already removed its Everstone necklace. With its level now at 25, it could evolve anytime. However, for the sake of its future growth, Sato decided to wait. Nidoran's current state needed to be maintained for at least a couple more months. Pokémon don't grow at the same pace as humans, and a few months or a year was enough for Nidoran to fully mature. By then, evolving it straight to a Nidoking would pose no issue. Naturally, Sato wasn't satisfied with the Moonstone he currently owned. After witnessing the effects of premium evolutionary stones like the Sunstone and Waterstone, his standards had become more refined. In his view, Nidoran must evolve with a premium Moonstone to maximize its potential. It was very likely that Bellossom's Golden 4 rating was closely related to the premium Sunstone gifted by Wallace. Similar to Wallace, Sato had a perfectionist streak. To further enhance the capabilities of his ace Pokémon, he hoped to provide the best evolutionary conditions for Nidoran. As a result, Empty Moon in the Kanto region had become a priority destination for him. Even if it meant scouring every fucking inch of it, Sato was determined to find a premium Moonstone for Nidoran there. Apart from Marshtomp, Nidoran, and the Shiny Wingull being Pokémon with purple tier ratings, Golbat and Ditto also fell into this category, although their 4 rating was classified as lower grade purple tier compared to the other 3. Despite Golbat's slightly less impressive rating, as Sato's starter Pokémon, it remained a focal point for training. Currently, Golbat served as a primary attacker in his team while also taking on the role of a scout. Even if Golbat's role as a primary attacker may one day be replaced by Nidoran or Marshtomp, the scouting position will undoubtedly remain its specialty. Moreover, once it evolves into Crobat, Golbat will also become Sato's regular flying transport Pokémon. Additionally, when it learns moves like Haze and Taunt, Crobat, with its impressive speed, can also act as a disruptor in the team. Sato held great hope for Golbat's future, aspiring for it to learn Nasty Plot as a power-up move someday. A Crobat that knows Nasty Plot would become a terrifying assassin under the cover of night or darkness. As for Ditto, Sato was currently somewhat disappointed with it. Although it repeatedly promised to work hard and participate in direct combat, its enthusiasm only lasts a few days before reverting to its previous lazy self. However, Sato wasn't one to back down. If Ditto refused to train, Sato forced it into practice mode, compelling it to transform continuously to build its stamina. In truth, stamina has always been a major limiting factor for Ditto's strength. While Ditto can transform into large Pokémon, it lacks the power to properly control the massive forms it mimics. In essence, it's a paper tiger formidable in appearance, but lacking substance. As a result, Ditto usually prefers transforming into smaller Pokémon. Lately, it has been particularly fond of transforming into the shiny Wingull. Among Sato's 6 Pokémon, the most surprising case was Growlithe. He hadn't expected its 4 ratings to be the lowest, with a base stat total of only 138. Although this is just 2 points shy of the 140 needed for purple tier rating, the gap significantly impacts Growlithe's future potential. Fortunately, Growlithe required a Firestone to evolve, and Sato knew that top-tier premium evolution stones can enhance the potential of Pokémon that depend on them for evolution. Being a sentimental person, Sato treasured Growlithe's voluntary decision to follow him out of Viridian Forest. He kept this in his heart, and if given the chance to obtain a top-tier premium Firestone, he'd do his best to secure it for Growlithe. Currently, Growlithe was at level 25, far from the level 60 threshold. Sato still had plenty of time to find the perfect Firestone for it. The efficiency of the Pokémon Center's treatment process was impressive. After waiting in the lobby for about 10 minutes, Sato heard the announcement that his Pokémon were ready. He quickly retrieved his 6 Pokémon from the counter and rented a single room at the center. After enjoying a hearty breakfast with his Pokémon in the center's dining hall, Sato returned to his room and fell into a deep sleep. To guard against the potential antics of Dora and her gang, Sato had stayed up all night. Now, with dark circles under his eyes, he was utterly exhausted. When Sato woke up again, the sky was beginning to darken. It was around 6 p.m. After washing up and addressing his growling stomach, he headed to the Pokémon Center's dining hall for a feast with his team. While eating, the images on the large TV screens in the dining hall caught his attention. To his surprise, the Battle Tower was hosting a Tower Master Challenge tonight. What shocked Sato even more was the challenger, a female trainer about his age. Based on her features, the challenger appeared to be a blonde woman from the West. Her fair skin, tall stature for a woman, and long, waist-length golden hair shone brightly. Her bangs were long, obscuring her gray left eye. Apart from a peculiar headpiece, she wore no feminine accessories. The blonde woman donned a black women's suit. Her exposed gray eye radiated sharpness, and coupled with her striking appearance and noble aura, she resembled an aristocratic heiress. Judging by the roaring cheers from the screen, the blonde woman had a significant fan base. The audience filled the stadium to capacity, with some spectators even crowding the aisles due to a lack of seats. Her fan base included many female trainers dressed similarly to her, waving fans printed with her image. Some fervent male fans waved flags and shouted enthusiastically. In stark contrast, the Tower Master she was challenging, a burly man with a buzz cut dressed in martial arts attire, had noticeably fewer supporters in the crowd. In fact, his presence was almost entirely overshadowed by hers. It was ironic that the Tower Master had essentially lost his home field advantage to the challenger. From his grim expression and cold, piercing eyes, it was clear that he was genuinely pissed. Cynthia. 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 The blonde woman gracefully walked from the rest area to the battle platform. When she gave the audience an elegant bow, the atmosphere exploded with excitement. Her fans cheered in unison, calling out her name in support. Incredible. To think I'd encounter the future champion of Sinnoh here, Sato muttered, stunned. Seeing the young version of Cynthia appear on the screen, he was utterly amazed. He completely forgot about his food, focusing all his attention on the screen. This was a rare opportunity to gauge the gap between himself and Sinnoh's future battle goddess. The result of the battle roulette was announced, and once the battlefield successfully switched, a referee riding on a Pidgeot for real-time surveillance immediately signaled for the two trainers to begin their match. The first to act was Cynthia. On the water battlefield, her initial Pokémon was Empoleon, one of the Sinnoh starters. This Empoleon was extraordinary in demeanor. Even through the screen, one could feel the immense battle spirit radiating from its eyes. Upon appearing midair, it immediately executed Drill Peck, its entire body transforming into a spinning top as it rapidly rotated, stirring up white air currents and diving toward the water's surface. What was surprising, however, was that despite the impressive display, Empoleon's entry into the water barely caused a ripple. Like a world-class diver, it entered the water with only the faintest splash. This level of physical control and energy manipulation is unbelievable. Watching Empoleon's flawless entry into the water, Sato, who had been eating, froze with his mouth agape, his expression one of astonishment. As expected of Cynthia, her skill in training Pokémon is truly unmatched. Once Empoleon was in the water, a whirlpool quickly formed and expanded to cover the entire water battlefield. On the opposing side stood Carpin, the level 17 Tower Master, a burly man in a martial artist's uniform specializing in fighting-type Pokémon. Faced with the commanding display of Cynthia's Empoleon, Carpin remained calm as he released his own Pokémon, Poliwrath. Poliwrath's entrance wasn't as grand as Empoleon's, but it showcased its strength and finesse. Before the crowd's eyes, Poliwrath moved effortlessly atop the whirlpool, like a martial arts master with extraordinary agility. Poliwrath was no ordinary Pokémon. Clearly adept with human weapons, it clasped its hands together and used Ice Punch to form a massive ice blade and scabbard. With its right hand, it drove the ice blade into the water below. The blade's passage froze the water, leaving a path of ice in its wake. In just a few seconds, Poliwrath had circled the whirlpool created by Empoleon, leaving a ring of ice on the water's surface. Wow! The crowd couldn't help but exclaim in awe at Poliwrath's dazzling maneuvers. Though many remained loyal to Cynthia and silently cheered her on, they couldn't help but admire Carpin's Poliwrath. Incredible. A Pokémon that wields weapons. Carpin, the Tower Master, certainly lives up to his reputation, Sato murmured, stunned once more. Poliwrath now stood on the icy surface with its blade sheathed, its left hand gripping the scabbard and its right resting on the hilt. Its closed eyes and steady posture gave it the air of a stoic swordsman. Empoleon, Aqua Drill Peck. Cynthia remained composed, her brow furrowing slightly as she immediately commanded her Empoleon to launch an attack from within the whirlpool. Left. From the beginning of the match, Carpin had been standing with his arms crossed, his eyes closed in apparent relaxation. However, the moment Cynthia issued her command, he suddenly shouted. As if clairvoyant, Carpin's words rang out just as Cynthia's Empoleon emerged from the left side of the icy path, surging out of the whirlpool. Empoleon's entire body was cloaked in swirling water, the high-speed rotation of its body combining Aqua Jet and Drill Peck into an unstoppable, dragon-like torrent. It charged toward Poliwrath with terrifying momentum. Unfortunately for Empoleon, Carpin's uncanny foresight sealed its fate. Trusting its trainer implicitly, Poliwrath adjusted its stance the instant Carpin spoke. As Empoleon emerged, Poliwrath had already begun to draw its blade. Poliwrath's eyes snapped open, gleaming with sharp focus. With the blade infused entirely with the power of Ice Punch, it leapt into the air, delivering a lightning-fast slash with incredible force. This move transformed Ice Punch into a devastating icy sword slash. Poliwrath, solid as a mountain, channeled its immense strength into the ice blade. A single swing unleashed a brilliant blue arc of energy, resembling a frozen, icy wave tearing through the battlefield. The overwhelming cold and slicing blade energy surged outward, causing the ice beneath Poliwrath to spread further while simultaneously cracking under the immense power. Clang! The next moment, the clash of their moves resounded like a great bell being struck. A visible shockwave rippled outward, forcing most of the audience to cover their ears against the deafening sound. Yet, their eyes remained locked on the battlefield, unwilling to miss a single moment of the spectacle. After a second or two of tense stalemate, the crowd watched in shock as Empoleon's water dragon form began to freeze rapidly. Polyratha's icy sword slash cleaved through Empoleon's attack, leaving a blood-tinted ice scar across its body. The Sinnoh starter was sent flying, landing with a resounding crash, unable to continue battling. The sheer force of that single move left the entire audience in stunned silence, as if the world had gone mute. For a few seconds, you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was shaken by the overwhelming power of Carpen's Polyrath. Carpen! 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 The spectators, ever fickle, erupted into cheers for Carpen, their fervor rivaling, if not surpassing, their earlier enthusiasm for Cynthia. Carpen is too ruthless. Treating a young girl like this, one person muttered. These rookies think that just reaching the 18th floor means they can challenge us. How laughable, another scoffed. Everyone has their youthful arrogance. That girl, Cynthia, is strong. Give her another year or two, and aside from the top 2 tower masters, no one will be guaranteed victory against her, a third mused. TCH, everyone improves. Let's see how it plays out, someone retorted. In the VIP section overlooking the battlefield, several dignified trainers lounged on sofas, watching the match unfold with amusement. Their gazes settled on Cynthia, whose face was slightly pale from the defeat. So this is the power of a tower master? Even Cynthia, the future goddess of Sinnoh, falls to him. How terrifying, Sato thought, awestruck by Polyratha's overwhelming icy sword slash. The sight of Empoleon being taken down in a single strike stirred his fighting spirit. Beside him, Sato's Marshtomp stared at the screen intently. So focused was the Marshtomp that it didn't even notice a shiny Wingull sneaking food from the nearby pile of snacks meant for water types. Grr. Marshtomp stood up, clenching its fists, its battle spirit igniting. The unique battle style of the Polyrath threw Cynthia off guard. It was clear she hadn't obtained any intelligence on Carpen's Polyrath, otherwise, she wouldn't have been in such a precarious position. But Cynthia was Cynthia, unflappable as ever. After recalling her defeated Empoleon, she quickly sent out her next Pokémon. This one resembled a slug, though its back was brown and its underbelly was pink. It was none other than a Gastrodon, the West Sea variant of the Pokémon that evolved from Shellos in the Sinnoh region. Gastrodon had both water and ground attributes. As it entered the water, the surrounding area began to turn murky. Within moments, the entire water arena had become muddy brown. Taking advantage of its camouflage, Gastrodon seamlessly blended into the polluted water. Meanwhile, the Polyrath remained on the floating ice, its eyes closed, maintaining its drawn blade stance, unfazed by Gastrodon's tactics. Clearly, the Polyrath was a classic counterpuncher, and Cynthia, noticing this, allowed Gastrodon to alter the battlefield freely. She also understood that the Polyrath wasn't in top condition. That devastating slash earlier had to have consumed a significant amount of its energy. Gastrodon, use Mud Bomb. As soon as Gastrodon had reshaped the battlefield, Cynthia ordered it to attack. Emerging from the muddy water, Gastrodon launched a barrage of muddy orbs from its brown, slimy back. At the same time, 3 identical Gastrodon clones appeared from other directions, all attacking the Polyrath with Mud Bomb. Is this substitute? Not just 1, but 4, and all under synchronized control? This Gastrodon has terrifying talent and potential. Watching through the screen, Sato was astounded by Cynthia's Gastrodon. Its ability to split into 4 and launch simultaneous attacks left him marveling at the power of her Pokémon. While Sato was in awe, the Tower Masters watching from the VIP box were even more shocked. Their expressions changed drastically as they stared at Cynthia in disbelief. Am I seeing things? A Gastrodon controlling 4 at once. No, you're not. Who is this girl? Carpen's in serious trouble this time. 4-way control. Even if it's exploiting Gastrodon's unique body properties to execute the substitute tactic, this level of control is astonishing. None of us have Pokémon capable of such feats. This girl named Cynthia has limitless potential. The Tower Masters were stunned, their admiration for Cynthia clear in their voices. The ability of a Pokémon to execute multiple moves simultaneously was a testament to its power. When these moves synergized into combo attacks, they became devastating. Both Empoleon's Aqua Drill Peck, a combination of Aqua Jet and Drill Peck, and the Poliwrath's Ice Blade Strike, a combination of Ice Punch and Focus Punch, were examples of such combos. Focus Punch, a fighting-type physical move with a power of 150. It requires the user to charge for one turn before attacking. If the user is hit during the charge, the move fails. Creating these combo moves required a trainer's ingenuity, a deep understanding of their Pokémon's capabilities, and an intimate knowledge of various moves. Cynthia's Gastrodon exemplified this mastery. Its unique body allowed it to remain alive even if split into pieces, with all fragments under its control. Under Cynthia's training, it had reached the pinnacle of four-way synchronized control, perfecting Substitute to an unparalleled level. The Gastrodon's clones were as strong as its original body, capable of executing the same moves. The only flaw was that they lacked independent thought, functioning as lifeless shells guided by the original. Faced with such a formidable Gastrodon, Carpen's calm demeanor cracked for a moment before he quickly composed himself. He immediately commanded the Poliwrath to evade. Unlike clean water, muddy water provided more traction, enabling the Poliwrath to dash across the surface swiftly. It skillfully dodged the mud bombs from all four Gastrodon, closing the distance to one of them. Drawing its blade, it unleashed an Ice Blade Strike without any charge-up. This swift and powerful strike cleaved the Gastrodon in two. Or so it seemed. Instead of being cut, the Gastrodon split itself in half preemptively, avoiding the attack. The Poliwrath's blade struck only muddy water. However, the icy chill from the Ice Blade Strike froze the Gastrodon and its surroundings, creating a frozen prison. Yet, trouble soon followed. The Poliwrath found one of its legs frozen, entangled by the Gastrodon's supple body. Scald. Seeing this, Cynthia smiled faintly. Seizing the opportunity created by one clone's sacrifice, she commanded the other three Gastrodon to attack. Protect. Carpen, realizing the Poliwrath couldn't dodge, ordered it to use its precious defensive move. The three Gastrodons sprayed scalding hot water at the Poliwrath. Though its sturdy green energy shield blocked the attacks, the heat lingered. The shield's protection also extended to the frozen Gastrodon, allowing it to thaw. This thawed Gastrodon, still within the shield's range, launched a sneak attack with Scald, breaking through the shield. The Poliwrath endured the combined onslaught of 4 Scald attacks. Despite its fighting-type resilience, it cried out in pain, its body steaming as though it were a boiled lobster. Its weapon had melted away, leaving it helpless. The battle was over. The once majestic Poliwrath lay defeated in the muddy water, marking Cynthia's Gastrodon as the victor. The battle between Cynthia and Carpen, a 6-on-6 Pokémon showdown, was nothing short of spectacular. However, Cynthia was still too young. Even though she had far surpassed others of her age, she was still slightly outmatched by Carpen, a trainer with nearly 50 years of experience on this path. Cynthia's Gastrodon was incredibly strong. After defeating Carpen's Poliwrath, it also bested his Breloom. However, after 2 consecutive defeats, Carpen quickly devised a counter-strategy. He sent out his Toxicroak, a poison and fighting-type Pokémon, to face Gastrodon. With just one shot of Venoshock, Toxicroak turned the muddy terrain created by Gastrodon into a poison swamp. This completely negated Gastrodon's home field advantage. With both Gastrodon and its 3 substitutes heavily poisoned, they were quickly picked off one by Toxicroak. Apart from her Garchomp, Gastrodon was clearly one of Cynthia's strongest Pokémon. The Spiritome and Milotic she sent out next hadn't fully matured yet, and ended up being consecutively defeated by Toxicroak. At this point, Cynthia sent out her second strongest Pokémon, Lucario. Unsurprisingly, after enduring 3 grueling battles, Toxicroak was no match for Lucario and was defeated. Lucario lived up to its title as Cynthia's second ace. Its innate talent and potential rivaled that of Gastrodon. Its aura abilities were exceptional, covering the entire battlefield. Moreover, it was a Pokémon capable of multitasking to a remarkable degree. Lucario could fire Aura Sphere from both hands simultaneously while enhancing them with Psychic and Blaze Kick for additional power. Under its control, the Aura Spheres, each the size of a soccer ball, behaved like homing missiles capable of freely maneuvering midair. Using this multi-layered technique, Lucario defeated both Toxicroak and Blaziken before finally falling to Carpen's Metaham in a grueling match. Cynthia's ace, Garchomp, then took the stage. Its appearance left the audience stunned, as Cynthia had never publicly showcased this pseudo-legendary Pokémon before. Seeing her unleash a pseudo-legendary as her final Pokémon, the crowd unanimously concluded that Garchomp was her trump card. Garchomp lived up to expectations, effortlessly defeating Carpen's Metacam. Finally, Carpen sent out his own ace, Gallade. During the initial stages of their battle, Cynthia's overwhelmingly strong Garchomp forced Gallade into a corner, but in the latter half of the match, with no other options left, Carpen unveiled a new power he and Gallade had mastered: Mega Evolution. In Sato's eyes, Mega Gallade's strength was simply absurd. Its already masterful psychic abilities became even more formidable after Mega Evolution. Using teleport with unparalleled precision, Mega Gallade combined it with a series of devastating fighting-type moves. Its offense and defense were unmatched, and its speed made it nearly untouchable. From the moment Gallade Mega evolved, Sato watched as Garchomp was relentlessly battered. If not for Garchomp's incredibly tough hide, any other Pokémon in its place would likely have fallen much sooner. Sato could clearly see the gap between them. Whether in level or battle experience, Cynthia's Garchomp lagged behind Carpen's Mega Gallade. This disparity stemmed from the years of accumulated experience Carpen had over Cynthia, a gap that couldn't be bridged overnight. Even without Mega Evolution, Sato had no doubt that Gallade would have ultimately won the battle. Although Cynthia lost this challenge, no one dared underestimate this blonde trainer from Sinnoh. At just 15-16 years old, she had already forced Carpen, a tower master, to fight with all his strength. Cynthia was like a rising star, destined to shine brightly in the turbulent era to come. After this match, ripples spread throughout Larousse City. Many powerful organizations and wealthy conglomerates began sending representatives to approach the young blonde. However, an even more shocking revelation soon surfaced. This teenage blonde girl was actually a direct heir to the Temple of Sinnoh, a superpower in the Sinnoh region. Upon hearing this, all the organizations and conglomerates immediately withdrew their efforts, unwilling to cross such a powerful force. After all, while the Sinnoh region appeared to be under the Alliance's governance, insiders knew the temple was its true ruler. Just the fact that the temple served and was blessed by Arceus, the creator, was enough to strike despair into the hearts of many. Regardless, Cynthia's influence left an indelible mark. For many, this night in Larousse City was destined to be sleepless. After witnessing the epic showdown between Cynthia and Carpen, Sato felt a stirring in his heart that refused to settle. From watching this Pokémon battle on the screen, he gained a clearer understanding of the gap between himself and these top-tier trainers. If he was just a rookie who had barely completed basic training, then Cynthia and Carpen were already generals, just one step away from becoming marshals. As soon as the match ended, Sato left the Pokémon Center and, like many other trainers, made his way quickly toward the battle tower. However, as he neared the entrance, a convoy of vehicles suddenly arrived behind him, speeding toward the same destination. Seeing this, Sato and other pedestrians quickly moved aside. Thankfully, the vehicles came to a stop 10 meters from the entrance. As soon as they parked, people began pouring out eagerly. Judging by their attire and equipment, they were clearly reporters from various major news outlets. They seemed to have arrived just in time, for as they swarmed out of their vehicles, a blonde girl emerged gracefully from the battle tower entrance. This girl, now the center of attention, was none other than Cynthia. The reporters had obviously gathered to interview this legendary young trainer. Don't be discouraged. Sato muttered to himself as he stood under a street lamp, watching the blonde girl being showered with admiration from afar. I've only been a trainer for a short time. There's still a long road ahead. One day, I'll stand in that same spotlight and face off against the strongest. I'll battle you all one day, and I'll win. With his heart now calm, Sato lifted his head, looking toward the imposing battle tower ahead. Straightening his posture, he strode confidently toward the entrance. Sato stepped into the battle tower slowly. Being an unknown trainer, his entrance caused no ripple in the bustling and lively scene outside. His presence was like a drop of water falling into the sea unnoticed. With most people rushing outside to catch a glimpse of Cynthia, the first floor of the battle tower was now empty. Aside from a receptionist occasionally peeking outside, Sato was the only person there. Hello, sir. How can I assist you today? Betty, the front desk receptionist, was desperately tempted to run outside and ask for Cynthia's autograph. But for the sake of her monthly attendance bonus and the newly launched makeup collection she had her eyes on, she suppressed the urge. Spotting someone approaching, she quickly straightened up, put on a professional smile, and greeted him. The visitor was a handsome young man with a chiseled face and sharp looks. Although his plain black hair hadn't been styled, his deep, obsidian-like eyes and the natural, confident aura of a strong trainer that he carried made Betty's heart race involuntarily. Hello, beautiful. I'd like to register as a participant in the battle tower. Here's my temporary ID. Please help me with the process. If possible, I'd like to arrange a Pokemon battle for tonight, Sato politely said with a small smile. Noticing the young receptionist blush at the sight of him, Sato found it a bit amusing but didn't dwell much on it. He directly stated his intentions and placed his temporary ID and 4 Pokeballs on the counter, offering a soft smile in the process. Indeed, Sato had only brought 4 Pokemon for this registration: Nidoran, Growlithe, Marshtomp, and a shiny Wingull. This selection was intentional. Sato wanted to complete the daunting task of achieving 10 consecutive victories as quickly as possible. The Battle Tower offered a system called the Power Rating Evaluation, which assessed a trainer's team based on the Pokémon they registered. The evaluation provided a rough estimate of combat power, allowing skilled trainers to skip lower floors and save time climbing the tower. Currently, Sato had 2 Pokémon at level 30 and the rest above level 20. Based on the guidebook for LaRousse City, which listed combat power benchmarks, he estimated his team's combat power to be around 2,000. Note: Pokemon level 30-40 is equal to 500 power, level 20-30 is equal to 300 power, level 10-20 is equal to 100 power. With a combat power of roughly 2,000, Sato expected to start on the 4th floor, as each floor represented 500 power. However, these benchmarks were official guidelines and not entirely accurate. A trainer and their Pokemon's combined battle strength often exceeded these numbers due to their synergy and strategies. For this registration, Sato deliberately chose a more balanced team with 3 Pokemon above level 20 and 1 above level 10. This brought his estimated combat power to around 1123, starting him on the 3rd floor. The Battle Tower's AI matchmaking system ensured battles were evenly matched, maintaining audience interest. Overwhelmingly one-sided battles were boring and diminished the experience for spectators. Sato knew that relying too heavily on his 2 level 30 Pokemon would lead to uneven matchups, making battles either too easy or unwinnable depending on the opponents. A balanced team was key to ensuring consistent performance and avoiding glaring weaknesses. Aside from completing the 10-win streak challenge, Sato also wanted to use the Battle Tower as a training ground for his lower-tier Pokemon. Unlike the games, where the Battle Tower didn't grant experience points, the battles in the tower naturally allowed both trainers and Pokemon to grow significantly through battles. After a brief exchange, Betty, happy with Sato's polite demeanor and compliment, processed his registration efficiently. In just 2 minutes, she handed him his Battle Tower participant card and scheduled his first match. Mr. Sato, here is your Battle Tower ID card. With this, you can freely access the contestants' resting areas and entry zones. Based on your combat power of 1123, you will start on the 3rd floor. Your first battle is scheduled for 8:30 p.m. tonight. Please remember the time, and best of luck," Betty said, battering her eyelashes slightly as she handed over a silver card. "Thank you. I really appreciate it," Sato replied with a smile, collecting his items before heading toward the contestant-only elevator. Upon reaching the 3rd floor's waiting room, Sato waited patiently. After about 10 minutes, he heard his name announced over the broadcast. Guided by a staff member, he walked through the contestant tunnel and arrived at the battle arena. The 3rd floor arena was modest, roughly half the size of a basketball court, with only a handful of spectators in the stands. So, this is where my journey in the battle tower begins. One day, I'll make sure these stands are packed with people cheering for me. Now that's the kind of life worth living, haha. Sato muttered, a grin of excitement spreading across his face as he imagined the grand arenas he had seen on television. Soon, his opponent appeared and the two trainers faced off on the battlefield. The referee, standing at the center, waved their flags impatiently, signaling the start of the battle. "Come out, Marshtomp. Crush them, Onyx." With that, Sato and his opponent released their Pokémon. Marshtomp's sturdy form materialized on the field, facing the towering Onyx. The 3-on-3 battle began. Heavy thuds soon echoed across the arena as the battle raged on. 2 minutes later, Onyx, now riddled with cracks, collapsed under Marshtomp's ice punch. The cold and unyielding Marshtomp stood atop Onyx's cracked head. For minutes later, despite suffering multiple injuries, Marshtomp defeated a Breloom, slamming it into the cracked arena walls with icy mud-covered fists. 5 minutes later, the battlefield turned into a swampy mire. Marshtomp darted around gleefully, while a terrified Beautifly lay trembling in the mud. In his debut Battle Tower match, Sato's Marshtomp delivered a devastating 3-0 sweep, ending the battle in dominant fashion. As the stunned referee and audience watched in silence, Sato calmly returned Marshtomp and walked back through the contestant tunnel, not bothering to stick around for the referee's official announcement. Moments later, applause and cheers erupted, echoing through the hallway. 10:30 a.m. 7th floor of the Battle Tower. In a small battle arena on the 7th floor of the Battle Tower, Sato was about to face off against a female trainer in an intense battle. After securing an impressive streak of 3 consecutive wins with his Marshtomp alone, Sato had begun to gain some recognition. The audience seats in the small arena were now more than half full, with spectators drawn by the rookie trainer's achievement of pulling off 3 back-to-back victories. Since Sato's battles had been swift, many of the spectators had only seen the replays. They quickly realized that Sato wasn't a veteran trainer, and his Marshtomp, as analyzed by Pokémon battle experts, was only a level 30 Pokémon at best. What truly captivated the audience, however, was Sato's exceptional battle strategy and Marshtomp's extraordinary raw power. Each time Marshtomp's mighty punches landed on an opponent's Pokémon and sent them crashing into the arena walls, the crowd's blood boiled with excitement. The visceral, hard-hitting combat style left them exhilarated and cheering for more. The 7th floor arena featured a standard deep sand battleground. Once both trainers took their positions, the referee immediately signaled the start of the match. "Go, Grovyle. Let's go, Marshtomp." Sato and his opponent swiftly released their Pokémon. Sato, true to his usual tactics, sent out Marshtomp first. The female trainer, recognizing this pattern, countered with a grass-type Pokémon that naturally held a type advantage against Marshtomp. Note: in the Battle Tower, trainers cannot freely switch out their Pokémon unless moves like Roar, Dragon Tail, or self-switching moves such as U-Turn or Volt Switch are used. Grovyle. It's practically a natural counter to Marshtomp, Sato muttered, frowning slightly as he assessed the tall, green lizard Pokémon standing before him. A hint of seriousness crossed his face as his eyes briefly flickered with a faint blue glow. The next moment, detailed data about the Grovyle appeared in Sato's vision. Pokémon, Grovyle. Level, 25. Type, Grass. Ability, Overgrow. Gender, Male. Known moves: Fury Cutter, Pound, Leer, Absorb, Quick Attack, Mega Drain, Pursuit, Leaf Blade, Bullet Seed, Egg Move, Double Team, TM, Protect, TM, Aerial Ace, TM. Held item: none. IVs. HP: 19 out of 31. Attack: 21 out of 31. Defense: 15 out of 31. SP ATK: 18 out of 31. SP Def: 23 out of 31. Speed: 21 out of 31. Overall 4 rating: blue. Total 4, 117. From the trainer's attire, Sato could tell that she was a civilian trainer. It was likely that she had captured Grovyle in the wild by sheer luck. Despite its subpar stats, Grovyle was still a formidable threat due to its type advantage, making Sato approach the battle with heightened caution. Marshtomp, now at level 24 after 9 consecutive battles, remained full of vigor. Thanks to the restorative power of the rare, mutated Supreme Blue Water Stone it carried, it showed no signs of fatigue. Like many trainers Sato had faced before, the female trainer opted for an aggressive opening. The moment Grovyle appeared, she commanded it to unleash Bullet Seed. Grass-type moves dealt quadruple damage to Marshtomp due to its dual water/ground typing. However, before Sato could issue a command, Marshtomp was already in action. A pool of muddy water had formed beneath Marshtomp's feet. As the green energy seeds from Bullet Seed hurtled toward it, Marshtomp's eyes gleamed, and its right fist clenched as a layer of icy blue energy coated its arm. Boom! Marshtomp struck the ground with an ice punch, sending shockwaves through the arena. In an instant, the muddy water froze into a sturdy ice wall, mixed with sand for added reinforcement. The Bullet Seed attack struck the ice wall with a flurry of sharp clang sounds, but failed to penetrate it. Marshtomp remained unharmed behind its improvised defense. This ice wall technique was inspired by the Feraligatr Sato and Marshtomp had encountered in the sea cavern. After witnessing the move, Marshtomp had successfully adapted it through training, utilizing its ice punch and ability to manipulate mud and water. While the ice wall blocked Grovyle's attack and obscured its trainer's vision, Marshtomp began tunneling underground with Dig. Marshtomp, naturally adept at burrowing as a mud-dwelling Pokémon, quickly moved beneath the battlefield. When Grovyle paused after its Bullet Seed barrage, Marshtomp surfaced directly behind it, unleashing a devastating ice punch. Grovyle, however, reacted faster than anticipated, countering with Leaf Blade. The two moves clashed in a dramatic display of power. But Grovyle's strength paled compared to Marshtomp's sheer physical might. Its Leaf Blade shattered against the force of Marshtomp's punch, and the grass type was sent flying into the arena wall with a resounding crash. Marshtomp didn't let up. As Grovyle attempted to recover, Marshtomp bombarded it with mud bombs, pinning it back into the wall. This time, Grovyle remained motionless, fainted. The crowd erupted into cheers as Marshtomp claimed its 10th victory and another streak win. With her strongest counter to Marshtomp defeated, the female trainer sent out Ninjask and Seviper in succession. Ninjask's double team initially gave Marshtomp trouble, but once it used foresight, Ninjask's evasion tactics were rendered useless, and a single ice punch took it down. Seviper attempted to immobilize Marshtomp with Wrap and poison it, but Marshtomp's immense strength allowed it to break free. Using Refresh to purge the poison, Marshtomp seized Seviper by the tail and slammed it repeatedly into the ground until it was knocked out. With another 3-on-1 sweep, Sato and Marshtomp secured their 4th consecutive win in the battle tower. As the crowd's applause and cheers surged, Sato and Marshtomp exited the arena through the players' tunnel. Their resolute and commanding silhouettes left a lasting impression on the audience. This was only the beginning. Though the victories were glorious, Sato knew there was still a long way to go before true greatness could be claimed. After achieving his 4th consecutive win, Sato did not continue challenging the battle tower as many spectators expected. Instead, he quietly left the arena. The streak of victories hadn't gone to his head. Sato was well aware of his limitations. At this point, His Marshtomp's battle style was likely understood by many trainers, and continuing to fight would inevitably lead to defeat for the Marshtomp, who had already endured 12 consecutive battles. To maintain his winning streak, Sato needed to equip his Marshtomp and other Pokémon with more tools. Currently, he had 9 water stones in his possession, 3 mid-grade, 5 high-grade, and 1 exceptional grade. Apart from the premium water stone, the other 8 represented a substantial fortune in Poke dollars. However, money is only valuable when spent wisely. The water stones sitting idle in his bag wouldn't improve his capabilities. Only by exchanging them for useful resources could he enhance his Pokémon's abilities. Marshtomp's battle style had become somewhat predictable, direct and aggressive. While this approach worked against most opponents, any observant trainer with adequate preparation could counter it by deploying a nimble Pokémon adept at hit-and-run tactics and reconnaissance. Yes, Pokémon like Golbat, which excel in kiting strategies, were Marshtomp's nemesis. They could render its immense physical strength useless. Fortunately, Sato hadn't encountered such a Pokémon tonight. If he had, achieving 4 sets of 3 victory streaks would have been uncertain. Sato knew that Marshtomp, as a water and ground-type Pokémon, could learn Icy Wind and Rock Tomb. Both moves were critical for Marshtomp. These moves would allow Marshtomp to counter flying and grass-type Pokémon effectively from a distance. Moreover, Rock Tomb would synergize with Marshtomp's physical strength, enabling it to deal significant damage to swift flying types. If paired with the move Fling, Marshtomp's immense power could turn it into a formidable projectile launcher, effectively becoming a rock-throwing powerhouse. Both Icy Wind and Rock Tomb had the added effect of reducing the opponent's speed by 1 stage upon contact. For a relatively slow Pokémon like Marshtomp, these effects were invaluable, helping it overcome its speed disadvantage. Especially Icy Wind, a wide-area attack, would be ideal for countering flying types darting around in the air. Sato saw it as a future core move for Marshtomp. Similarly, Nidoran, Growlithe, and the shiny Wingull all needed enhancements via TMs to improve their capabilities. Nidoran was already performing admirably in battles, with Poison Jab and Double Kick for close combat, Water Pulse and Thunderbolt for ranged attacks, and Confusion to boost accuracy. Overall, Nidoran had reached a balanced level of confidence. However, to prepare for its future evolution into Nidoking, Sato wanted Nidoran to learn Ice Beam. This move would give it an edge against dragon types. Growlithe, on the other hand, was developing its own unique battle style, excelling in guerrilla tactics. However, its physical build was still too frail, and its young age made employing a reckless, mad dog fighting style a detrimental choice. As a fire-type Pokémon, Flamethrower and Fire Spin were perfect for Growlithe's hit-and-run strategy. These moves, once learned via TMs, could significantly bolster its effectiveness. Flamethrower would replace the weaker Ember, greatly enhancing Growlithe's offensive capabilities, making battles less time-consuming. Meanwhile, Fire Spin would provide a trapping mechanism. Growlithe, with its natural resistance to fire, could freely maneuver within the fiery vortex it created, leaving its opponent helpless unless they had a countermeasure. For the shiny Wingull, its biggest hurdle was its lack of evolution. Only upon evolving into Pelipper would its dual abilities, Drizzle and Rain Dish, fully unleash their potential. A Pelipper with both Drizzle and Rain Dish could become an unstoppable artillery platform, with exceptional sustain, as long as it wasn't up against electric types. Once evolved, the shiny Pelipper would automatically learn Hydro Pump and Hurricane, 2 immensely powerful stab moves. Combined with Drizzle, the former's power would be amplified, and the latter would gain perfect accuracy. Additionally, with the Rain Dish ability and the Aqua Ring it inherited, Pelipper's survivability would be unparalleled. Unless taken down in one hit, it could use its aerial advantage to recover continuously, potentially outlasting its opponent. However, evolution brought an awkward issue. With increased body weight and a decrease in speed stats, the evolved Pelipper would be slower than its pre-evolution, a significant drawback. In battle, speed isn't everything, but it is undoubtedly crucial. For a flying type like Pelipper, Being slower than its opponent means being at a disadvantage, especially in aerial combat. To mitigate this issue, Sato planned to purchase a TM for agility. Once Wingull learned this move via the TM, it could swiftly master it, as it would have naturally learned it at level 36 if it hadn't evolved. Apart from agility, Sato also wanted to teach Shiny Wingull Protect, Hidden Power, and Double Team to enhance its survivability. TMs such as Icy Wind, Rock Tomb, Ice Beam, and others mentioned earlier were Sato's priorities. However, acquiring them required sufficient poke dollars, which he currently lacked. Thankfully, the 8 water stones in his bag provided him with some peace of mind. A single ordinary water stone was worth over 2 million poke dollars in the market, while high-quality ones were worth at least 5 to 6 times more, possibly even higher. If he could sell them all, the proceeds would be enough to purchase all the TMs he needed. However, this required finding a channel to sell the water stones and a way to acquire the TMs. If possible, Sato also hoped to find a few rare items similar to the mutated Supreme Blue Water Stone his Marshtomp carried. With his system's item appraisal function, he might get lucky. After all, Larousse City was an internationally renowned metropolis, possibly even more prosperous than Celadon City in Kanto. Finding rare treasures here wouldn't be surprising, it just required a discerning eye. The city's antique market, as mentioned in the Larousse City guidebook, intrigued Sato. It seemed like a place that would reward someone with his keen perception. The next day, at 6:30 a.m., Sato woke up on time with the help of an alarm clock. He spent 30 minutes freshening up and preparing breakfast for himself and his Pokémon. Then, as usual, he began their morning training routine. The morning training focused on physical conditioning, primarily running and flying exercises. Of course, Golbat and Marshtomp had to undergo weighted training. Thanks to the high-quality poke blocks, all the Pokémon successfully completed the tower session. After the Pokémon's morning training, Sato prepared to search for channels to purchase a water stone. However, his outdoor training routine seemed to have drawn the attention of several trainers. Just as he was about to leave, a few trainers approached him with questions. As a result, Sato gained 5 new clients. Each of these affluent trainers placed massive orders for poke blocks worth 1 million poke dollars each. They even paid up front, instantly adding 5 million poke dollars to Sato's Alliance bank account. It seems like Larousse City is a haven for wealthy trainers. Maybe I should rethink my approach to making money here, though I'd better tread carefully, Sato mused. After seeing his wealthy clients leave with their newly acquired poke blocks, Sato quickly hid his smile. He walked into the Pokémon Center, and when he came out, he had changed his outfit, disguised his face, and sprayed himself with a cologne-like perfume to mask his scent. Sato's next destination that morning was the Larousse City Trainer Trading Market. As the name suggests, it's a marketplace specifically designed for trainers to conduct trades. Unlike the Alliance's regulations, Larousse City has minimal oversight over Pokémon-related items. This laissez-faire approach makes it a favorite spot for many trainers. Here, trainers can freely trade, even sell Pokémon, without any fear of Alliance interference. However, Larousse City strictly prohibits any form of abuse toward Pokémon. Violators face permanent expulsion. The trading market was located near the Battle Tower's eastern side, about 1 kilometer or 2 from the Pokémon Center where Sato was staying. Treating the walk as light exercise, Sato reached the market in just 20 minutes. The market resembled a typical street bazaar, with the key difference being the presence of various Pokémon everywhere. Blending into the crowd with his Ditto transformed into a Wingull, Sato roamed the market. It was just past 9 a.m., the peak of the market's morning activity. Out of curiosity and the hope of finding hidden treasures, Sato wandered through the stalls. However, he soon realized that most items for sale were common goods priced only slightly below store rates. Even when he occasionally stumbled upon unfamiliar items, his system identified them as junk, likely traps set for gullible buyers. After exploring the peripheral stalls of the market for a while without finding anything worthwhile, Sato headed toward the market's central area. Unlike the makeshift stalls on the outskirts, the central area featured a proper commercial street. Both sides of the road were lined with uniquely designed shops, typically backed by powerful organizations or wealthy corporations. LaRousse City was like an enormous, irresistible cake, and everyone wanted a slice. However, the city's iron jungle of regulations meant no one, not even the Alliance, could take a piece without paying a hefty price. This had led to widespread cooperation between LaRousse and global organizations. The shops bearing logos of various entities were tangible evidence of these partnerships. Despite the harsh reality, it was clear that the best resources for trainers were often controlled by these major organizations and corporations. In the central area, Sato finally encountered a variety of rare Pokémon items. One such item was the Heal Orb, almost like the item leftovers in the games. This coveted item was prominently displayed in a large shop operated by Hoenn's Devon Corporation. Note: Heal Orb, a rare orb crafted from revival herbs and other valuable healing ingredients using an unknown technology. It possesses incredible healing properties. Effect: restores 1/16 of a Pokémon's health per turn. For most trainers, this item was akin to a divine artifact. Sato, unable to resist, walked into the shop to inquire about its price, even though he knew he probably couldn't afford it yet. At the very least, he wanted to know the cost for future reference. To his dismay, a small sign beneath the Heal Orb read, "Not for sale." These words were far less conspicuous than the large sign promoting the item above it, visible only upon closer inspection inside the store. Frustrated, Sato glared at the shop's plump owner before leaving under the amused gazes of the shopkeeper and staff. Devon Corporation was Hoenn's largest conglomerate, incomparable to the Sylph Company of Saffron City, secretly controlled by Team Rocket. The Devon president's son was a future Hoenn champion, making their influence formidable. Sato dared not act recklessly here. As he left the infuriating shop, a flyer was thrust into his hands by a beautiful store attendant. The flyer advertised an upcoming Devon Corporation auction. Sato's heart skipped a beat as he read the details, which included past auctions featuring the Heal Orb. The latest record was from 2 months ago. Interesting. Although I got tricked into entering, it seems worth it. This auction might be the perfect place to sell my Waterstone and acquire a TM, Sato thought, folding the flyer. He then followed the address on it, heading deeper into the trading market's central district. In any location, auctions are typically a luxury reserved for major powers. In LaRousse City, very few entities are capable of hosting auctions. Apart from the city itself and the Alliance, only closely aligned partners like the Devon Corporation can organize such events. The Devon Auction is a recent venture by the Devon Corporation to generate revenue in LaRousse City. Although the company has invested heavily in advertisements, an auction's reputation often hinges on the fame and exclusivity of its items. As the auction is still new and hasn't featured exceptionally high-end items yet, its renown remains relatively low. However, with the Devon Corporation backing it, the auction excels in terms of credibility, confidentiality, and security. Many trainers are willing to try their luck by bringing treasures discovered during their global travels, hoping for a chance at overnight wealth. Of course, for the majority, what they consider treasures often turn out to be nothing more than worthless trinkets. Still, the allure of a few lucky individuals striking it rich keeps enthusiasm high. Each day, trainers arrive with items to be appraised by the auction's experts. From the brochure Sato had picked up earlier, he learned that the most expensive item ever auctioned here was an unknown Mega Evolution Stone. It had been sold to a mysterious buyer for a staggering 9.8 billion Poke Dollars. That single transaction brought the Devon Corporation an enormous 5% commission, making the auction business an incredibly lucrative endeavor. The pamphlet also revealed that while auctions are held daily, the most valuable items only appear during weekends, mid-month, and month-end events. With the Devon auction only 5 months old and its half-year anniversary just around the corner, the company was intensifying its promotional efforts in preparation for the celebration. This could be a great opportunity. If I have the money, I might be able to secure some valuable items, Sato thought as he walked. Navigating through the many shops showcasing a variety of Pokémon items, Sato finally arrived at the Devon Auction Hall, situated at the very heart of the trainer market. The hall's massive size was akin to a football field. Its architectural design was clearly inspired by Metagross, as the entire building resembled a colossal, steel colossus. The Metagross auction hall had 5 entrances, its 4 gigantic, 6-story-tall legs, and the gaping maw of its torso. Typically, the mouth entrance, which leads directly to the core auction rooms, is only open on weekends. For regular days, like today, a Wednesday, only the entrances through its legs were accessible. Sato chose the left front limbs entrance and proceeded into the hall. Upon learning that Sato intended to auction an item, and noting his composed demeanor, a courteous female staff member guided him to an elegantly decorated room. The room was filled with a dazzling array of stones, making it feel like a miniature stone exhibition. Inside, an elderly man with a bald head and a white beard was engrossed in examining a peculiar stone under a large magnifying glass. He paid no attention to Sato or the staff member when they entered. The female staff member, familiar with the old man's eccentric behavior, whispered a sympathetic, "Please wait a moment," to Sato before leaving the room. Fortunately, the wait wasn't long. Sato used his system's appraisal function to identify the stone in the man's hand and casually mentioned its name aloud, snapping the elder out of his intense focus. The stone was black and red, with a shape reminiscent of an orange. According to the system, it was called a fire gloom stone, a fascinating mineral containing balanced amounts of fire and ghost energy. When exposed to sunlight, it would turn completely red, while in darkness, it would become entirely black. This transformation was due to its unique ability to absorb fire-type energy in sunlight and ghost-type energy in darkness. The stone originated from the remnants of a deceased Chandelure, with its strange properties attracting mischievous ghost Pokémon. The young man has quite the eye. You immediately recognized it as a fire gloom stone, the elderly man murmured, clearly intrigued, as he finally shifted his attention to Sato. Not really. I hail from Pewter City in Kanto, known for its abundance of stones. I once worked in the stone markets there and was lucky enough to encounter this ominous stone before. Sir, these stones often attract troublesome Pokémon. It might be better to dispose of it, Sato replied smoothly, delivering a well-prepared explanation. Pewter City. I visited there in my youth. Indeed, it's a haven for stones. To not only have worked in its markets, but also know the fire gloom stone's ominous nature. Young man, you must have a deep appreciation for stones. Come, let me show you some of my prized collection. These are top-tier specimens, the old man exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with admiration. Overjoyed at the thought that he had encountered a kindred spirit, the elder warmly grabbed Sato's hand, eager to share his treasures. Kaede was one of the few appraisal masters at the Devon auction house. To recruit him from another auction house, the Devon Corporation not only offered him an annual salary in the millions, but also catered to his peculiar hobby. Kaede's passion was collecting various kinds of stones. People with such a hobby were often called stone enthusiasts. Coincidentally, Stephen, the heir of the Devon Corporation, was also a fervent stone enthusiast. Thanks to Stephen's influence, the Devon Corporation easily lured Kaede to their auction house. However, unlike Kaede, Stephen was also a powerful Pokémon trainer, so he couldn't always indulge in stone discussions with Kaede. It had been over half a month since Stephen and Kaede last met. Spending his days appraising stones alone, Kaede felt increasingly bored, mainly because the stones the Devon auction house recently collected failed to catch his interest, leaving him displeased. But Kaede felt like today was a special day. He had encountered a like-minded stone enthusiast, an occurrence as rare as the stones themselves. Meeting someone knowledgeable about stones was no small feat. Initially, Kaede doubted Sato's expertise. Yet, after testing him, Kaede was astonished to find that Sato not only identified all his prized stones, but also accurately described their origins and uses. This left Kaede deeply impressed and overjoyed to find a kindred spirit. Ha ha! Young man, you truly have a sharp eye. This dusk stone is of premium quality. I discovered it in an underground tomb complex in the Hoenn Desert during my youth. Nearly lost my life back then. Ah, these stones hold my memories and my youth, Kaede said, stroking his white beard as he admired the black, glossy stone in his hand. His gaze toward Sato was filled with appreciation. Finally, I made it through. This old man is really hard to please. Thankfully, the system helped. Otherwise, I wouldn't have even known the names of these stones, Sato thought, smiling outwardly while inwardly sighing with relief. The stone Kaede held was the last of his prized collection brought out from his safe. Sato couldn't help but admire Kaede's dedication. The man had spent most of his life hunting rare stones. Each of his treasures not only held immense value, but also encapsulated thrilling adventures from his past, a vivid record of an extraordinary life. Sato also learned from Kaede about another avid stone enthusiast, none other than Steven, the future Hoenn champion. Sato was already well aware of Steven's obsession with stones, to the point of it being almost irrational. How irrational, you ask? Steven was willing to relinquish his champion title because he found the duties too cumbersome, interfering with his stone-hunting passion, a decision that paved the way for Wallace's rise. Sato's patience in befriending Kaede wasn't just out of courtesy. He saw an opportunity. If he could use Kaede as a connection to meet Steven, the rewards would be immense. Steven, after all, was the heir of Devon Corporation, a man of extraordinary wealth. Gaining the favor of someone like Steven, a wealthy heir of Devon Corporation and a future champion, could be a massive boon to Sato's future as a Pokémon trainer. Borrowing some pocket money from such a friend in times of need wouldn't be a problem. Sato had initially only planned to build rapport with Kaede to eventually meet Steven. Yet to his surprise, Kaede was preparing to reward him handsomely for his efforts in identifying all his treasured stones. Young Sato, for someone as knowledgeable as you, the future holds great promise. These stones, while precious to me, will be of no use once I'm gone. As your elder, I'd like to give you a gift. Pick one stone from my collection. It's yours, Kaede said warmly, placing the exquisite dusk stone back on the table. He looked at Sato with a grandfatherly smile. I can't possibly accept this. These stones are the fruits of your hard work, Master Kaede. It wouldn't be right for me to take one, Sato said, his face showing shock and humility, though his heart was screaming with excitement. Kaede was clearly pleased with Sato's modesty, thinking to himself, I've chosen the right person. This young man not only has a sharp eye but also a commendable temperament. Come now, boy, don't insult me by refusing. I said pick one, so pick one. Enough with the formalities, Kaede said, pretending to scold Sato with the air of a kind elder. Seeing Kaede's firm demeanor, Sato was momentarily taken aback. The stones were indeed invaluable, and he feared taking one might backfire if Kaede suddenly accused him of theft. After all, each stone was worth a fortune, and Sato lacked the strength to defend himself if things went awry at the auction house. Yet, he knew refusing any further might offend Kaede. Then I'll humbly accept, Sato finally said, his voice tinged with reluctance, though his mind raced with nervousness and excitement. Using the system's appraisal feature, Sato scanned the stones, each a rare masterpiece. If he could truly obtain one, it would be an extraordinary fortune. While he couldn't guess exactly what Kaede wanted, Sato figured it wouldn't be anything too dangerous. After all, Steven's stone himself could easily handle hazardous expeditions, especially if they involved rare stones. However, Sato soon realized Kaede wasn't planning a dangerous expedition or sending him off to hunt for rare stones. Instead, Kaede wished to take him as an apprentice, sharing and passing on his lifetime's worth of expertise on stones. This unexpected windfall left Sato feeling dazed, as though a giant pie had just fallen from the sky and landed squarely on his head. At 11:10 a.m., Sato finally emerged from Kaede's room. The joyful grin he had been wearing inside quickly faded from high face, replaced by a calmer demeanor. Still, a trace of delight lingered in his eyes, clearly indicating that he was in an excellent mood. It wasn't surprising anyone would be thrilled after gaining a great's mentor and receiving an extraordinarily generous gift as a disciple's tribute. Even someone with less composure might have been dancing with joy by now. Sato had received an exceptional variant of a sky-splitting stone from Kaede. This gem, roughly the size of a baby's fist, was diamond-shaped and emitted a greenish-blue glow. Occasionally, white air currents swirled around it, giving it a mystical aura. The sky-splitting stone is intrinsically linked to Rayquaza, one of the legendary Pokémon of Hoenn. According to the system's appraisal, this stone is a crystalline formation produced within Rayquaza's body after it consumes meteorites. Such stones are typically found only atop sky pillars scattered across the globe and are exceedingly rare. While its origins might not sound appealing, the stone is essentially the condensed remains of meteorite debris expelled from Rayquaza's body. It gains its final form after absorbing an immense amount of flying-type energy at the summit of a sky pillar. Its rarity and value, however, are beyond dispute. It is a relic born from the body of a true, legendary Pokémon. The sky-splitting stone greatly enhances a Pokémon's affinity for flying-type energy, making it an extremely precious artifact. The one Sato received from Kaede was a top-tier specimen. Perhaps even Sato or Kaede himself did not fully understand just how rare and valuable that stone was. This particular stone had remained within Rayquaza's body for centuries and had absorbed untold amounts of flying-type energy atop a sky pillar, undergoing profound changes. Mutated Supreme Sky-Splitting Stone Effects. Enhances the wearer's affinity with flying-type energy. Grants the effect of the move agility permanently, allowing the Pokémon to move at high speeds without expending any energy. The downside of this stone is similar to that of the mutated Supreme Blue Water Stone. It can only be used by flying-type Pokémon. While this limitation restricts its versatility, it pales in comparison to the stone's benefits. Undoubtedly, any flying-type Pokémon wearing this stone would dominate in terms of speed, gaining an unparalleled advantage in aerial combat. For now, Sato's Golbat and Shiny Wingull could both use it. Whichever Pokémon he chose to give it to would see their combat capabilities leap to a new level. From Sato's current perspective, the stone could compensate for any potential weaknesses the Shiny Wingull might have after evolving into a shiny Pelipper. However, Sato felt that leaving such a valuable item with the Shiny Wingull would be wasteful. Only a Pokémon that could serve as a core ace of his team deserved such a treasure. Dragonite or Salamence. Only these two Pokémon are truly worthy of this mutated Supreme Sky-Splitting Stone, Sato thought as he sat in a small auction hall, wearing a white mask crafted from a ditto. Gazing at the glowing stone in his hand, he clenched his fist. When he opened it again, the stone had disappeared without a trace. Next, Sato pulled out a thick book from his spatial equipment. The cover bore a title written in flamboyant characters, The Encyclopedia of Stones. Apart from the sky-splitting stone, this book was the most valuable treasure Kaede had gifted him. Authored by Kaede himself, the book contained his lifetime's research on various stones, making it an invaluable compendium of knowledge. To put it bluntly, anyone who mastered even a fraction of its contents would already be a professional stone expert. For Sato, this book represented a form of inheritance, a priceless treasure. Sato had begun to understand Kaede's intentions. Kaede had laid out his entire collection of stones, and Sato had recognized every single one. Clearly, Kaede had been impressed by his passion for and knowledge of stones. The gifts of stones were merely a pretext. What Kaede truly wanted was a successor to pass on his life's work. He didn't want his entire life's efforts to go to waste and couldn't bear to give it to someone who didn't truly understand it or appreciate its value. Why didn't Kaede pass this inheritance to Steven? The answer was simple. Steven, as the most outstanding son of the Devon Corporation president, was destined to inherit the company. Even if Steven were reluctant, taking over Devon was inevitable, a matter of course. Kaede's expertise in stones wouldn't hold much significance for Steven, who had no shortage of wealth or resources. Realizing this, Kaede saw Sato, a humble young man with a deep passion for stones, as the perfect candidate to carry on his legacy. Kaede was confident that even if Sato could only learn a fraction of the knowledge within the book, it would be enough to ensure a comfortable life. The book not only contained detailed information about various stones, but also subtle hints about where to find rare ones, knowledge, and experience that were invaluable. In fact, Kaede had originally intended to pass this book to his son or grandson. Unfortunately, neither of them shared his enthusiasm for stones. Giving it to them would only allow it to gather dust. In Sato, a promising kindred spirit, Kaede had found the ideal recipient. The book was still incomplete. Kaede's only request to Sato was that he help fill in the blank pages and, if possible, write a sequel to the Encyclopedia of Stones. Such dedication. Rest assured, as long as I'm capable, I will fulfill this wish, Sato vowed solemnly, staring at the thick blank section in the middle of the book. Naturally, disciple tributes go both ways. The only item Sato possessed that might interest Kaede was a top-tier premium waterstone. Although it pained him to part with it, he decided to offer it as his tribute. However, Kaede didn't accept the premium waterstone. Instead, he only asked Sato to help complete the Encyclopedia of Stones in the future. Kaede's generosity and enthusiasm for stones deeply moved Sato, leaving him profoundly grateful. This was not just a mentor's kindness, but a significant one at that. Sato earnestly agreed to Kaede's request. Surprisingly, agreeing to this request triggered a new system side quest for Sato. At 11:30, the small auction began promptly. By then, most of the seats in the auction hall were already occupied. While the items featured in small auctions weren't extremely rare, they catered perfectly to trainers with moderate financial resources. Among the items listed, Sato's 5 high-quality waterstones had successfully been registered for today's event. According to auction rules, Sato's waterstones would typically be scheduled for auction 2 days later. However, with the help of his new mentor, Kaede, the process was expedited, and one of his waterstones made it into today's lineup. Kaede, an expert appraiser, had estimated that Sato's 5 high-quality waterstones could sell for at least 40 million poke dollars, and with the aid of some strategic bidding, they might even fetch up to 50 million. Evolution stones, especially high-quality ones, were highly sought after by trainers. With the limited availability of high-quality evolution stones on the market, their value often exceeded 8 million poke dollars each. Knowing this, Sato was satisfied with the potential earnings. Before leaving Kaede's room, Sato had also received a detailed price chart from his mentor. It confirmed that this sum would be more than sufficient to acquire the items he currently sought. A glance at the auction catalog placed at each seat confirmed that today's event featured some of those items. The auctioneer, Monica, was a tall, stunning black-haired woman of mixed heritage. Dressed in a black, form-fitting evening gown, she exuded an alluring presence that captivated much of the male audience. Her every movement was elegant, and her charm created an electric atmosphere, prompting many attendees to bid enthusiastically, often paying above the average price for relatively ordinary items. During the event, Sato successfully acquired an Icy Wind TM for 4 million poke dollars. Although the move wasn't as powerful as Ice Beam or Blizzard, it had a unique spread attack effect. Due to its limited combat efficacy compared to concentrated attacks, the TM typically sold for around 3.5 million poke dollars. However, under the influence of Monica's charisma and strategic bidding by others, Sato paid an extra 500,000 poke dollars for it. As the auction progressed, one of the event's headlining items, a high-quality waterstone belonging to Sato, was brought out. As soon as it appeared, the pure, flawless evolution stone immediately drew the attention of trainers and representatives from various factions who'd been appearing quite disinterested since the start of the auction. Evolution stones were considered strategic resources, especially high-quality ones that could slightly improve a Pokémon's potential post-evolution. For the major forces, the more there is of it, the better. High-quality evolution stones, nearing the quality of top-tier stones, were typically snapped up by major organizations to enhance their Pokémon breeding programs. With their scarcity and strategic value, such stones rarely appeared on the open market. Sato's waterstone, gleaming under the auction lights, quickly sparked a fierce bidding war. Naturally, all the major forces have long since conducted their respective studies about the secrets of evolution stones. The quality of the evolution stone having a noticeable effect on the Pokémon's development and potential post-evolution has long since been confirmed by some famous Pokémon researchers. An evolution stone of medium quality, apart from helping with evolution, would maintain the original potential of the Pokémon, while a high-quality one can improve the potential of a Pokémon post-evolution. A top-quality premium stone, however, would definitely improve a Pokémon's potential significantly post-evolution. Some major forces have even used the help of science and technology to create a high-concentration energy environment to artificially improve the quality of evolution stones in order to obtain top-quality evolution stones. However, the cost of using such method might better be left to one's imagination. Unless one can enter into the top circles, they might even have a chance to know the intricacies surrounding evolution stones. Needless to say, in just a short while, the price of high-quality water stones soared past the average market value of 8 million Poke dollars. Middle-tier factions eventually dropped out of the race, leaving only a few large organizations and professional bidders to compete. In the end, the stones sold for 10.2 million Poke dollars, purchased by a prominent trainer association from Hoenn. Now my wallet's full again, Sato thought to himself, suppressing a grin as the high-quality water stone fetched such a lucrative price. The sting of having overspent slightly earlier had completely vanished. The high sale price of the water stone kept the auction's energy high. The second-to-last item was a crown once belonging to a princess from an ancient Hoenn kingdom. It ultimately sold for a staggering 34.89 million Poke dollars to a wealthy businessman from Larousse City. What baffled Sato was the businessman's immediate gesture of placing the crown on a plump girl's head, mimicking a royal coronation ceremony. The surrounding audience applauded enthusiastically, seemingly approving of this extravagant display. This is their way of flaunting wealth? Why wear something from a dead person? Sato mused, his outsider perspective unable to grasp the logic behind such a custom. Finally, the auction reached its last featured item, a Pokémon. The spotlight fell on a Pokémon distinctly different from its typical counterparts. It was a purple Wurmple, a shiny Wurmple. For the second time, after encountering his shiny Wingull, Sato found himself face-to-face with another shiny Pokémon. The shiny Wurmple lay quietly on the branch of a small tree, contentedly munching on its leaves. Around its neck hung a necklace made of small, beautiful shells strung together to form an everstone. A square glass enclosure, roughly 20 cubic meters in size, encompassed the Wurmple and the small tree. The glass appeared to be specially crafted, as the shiny Wurmple seemed entirely unaware of the many onlookers or the buzz of conversation surrounding it. After nibbling on a few more leaves, it shifted position and closed its eyes for a short nap. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, this is an exceptionally rare shiny Pokémon. If the person who put it up for the auction had not been in urgent need of funds, such a rare item would likely not appear in a small auction like this as its final item. In fact, it could easily have been one of the main highlights at a mid-tier auction, declared Monica, the elegant auctioneer. Stepping gracefully to the front of the glass case, Monica gestured toward the Wurmple with her white lace-gloved hand while holding a microphone. Her radiant smile never wavered as she extolled the virtues of the shiny Pokémon. Monica's eloquent words painted the shiny Wurmple as a treasure of unparalleled rarity and wonder. Yet the seasoned bidders in the audience were far from naive. While shiny Pokémon were undoubtedly rare, their value depended heavily on context and the type of Pokémon it was. If the Pokémon in question had been a shiny pseudo-legendary Pokémon, its worth would indeed be astronomical. However, since the shiny Pokémon being auctioned was a shiny Wurmple, its value as a shiny Pokémon was significantly diminished. The reasons were simple. Bug-type Pokémon like Wurmple were known for their rapid growth and reproduction rates. Their sheer numbers in forests made encountering a shiny specimen more probable. In fact, in the Hoenn region, it wasn't uncommon for a few lucky bug catchers to stumble upon a shiny Wurmple each year and sell it for a tidy profit. Beyond its relatively reduced rarity, the shiny Wurmple's value was further diminished by its limited battle potential and lifespan. But the most critical factor impacting its worth was the unpredictability of its evolution. As everyone knew, there were two evolutionary paths for Wurmple. It could evolve into either Suicune, which later became Beautifly, or Cascoon, which evolved into Dustox. Despite both Pokemon having similar base stats of 395 to 385, their values in people's eyes are undoubtedly very different. Although a bit unfair to Dustox, people vastly preferred the elegant and adorable Beautifly. With the growing trend of contest coordinators in Hoenn, flashy performances were becoming increasingly popular. These performances required less emphasis on battling strength, making them less costly to develop than traditional trainers. Coordinators with unique Pokemon, especially shiny ones, drew significant attention. A shiny Beautifly was a coveted prize for aspiring top-tier coordinators and the factions supporting them. Top coordinators were like big stars on TV, possessing huge appeal and marketability. In addition, coordinators generally pursue gorgeous performances and don't have excessive requirements for Pokemon training the battle power of Pokemon. The cost of training Pokemon were lower, and once famous, one could gain social status similar to stars and earn a lot of money. These advantages deeply attracted civilian trainers who don't end up making it on the path of becoming a real top trainer. The trend of Pokemon coordinators was slowly spreading all over the Pokemon world, and many trainers and factions interested in the new emerging profession recognized the value of a shiny Pokemon with outstanding appearance. However, due to the uncertainty of Wurmple's evolution, many potential buyers hesitated. If it evolved into Beautifly, it would be a lucrative investment. But if it became Dustox, the buyer would suffer a significant loss. In fact, the seller of this shiny Wurmple was well aware of these risks and sought to get rid of it as soon as possible. The Everstone necklace on the Wurmple was the only thing preventing it from evolving. Otherwise, it would have evolved into a Suicune or Cascoon long ago. At present, the atmosphere in the entire auction venue had become a little weird. Many interested trainers and the representatives of various factions were a little hesitant to raise their hands. Despite a starting bid of 10 million Pokedollars, someone was yet to make an offer. After nearly a minute of silence, a person finally raised their hand. Seeing this, the beautiful Monica, whose face had turned a little pale, finally breathed a small sigh of relief. Her bright professional smile soon returned. Because someone had bid, other people soon followed suit. However, the good times did not last for long. The momentum soon faltered at 15 million Pokedollars, and the venue fell silent again. Monica's face was now extremely pale. Her makeup began to smudge as beads of sweat formed on her brow. She tried her best to encourage further bids, even using her looks, but the price seemed frozen at 15 million Pokedollars. This normally wouldn't be an issue because the price of 15 million Pokedollars was quite good. However, the person who bid 15 million Pokedollars was actually one of their own people, trying to hike up the price. If no one made any further bids, then this item, the finale of the auction, would end up being a spectacular failure. Just as Monica was about to declare the auction a failure, a career-ending blow for a young auctioneer, a firm hand rose from seat 73. 15.1 million Pokedollars from the guest at seat 73. Monica exclaimed, her relief palpable. If no one else places a bid, this rare shiny Wurmple will belong to this gentleman in 1 minute. The room fell silent once more. After a tense 60 seconds, Monica struck her gavel 3 times. Sold, she announced with elation, her voice ringing across the hall. The shiny Wurmple had found its new owner. The person who ultimately raised their hand was none other than Sato. At that moment, he was under the intense scrutiny of many eyes from the auction hall. However, with his face hidden behind a white mask formed by his ditto, no one could discern the identity of the individual who had purchased the shiny Wurmple. Unfortunately for Sato, most people's gazes were filled with disdain or saw him as an easy target. After the auction ended, many approached him to pitch their high-quality products, clearly viewing him as a gullible spender. Following the auction of the shiny Wurmple, the nearly hour-and-a-half-long mini-auction session also concluded. Guests gradually left the venue, while those who won their bids were escorted backstage to complete payments and collect their items. Of the 4 mini-auction sessions held that morning, 2 featured Sato's high-quality water stones. One was sold for 10.2 million Pokedollars at this auction, while the other fetched 9.2 million Pokedollars at a separate session. Combining these proceeds with the nearly 6 million poke dollars already in his account, Sato could comfortably pay for both the Icy Wind TM and the Shiny Wurmple. He now had over 6.3 million poke dollars remaining in his Alliance bank account. At 1:10 p.m., a famished Sato sat in a private dining room of a small restaurant near the Metagross auction house, enjoying lunch with his Pokémon. Notably absent from the group, however, was the Shiny Wurmple, who currently rested in a friend ball in Sato's hand, a Pokémon worth 15.1 million poke dollars. Too bad the system can't detect nature values. There's definitely some risk here. I just hope she evolves into a beautiful Beautifly. Otherwise, I might have overpaid a bit, Sato thought as he methodically ate his beef curry rice, his gaze fixed on the friend ball in his hand. His decision to bid at the last moment wasn't out of a desire to help the beautiful auctioneer, but because he saw massive potential in the Shiny Wurmple. Through the system's scanning ability, Sato discovered the Shiny Wurmple's exceptional rating. This was only the second Pokémon he had encountered with a golden grade rating, the first being his Bellossom. Each Pokémon born with a golden grade rating was almost like a gift from the heavens, possessing extraordinary qualities. Like his Bellossom, who has a top-tier talent for mastering grass-type energy, the Shiny Wurmple stood out for her unique abilities. In addition to her golden grade rating, Sato noticed the Shiny Wurmple had a special talent. Perhaps this was what people referred to as the Shiny ability. Although it didn't have dual abilities like that of the Shiny Wingull, this Wurmple's Shiny ability was equally impressive. Shiny Wurmple information. Pokémon. Wurmple. Shiny. Level. 16. Type. Bug. Ability. Shield Dust. Gender. Female. Known moves: Tackle, String Shot, Poison Sting, Bug Bite. Wurmple does not learn any egg moves. Held item: Everstone. IVs. HP: 31 of 31. Attack: 30 of 31. Defense: 31 of 31. Special attack: 31 of 31. Special defense: 30 of 31. Speed: 31 of 31. Overall 4 rating: Gold. Total IVs: 184. Special talent: Bug Monarch. Nature's blessed ruler of bug types, she is blessed with extraordinary longevity and gains a 50% increase to her base stats. When Sato first saw these stats, he was utterly dumbfounded. Initially, he believed his limited funds would prevent him from acquiring such a top-tier Pokémon. However, to his surprise, representatives of various factions chose to forego the risk, allowing him to secure this remarkable deal. Even setting aside the Wurmple's Golden Grade 4 ratings, the Bug Monarch ability alone was enough to make her irresistible. A 50% boost to her base stats? That was nothing short of a divine talent. This ability not only addressed the typically short lifespans of bug types, but also transformed Wurmple's evolutionary line, usually considered subpar in combat, into something extraordinary. One of the final forms of Wurmple, Beautifly, has a base stat total of 395. With a 50% boost, this total skyrockets to 592.5, just 7.5 shy of the 600 base stat total of pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Moreover, with a staggering individual value total of 184 and a 592.5 base stat potential, this Wurmple was destined for greatness. Sato's only concern was whether she would evolve into Beautifly as he hoped. Between Beautifly and Dustox, Sato, with his normal sense of aesthetics, far preferred the elegant and adorable Beautifly. Additionally, with Bellossom and the capability to craft top-tier poke blocks at his disposal, Sato could even consider dabbling as a coordinator, a career with immense promise and profit. The earning potential of coordinators was well documented. Whether endorsing brands or serving as a special guest for events, the financial rewards were staggering. On top of that, becoming a celebrity sounded pretty appealing to Sato. Pokémon Coordinator, Sato Kaede. Come out, Wurmple, and say hello to everyone. After briefly daydreaming about his future stardom, Sato snapped back to reality. He pressed the button on the friend ball, releasing the Shiny Wurmple. Perhaps due to the effects of the friend ball, the Shiny Wurmple appeared to have some affection for her new trainer. However, as a bug monarch, she carried herself with a natural arrogance. She merely nodded at Sato and ignored his other Pokémon. With her head held high and her eyes closed, she exuded an air of aloofness. But her aloof demeanor didn't last long. Surrounded by Pokémon much larger and stronger than her, such as Golbat and Marshtomp, she quickly softened, displaying an admirable sense of adaptability. Fortunately, with Bellossom and Ditto playing the role of mediators, the initially distant shiny Wurmple gradually integrated into Sato's quirky post-lunch group. Perhaps due to their shared shiny status, the shiny Wingull and shiny Wurmple got along exceptionally well. Before long, the shiny Wingull was carrying the shiny Wurmple around the room in a joyful aerial display. While Golbat remained upside down on the ceiling with his eyes closed, the rest of the Pokémon began a lively post-meal ballgame. Marshtomp, with his immense strength, accidentally sent the ball hurtling across the room, striking Sato squarely as he ate his curry rice. For a moment, chaos reigned in the private dining room. At 1:45 p.m., Sato, with a pain relief patch stuck on his nose, emerged from a small restaurant. Knowing that the afternoon session at the Metagross auction wouldn't feature anything he desired, he decided against returning there and instead headed to nearby shops to hunt for treasures. Currently, Sato had about 6.3 million Pokédollars remaining, which wasn't enough to purchase high-end TM discs like Ice Beam or Flamethrower. Therefore, he lowered his expectations, focusing on mid-tier TMs such as Rock Tomb, Fire Spin, and Agility. After wandering around the central area of the free trade zone for over half an hour, Sato finally found a Fire Spin TM in a shop selling scattered TMs. These discs are typically produced by powerful organizations with the technology to make them, making them difficult to acquire. Even within these organizations, members usually need significant status and contribution points to obtain them. Consequently, the prices of TMs in the open market tend to be high. Compared to Icy Wind, which he obtained from a smaller auction, Fire Spin, capable of trapping and dealing sustained damage to foes, was undoubtedly more valuable. After an intense bargaining session, Sato managed to purchase the Fire Spin TM from the shopkeeper for 5.2 million Pokédollars. Having spent a significant amount again on a TM, Sato left the trainer market due to a lack of funds and proceeded to a high-end Pokémon training facility to begin the afternoon skill training. Golbat had already mastered several powerful ranged moves: Gust, Air Cutter, Shadow Ball, and Hidden Power, Electric type. Sato decided it was time to enhance Golbat's close combat abilities. Steel Wing was the primary close-range move Golbat was working on. From his battle experience, Sato observed that the move was effective not only for offense, but also as a solid defensive technique. When Golbat used Steel Wing, his wide wings were coated with a layer of white light, giving them a metallic sheen. The wings became broader and sharper, as evidenced by the shallow scratches he left on a steel pole with each strike. The essence of Steel Wing lies in channeling Steel-type energy into the wings, temporarily hardening and sharpening them. Golbat could then use the wing's edges for slashing attacks or defensively shield against physical moves. Golbat's mastery of Steel Wing was somewhere between beginner and proficient, as indicated by the duration he could maintain the move. Bellossom was practicing a new dance. This dance appeared light and erratic, causing onlookers to feel dizzy just by watching. The move, Teeter Dance, was recently learned through a TM, which Sato had acquired from Mary, a person he regarded as eccentric. With Quiver Dance, Swords Dance, Petal Dance, and now Teeter Dance, Bellossom had mastered one of the 4 significant dance moves. Unfortunately, Teeter Dance had the least utility of the 4, serving primarily to confuse opponents. However, its area of effect nature was valuable. If Bellossom could fully master the move and use it instinctively in battles, it would act as a confusion aura, disorienting any enemy with insufficient mental resilience. For now, Bellossom was still in the learning phase, far from using Teeter Dance naturally in combat. Nidoran was performing psychic exercises with a 5 kilograms dumbbell. His level up had significantly improved his physical condition, and as his brain developed further, he could harness more potent psychic energy. In battles, Nidoran had learned to use Confusion as a supplementary move, enhancing both close and ranged attacks. During close combat, he used telekinesis to momentarily restrain opponents, creating openings to land hits. For ranged moves, he adjusted the trajectory mid-flight to improve accuracy. As his psychic power grew, Sato believed that Confusion would become one of Nidoran's core abilities. Having learned Fire Spin through a TM, Growlithe now had a new ranged attack. His mastery over Fire-type energy allowed him to quickly grasp the move. A swirling flame shot from his mouth, expanding rapidly to form a vortex of fire in a designated area. The vortex lasted only about 25 to 30 seconds due to insufficient energy and structural stability. Despite his natural flash fire ability enhancing his control over fire-type energy, the size of the vortex was currently limited to a 2-meter radius. With high-quality poke blocks as sustenance and no concerns about burning down the facility, Growlithe could train freely, progressing rapidly. Marshtomp, too, was honing a new TM move, Icy Wind. A frosty blue current streamed from his mouth, drastically lowering the temperature in its path and leaving a layer of frost on anything it touched. Much like his instinctive mastery of Ice Punch, Marshtomp showed talent for Ice-type moves. After about 100 practice attempts, he had essentially become adept at using Icy Wind. Now, he was focusing on expanding its area of effect rather than increasing its damage output. Sato didn't aim for Icy Wind to be a heavy-hitting move, but rather a strong, disruptive tool. Marshtomp needed only to focus on enhancing its range, which simplified the training process. After much deliberation, Sato decided to use the mutated Supreme Sky Splitting Stone on his shiny Wingull. Rather than swallowing it like Marshtomp did, he disguised the stone with black dye and had it embedded into a durable tungsten steel necklace from a jeweler. Now wearing the necklace, Wingull's flight speed had skyrocketed. While adapting to its increased speed, it was also training its water gun using moving targets. Sato planned to develop Wingull into a mobile artillery unit, mastering water-type ranged moves such as Water Gun, Water Pulse, Brine, Scald, and eventually Hydro Pump. As for Ditto and his shiny Wurmple, Ditto continued practicing transformations into Pelipper, while Wurmple enjoyed a life of leisure. Once Sato removed Wurmple's Everstone necklace, it evolved into Silcoon within 2 hours. Much to Sato's relief, it was the form he had hoped for. Looks do matter, after all, Sato thought with satisfaction.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.